Interlude. The deeper cut. The day was dying fast. Gold sunlight cut at almost horizontal angles through the trees. Night would fall soon, the deep silent night of the wilderness, but neither the man nor the boy moved. The boy stared at his hands. They were small and clenched in anger. His eyes were damp, but he hadn't started crying, not yet. He knew it was coming, but he didn't want the man to see him weep. He was less than 12 years old, but he was still a Mandalorian, and he didn't want to look like a child. He steeled himself and asked, "Why did you kill my father to save a bunch of Jedi?" The man shook his head and said, "Darman didn't just turn against the Jedi. He turned against us. He was Darmanda." The boy knew that phrase. It meant no longer Mandalorian. It meant a man who had disgraced his family and banished himself from the community. Calling it treason would have been an understatement. Someone who was Darmanda was worse than Irudi, worse than anything. It was horrible, but there was no better word to describe his father. But that didn't make sense. The boy's uncle still spoke of his father, and when they did, which was rare, it was with a certain bittersweet, wistful tone, something befitting a friend tragically lost, not the worst kind of traitor. "I don't understand," the boy said. "When Phi or Cord talk about my boor, they don't talk like he's Darmanda." The man sighed and looked toward the setting sun. You could make out slips of his shimmering red through the trees. There's still story to tell. Then tell it. It's getting dark. I have to know. The man looked down at the boy. Instead of speaking, he reached down into the insulated pouch tied to his belt. He felt inside for a moment, then pulled his hand out. He tossed something at the boy, and he caught it against his chest. It was heavy but not large. Its red painted surface was scuffed and scarred, but he ran his bare thumb over it and recognized it as Beskar. "That's Adin," the man said. Not that was Adin's. To a Mandalorian, the armor and soul were one, and the body superfluous meat. "It's all I could get of him," the man said. "My boor, he betrayed his brothers, got them killed, for me." The boy ran his fingers over the shoulder plate. The tears started coming. He couldn't stop them. The man pretended not to notice. The Jedi used to teach that attachment is dangerous. In some cases, I guess they were right. "Shap the Jedi," the boy swore. "Because of them, my boor's dead." The man looked at him thoughtfully, as though he was seeing something in the boy for the first time. Eventually, he said, "Katika, I was the one who decided to go to Belsavis. I was the one who got them killed." The boy looked up at the man, at his sad face. His mind whirled. It was his father's fault, Niner's fault, Bardika's, the Jedi's, the Empire's. It was everyone's fault and no one's at the same time, but that didn't make him feel better. Didn't deny the awful reality of what had happened without any single being willing it. It seemed like the entire universe had conspired to crush his parents and steal them from his life. The sheer oppressiveness of it made him struggle to breathe. "I don't understand," he gasped. "Whose fault is it?" "Mine," the man said, then looked away. "Sometimes I think that. Other times, I don't know." "But you're sorry. You're sorry you went to Belsavis." "Yes," said the man, but the boy could feel the unspoken sometimes. The boy looked back at Adin's shoulder plate. He wrapped his hands around it, so hard that its edges dug painfully into his palm. He swallowed more tears and said, "I want to keep this." "You have every right to. I'll wear it. I'll remember him with it." "You should." The boy took a deep breath in, a deep breath out, and stared up at the man. "Tell me the rest of the story." "Night's coming." "It already has." The man crouched down on his heels, like he'd suddenly gone tired of standing. He ran 2 fingers through the dirt, stirring up twigs and pine needles, and gradually brought them to a single point. "I never understood all of what happened on Belsavis," he said. "There were too many different players and too many factors. I wish I'd learned what happened to Callista Masana, but I never did. Some things will always be mysterious, and part of being grown up, Katika, is learning to live with what you don't know." But what came next, I think I do. Because all the strings that had been pulling our fate got knotted into one. Us, Altus's Jedi, The Bavaniri, we were in it together now, each and every one of us. Part 3. Bavanyar. In this Twilight. There aren't a lot of people in this life you can really trust, Katika. Even among Mandos there's plenty of chatter, as you've probably heard. Sometimes you don't know if you can really rely on someone until you've both got your backs to the wall. But those people you can trust, they're your brothers, and you're not getting through this life without them. Chapter 21. We all felt we needed to grieve then, and none of us had the time for it. In a way, our dire straits were a blessing, because they focused us on what lay ahead instead of the things behind us. The crisis at Bavanyar, awful as it was, kept us from being swallowed by our loss. A'Sharad Hett was alive, but it felt like a waking dream. They swept him into Scarlet Thrantis airlock, hurried him into a Bacta tank, and soaked him in it the whole ride back to the fleet, but he'd hardly needed it. His spacewalk over Belsavis had left some of his extremities damaged by the cold, and a brief shortage of oxygen to his brain, but that was all. When the shuttle from Thranta carried him over to Iconoclast, he felt as though he was strangely dislocated from his body. He could feel the tense moves of the shuttle pilots, though they kept their faces blank. As he looked out the viewport at passing ships, he could feel the life presence emanating from all of them, fainter for the smaller pickets, but blazing bright from big ships like Iconoclast and Slake's flagship, Freedom Song. Most bright of all, however, was the strange, ugly vessel now hanging in space between the two flagships. It looked as though multiple bulk cargo haulers had been melded together. Hett could feel the force presence of many Jedi radiating from that ship, more Jedi than he thought still alive. It was a miracle he'd never expected, and it should have cheered him, but he felt strangely detached from their luminous presence. After the Force had gifted him with the vision of Skywalker's descendant, it felt as though the path he'd been set on put more distance between him and other Jedi, not less. When the shuttle landed inside Sign's dreadnought, he was met by the woman herself, with Sajin waiting patiently on one side and 2 columns of Bavaniri troops behind her. Sign kept her expression cold as Hett walked down the ramp, but he could feel her relief in the Force. Something else felt strange about her presence, but he couldn't place it. He wanted to embrace her right there on the flight deck, but he knew she wouldn't approve, so he stopped himself a meter in front of her and snapped a salute. "It is good to have you back, A'Sharad," she said, and her voice didn't waver. "It's good to be alive." He lowered his hand and nodded in Sajin's direction. Her face was grim and his spirits fell. "I've heard about Bavanyar." Grant started by destroying the settlement on Whaler. Sajin named the planet's second most inhabited island. That's over 100,000 people. He glanced at Sign. "Have people started evacuations?" "There is no place to evacuate to," Sign scowled. Grant's raised an interdiction field over half the system. He could still feel her relief, but it had been overtaken by a surge of anger and restless helplessness. Grant had caught them in the perfect trap: surrender or let Bavanyar be destroyed. He could feel her will, strong as dursteel these many months, finally start to waver. He knew she was honestly thinking about giving in. It would save so many lives. From a moral standpoint, a Jedi standpoint, it was hard to object. Sajin said, "Mr. Hett, you arrived just in time for a meeting about the situation." "Lead on, then," he said. The blonde woman nodded and started for the exit. Sign followed and Hett slipped alongside her. As they entered the corridor, their shoulders pressed together, and he felt a touch of firmness and warmth and a sudden clarity through the Force. He felt the memory of her father, still calling for revenge. He felt bitter knowledge the futility of their endeavor. He felt deep, deep hatred for Octavian Grant, the man who had killed her family and brutalized her world. He felt the life growing inside her. Hett staggered and nearly fell against the wall. Sign and Sajin both stared at him, but he pushed himself upright and kept walking. He could feel it now, faint but impossible to deny, a fourth presence among them. He didn't know how old it was, or what gender, but he knew there was a child inside Sign. She kept her face hard and her eyes ahead. Hett wanted answers to 1,000 questions, but couldn't ask any now. Everything had changed in an instant. Even the vision of Skywalker's child was banished by the reality of his own. The Jedi Temple hadn't prepared him for love or war. It certainly hadn't prepared him for fatherhood. The universe had become a different place in an instant. As his mind struggled to adjust, he followed Sajan and Sign into the same conference room where they'd first met Slake. The big red-haired man was there again, as was a Voltan. 2 new men were there as well. They sat side by side but looked profoundly uncomfortable together. One was an older man, gray hair tied back in a messy ponytail, dressed in ragged brown Jedi robes. The other one wore his gray hair short. He had sharp, angular features and wore jet black body armor. A T-visor Mandalorian helmet, also black, sat on the tabletop in front of him. He didn't see Helena Devis's dark face. It took him a moment to remember she was dead on Belsavis. He sat down next to Sign. The old Jedi was looking at him intently, but he didn't say a word. Sign introduced him to the newcomers, who in turn named themselves as Jyn Altis and Wallon Vau. A Voltan started by explaining the details of Grant's siege and listed the settlements he'd targeted thus far. He started with Whaler to get his point home, but since then he'd mostly been targeting smaller islands with populations of less than 10,000. When he'd move back to bigger targets was anyone's guess. Our options are extremely limited, the Voltan said. We simply don't have the ships on Bavinire to evacuate the planet, and we have no way of getting them through the blockade. Grant's forces outgun ours almost 4-1. Grimly, he looked at Sign. For the good of Bavinire, it would save the most lives if we surrendered. That's not an option, Hett snapped. All eyes went to him. Altis felt especially probing, though he felt no penetration in the Force. Surrender's never been my style. Slake put in. Madam Sign, my men are willing to fight. I know we can't straight up beat Grant, but there's got to be some way to break that interdiction field and get people off the planet. I'm afraid we just don't have the ships, the Voltan said. The atmosphere-capable ships in this fleet are too small in number to evacuate anything more than a portion of the population. Master Altis cleared his throat. My ship, Shuunther, is atmosphere-capable. How many beings can she hold? Slake asked. The old man considered. I'd say at least 200,000, if we packed them in. A silence fell over the table. Hett could feel minds working through the new possibilities and accompanying risks. Slake, Sign, Sajan. A Voltan wanted to surrender as soon as possible. That was clear, though he wouldn't go against his madam by saying so. Wallon Vau was the one Hett couldn't read. The man sat there with arms crossed over his black armored chest like he didn't really care. Sign didn't have the Force, but she must have sensed the same thing. Mr. Vau, I'd like to know what your forces are and whether they're at our disposal. They're not my forces, and they sure as shab aren't yours. The man sounded as harsh as he looked. We lost almost half our number busting some Jedi brats off Belsavis. I'm very sorry about that, Altis said. Hett could tell how guilty he felt, but Vau waved him off. It doesn't matter. The point is, we have more boys we need to get home. They're going to be at Bavinire, and so will we. That's our goal, so no offense, darling, but we're not going to fight your war for you. Shuunther is still at your disposal, Altis clarified quickly. Mr. Vau, could you specific? Sign asked. Where are your boys now? They're riding a Star Destroyer back from Belsavis. They'll be at Bavinire in about 5 hours. Are you talking about prisoners? Sajan frowned. I'm talking about clone commandos, boys I trained, and I'm getting them out of Palpy's clutches. Problem is, one of them's being held prisoner, which is a long story, so we're going to have to find a way to bust them out. You're going to board a Star Destroyer to rescue your men, a Voltan said in disbelief. If that's what it takes. Vau sounded unafraid. By the way, my ears on valediction. That's the Vixstar say they brought a few more prisoners from Belsavis. I hear a Jedi, a kid, and a woman, don't ask me who. Oh, Altis paled. Oh dear? What is it, Master Altis? Asked Sign. Call me Jyn, the man muttered. But, since Belsavis, I've felt a presence in the back of my mind. It almost feels like Master Pellaeon, the Jedi who ran the safe house there, was calling for me, but I'd been told he was dead. So this ship's got Jedi and clone deserters on board. Slake stroked his red beard. Throw in a pack of Mandos, and that's one less destroyer to worry about. VA, said, if you're suggesting something, come out and say it. Slake grinned. Who wants to jack a Star Destroyer? The room reacted with stunned silence, but Slake didn't stop smiling. He said to VAU, we took my ship, Freedom Song, at the end of the war. Granted, it was full of tinnies, and we found a way to switch most of them off, but we still managed to take it. I'd love to have one of the Imp's best new ships in our fleet. This is entirely different, Evolton protested. You can't just switch off clones. VAU made a sound deep in his throat. Everyone looked at him, expectant. He said, I'd have to get back to you on that. Madam, are you actually considering this? Evolton spun on her. She was. Hett could sense it. She didn't want to surrender, even now. The question in her mind was what good it would do to seize one enemy destroyer when they were still so badly outnumbered. If we take that ship, we can throw Grant's whole plan into disarray, Hett said. If we can get close enough to destroy an interdictor, we might be able to get people off planet. You have to get to the planet first, said VAU. With an interdiction field that big, they'll see you crawling at them from a long way out. There are ways to force Grant's fleet to break its placement grid, Sign said. They will, however, be very costly. Madam Sign, please reconsider. Evolton's voice cracked with desperation. Tens of thousands are already dead. If we attack, and we fail, the entire Bavanayari people will be wiped out. Just like Jibbiting. Just like Kamis. If you surrender now, Hett said, what kind of Bavanayar will you leave behind? Evolton raged at him but didn't speak aloud. Mr. VAU, Sign said, please look into our options regarding valediction. I will, he nodded. Andreen, Mr. Slake, I want a potential tactical plan for an evacuation of Bavanayar in 1 hour. Understood. Yes, madam, Evolton nodded, loyal to the end. Excellent. Sign rose from her chair. Sajan, observe their meeting. A'Sharad, please follow me. She went immediately for the door. Hett hurried after her, and he felt Alta's eyes on his back. He had a feeling the old man had already figured out everything. They made it all the way to the lift before he asked Jervith, what is it? What's wrong? The lift started to move, taking them toward her private quarters. You're acting strangely, A'Sharad. I don't need you to speak for me. I'm not speaking for you, he stopped. There was no point in hiding anything. He stabbed a finger on the lift controls, bringing it to a halt. He looked down at Sign, pressed close to him in the crammed space of the lift tube, and said, You're pregnant. She blinked. Her dark eyes betrayed nothing but he could feel her alarm. I didn't look into your mind with the Force. I felt it when I got off that shuttle. When we touched. Is feeling different from looking, A'Sharad? She asked stiffly. It just happened. Ever since the battle, since I went EV, I've been having. I don't know how to describe it. The Force, it feels different. Stronger. I don't know. Being near death can't change a person. I've been near death before. This is different. Don't ask me how. I don't know. But it is. She took a breath. Is there anything you felt that I should know about? Evolton hates your idea. He thinks it's suicide. I don't need magic powers to tell me that. What about the Jedi and the Mandalorian? The Mando wants his boys back. I trust him that far, and no further. He doesn't care whether you save Bavanayar or not. And Altus. I think he just wants to save lives. If I wanted to save lives, I'd surrender. The bitter truth hurt. He spoke another. If you surrender, our child dies. She nodded. Her resolve still wavered. He could feel it. Sign was a patriot above all else, and her people were dying by the thousands as they stood there and talked. No matter what she chose, many more would die soon, and it was tearing her apart. He put both hands on her shoulders. We can't surrender now. We'll beat this. We'll survive. We can't win, A'Sharad. Someone is going to break before today ends. It will be the imps. I promise you. We'll make Grant pay for everything he'd done to us. He squeezed her shoulders hard enough to make her squirm. Is this your force speaking? She said with faint mockery. No. Only me? Silently, he thought, me and my father. After all this time, A'Sharad had finally understood the man who had made him. The flight from Belsavis had been awful, but when we arrived at Chuanther, I found myself terrified to step onto his deck. I couldn't bear to see Kalbor after I gotten his sons killed. I felt genuine relief when I didn't see him, but his absence soon became just as worrying. Most everyone else was there, Kina Ha-Udan, Nai, Bethany, Ruisin with you in her arms, Ordo now standing, Lasima wilting between her crutches. Just seeing her broke my heart. Scout stood on the edge of the group with Lord Myrtilon and probably pressing his flank against her leg. Mariel came down the ramp first, and he staggered into Ordo and Jane's arms. For a moment, all of us stared at the tableau of the three surviving gnolls before we forced our attention elsewhere. Bethany quickly explained that VAU and Altus had gone over to hold conference on the dreadnought that was apparently leading this fleet. When Ordo broke away from the other gnolls, he pulled Kor and Phi aside. I later learned that he was informing them that one of their Omega brothers was dead, the other captive, and that VAU was working on a plan to save them. They gave no outward response to this new wave of grief. Like the rest of us, they'd been broken so much already that one more blow failed to register. Behind us, the second freighter roared into the hangar. It settled on the other side of Cornucopia and began to disgorge passengers. Most of Kalbor's family hovered awkwardly apart, but Scout and Kina Ha went over to help Margolis and Ash get all the children off the ship. I didn't want to join them. Grief and self-blame had centered me and made me all Mando again. I found the strength to ask where Kalbor was. I directed the question at Nai and RUU, but it was Bethany who answered. He's taking it hard, Barden. She hooked a hand on my arm and led me aside. I realized that while I could feel shock and grief bleeding off her in the Force, she looked more composed than anyone else. Someone had to become the emotional stabilizer of the group, and I suppose I should have expected Bethany to take on that role. Where's Boer? I asked her. Just leave him be for now, Barden, please. And I already tried, but she shook her head. Does he blame me? It was a stupid, selfish worry, but it leaped out of my mouth. What do you think? Bethany said harshly. He blames himself, Barden. Of course he would. That was Kalbor. What can we do for him? I asked. I don't know. Grief is something you have to work out for yourself. When Attain died, She trailed off. We both knew this was worse than even Order 66. That night, the Order of the Galaxy had been torn apart. This time something more important had been broken. Family. I looked back at Lasima. RUU and I had gathered around her, and all three were staring at the young boy in Rue's arms, like they were expecting you, Katika, to take their pain away. Lasima's doing better than I expected, Bethany said. Better than Ordo or Jane. Muriel's been almost catatonic. Part of him's just gone. It's too much for them. What about you? I blinked, surprised, then looked away. I'm okay. Barden, it wasn't your fault. I knew you'd say that. You might believe it one day. Her tone softened with sad knowledge. We'll see. Do you know how they died? She asked. I think the others might want to know. Kamark and Aiden were keeping fighters off our backs. They were shot down. Aden, he was fighting. A woman. One of Palpatine's special agents. I couldn't call her Sith. The word had been so many things for me all my life. First boogeyman, then another breed of hated Force user, and finally a label for an evil genius I'd never met. All the while it had been abstract. I'd never actually expected to face one in combat, or to hate one like I'd never hated anyone before. At that point, I didn't know whether or not Kor had killed her, but I prayed she died, slowly and painfully in those tunnels, right next to Aden's body. What about Prudii? Bethany asked. What about Maze and Z? Nobody had said my old master's name since we left Belsavis. Even hearing it seemed surreal somehow. I spent so long trying to distance myself from the man and everything he represented, only to have him elbow his way back into my life, and after some struggle I'd almost gotten used to that. Suddenly he was gone. Gone for good, just like I'd always wanted, but never the way I'd wanted it. I was too stunned to feel anything about Z at all. I don't know, I said finally. Bethany didn't ask me if I was okay again. She knew me, and she knew when not to press anymore. She put her hand on my arm again and kept it there, and we stood in silence watching people move slowly through the hangar, the clones huddled in their grief, the women around the child, Euthan and Myrtilon drifting and lost, and in the far corner the Jedi children, terrified but alive, whom so much had been sacrificed to save. For a moment, but only a moment, I hated them too. There wasn't much Scout could do for the children rescued from Belsavis, but she felt she had to try. The children were a mix of species, but they all gave off the same herald emotions through the Force. Ash, the Margolis woman, and their Holden handler Astu did their best to move the children out of the hangar and to someplace more welcoming. Ash in particular tried to use the Force to calm them, and Kinaha had her own powers to amplify those calming efforts, but even the ancient Jedi Master could only do so much. Scout had to wonder if that was how she'd look to the Mandalorians when she first shown up on their door, confused, scared, helpless, pathetic. She wished she could say she felt any different right then. Scout helped get the kids up to one of the garden domes. Being among nature seemed to calm them and remind them of the planet they'd fled from. Kinaha, Margolis, and Astu stayed with the kids while Ash hooked her arm into Scout's and led her back toward the hangar. The Jedi woman had done a pretty good job projecting confidence for the kids, but now that they were alone, Scout could tell she was still reeling from the deaths of her friends, just like everyone else. Master Altus went over to the flagship with Wallon VAU. That was a couple hours ago. I'm not sure when they'll be back. Scout explained, though the full sweep of things had gone well over her head. We heard about the siege at Bavinair, said Ash. I don't know what we can do about that. I wish there was something, but I don't think there is. The thought of the settlements on Bavinair being wiped out, island by island, filled Scout with horror and helplessness. There has to be something. We're Jedi. We can't let all those people die. We can barely protect ourselves right now. And those Mandalorians? Ash shook her head. Strands of red-brown hair fell over her face. They've taken a lot worse than we have. They stepped out into the hangar to see the group still clustered in front of Ian. Scout's heart fell, not just because of the pain they were obviously in, but because of how separate she felt from them, from anyone. Being a Jedi was about saving lives, protecting people, bringing justice to the galaxy. Scout had never been a good Jedi, but she believed heart and soul that she had to try and do it right. Now she felt as lost and helpless as those children, uncertain of the first step to take. She heard the sound of thrust engines and turned her attention to the hangar mouth. A two-seater Star Chaser flew in through the gap, over the docked freighters, and settled in the rear of the hangar. Master Altus, Ash said, clearly relieved, and Scout followed the older woman across the bay. They were joined by Rannick Salazar, a middle-aged member of Altus Jedi. The Mandalorians, too, were walking in that direction. Scout didn't understand why until the fighter's cockpit popped open and the black armored figure of Wallon VAU jumped onto the deck, followed by Altus himself. Lord Myrtilon dashed up to his owner, all 6 legs pumping, but VAU barely noticed. He pointed at Euthan and called, Doc, get over here. We've got to talk. The scientist stepped out of the group, strangely nonplussed. VAU grabbed her roughly by the shoulder and pulled her aside, probably talking, though with his helmet on Scout couldn't see his lips move. Altus, meanwhile, went straight for Ash and Scout. He had a look of surprise and determination on his normally soft, genial face. Ash, Rannick, come with me. You too, Scout, he added, though he'd barely even looked at her. What is it, Jin? Salazar fell quickly in step, and Scout did her best to follow. We're going to try and evacuate people from Bavinire, he said as they entered the hallway. Ash skidded to a halt and Scout did too. Master, is that even possible? There's a plan being considered right now. We need to prepare. That means we should start by taking as many people as we can, including the children, and sending them somewhere safe, including your son Cam. We have enough ships for it, I think. Ash was still gaping. The Imps have almost 20 ships. They have a huge interdiction net. They destroy us before we even get close to the planet. Ash, we can't just sit here and do nothing, not while thousands of people are dying. We wouldn't be Jedi if we did. We have to act. And don't call me Master. He's right, silos are prodded. We've got to help. Ash swallowed. This is what got Jeeth, Callista, and Norvald all killed. I'm not going to hide, Alta said firmly. I'm not going to play Yoda and sit in my temple and send other beings off to die because I don't want to get attached to something. I get my hands dirty, Mai. I always have. You know that. I do, but this isn't a fight we can win. If we work with Skirata and sign, there might be a way, said Salazar. Exactly. For that, we'll just have to trust our new friends. And the Force. Altus gave a wry smile. His attention shifted finally to Scout. I won't tell you what to do. I was never your master. You should probably get on a ship with the children and get far away from here. It will be safer. Those were exactly the words Scout didn't want to hear. Her hands balled to fists and she stared up at the old man. I'm a Jedi, sir. I want to do something, not run. His expression softened. Nothing Ash said was false. What we're going to be doing is exceedingly dangerous. In fact, we'll probably all get killed. The typical good humor had drained from his voice. He was deathly serious. Scout mind flicked back to all the dead Jedi she'd known, from Master Maruk to Wee to Arlik and Z, and to her own surprise she didn't feel afraid. I have to do this. She swallowed. I was on a mission with Master Yoda once. I know you, and the Mandos don't like him. You think he was cold and detached, but you're wrong. He was ancient, and he knew more love and pain than anyone. For a second, Altis, the revered Jedi Master, flinched from the accusation in her gaze. Master Yoda told me even one candle can hold back the night. He said we can be that candle, or we can be the night, we just have to choose. I've thought about that every day since the order fell, every single day. That's what I want to be now. His expression relaxed into one of those easy smiles. He put a hand on her shoulder and said, You shine brightly, Scout. Come with me, then. We have to get ready. When the news had come in from Belsavis, Kal Skirata had been in one of Chuanthar's small kitchens with Nai and Ruisin. Altis had come to deliver it. His voice had cracked with honest sorrow, and he said, over and over, how sorry he was. Nai and his daughter put their hands on him and told him it wasn't his fault. There was nothing he could have done. Being surrounded by so much kindness had made it worse. He'd thrown off their touch and shouted at them to leave. When I had insisted on staying, he knocked a pan off the hot stove, spilling scaling water on the floor, and thrown an empty glass against the wall, shattering it. He nearly struck his daughter before the look of fear on her face had stopped him with shame. They'd retreated, all of them, leaving him alone in his pain. The door had hissed shut, drowning out all sounds except his own ragged breathing and the blood pounding in his ear. He'd sunk to a floor glinting with shattered glass and spilled water, back to the wall, knees against his chest and hands on his head. He stayed there for a very long time. They marched through his head, a grim parade, RUU and Nai staring at him in shock and hurt when they'd only tried to help. Aiden, Prudii, Comerk, Adin, Gillimer, even Joka, Maze, and Z, all ghosts. He knew they'd never leave him. He stayed there and no one dared intrude on his grief. He hated himself for that too. Ordo and Jang, Lasima and Bessany, even Scout must have been broken with their own flavors of grief, and as their father he should have been there for them. He should have been able to do something to help them heal, but he'd failed them just as he'd failed the dead. When the door to the kitchen hissed open, he didn't look up. He could see, just barely. A pair of black boots and Beskar-plated legs in the doorway, and he realized that he'd been expecting them all along. "Look at you now, Kal," a familiar voice grated. "Look at you now." Walon Vau was the last person he wanted to see. Even Altis or another of the Shabla Jedi would have been better than Vau, but as punishment went, he knew he deserved much worse. He looked up at the black-suited figure hovering over him. Vau hadn't brought his helmet. Seen from below, his face looked old and gaunt, like someone had carved away his flesh with knife strokes. "More bad news," he said. "Something happened to Darman and Niner. One's dead, one's in prison on a Star Destroyer. We're not sure which is which." Anger came from nowhere. He sprung to his feet. He grabbed Vau by the edges of his chest armor and threw him hard against the kitchen counter. He found himself spitting rage into Vau's cool gray eyes, his pinched aristocratic face. Anger wilted as fast as it had come. Energy drained, and he fell back into the exact same pit of self-reproach he'd jumped out of. The new law should have hurt more. The unknown of it should have been an extra knife twist in the gut. But instead, he felt the same, as if he'd reached his personal limit of grief. "Scorch ended up with Niner's Buick," Vau explained. "We're lucky he did. I've been talking to him. We're hatching a plan to get our boys home." Confusion broke through the grief. His limbs felt heavy, but he kept clinging to Val's armor. "What we?" "A lot's been going on. You've been out of the loop, Kal. I've let you indulge in self-pity long enough. It's time to get in the game. Tell me, Chabur, what we, Jedi, that friendly fleet from Belsavis, all of the above." Skirata had known Walon Vau for decades, and he'd never been more surprised by him than now. "I'm not working with the Shabla Jedi anymore," Skirata snarled. "Not working with anyone. I should have listened to you. You were right. Is that what you want me to say? What you came here for? You were right. We should have let those little kids die. We should have sold Altis to the imps. If we had, then Kamika and Attica and..." Vau hit him with a closed fist. Pain shot out from his cheekbone and numbed his face, but only for a second. His arm shot up for a return punch. Vau blocked it with a forearm and punched him again. His head snapped back and he fell against the opposite kitchen counter, then sunk to the floor, right where he'd been when Vau entered. The other man dropped to a crouch and stared Skirata in the eyes. "We don't have Shabla time for this, Kal. Get your Ossic together and do it now." "Easy for you to say, you chacker," Skirata snarled as he touched his stinging cheek. "You never gave one fat shab for any of those clones." Vau punched him again. His head snapped back against the wooden cupboard. "Don't you dare, Kal," Vau snarled. "Adin was my boy too, remember." Skirata groaned. "You beat him so hard he ran to me? He couldn't handle a tough boor. He needed a soft one like you." "That's not true." "Don't even say it, Kal. You shabbed up your blood family so bad, let those boys into your heart when you knew what was going to happen to them. You knew from the moment we joined Jango on Kamino. You got soft, you lost perspective, and now you're wallowing in Shabla self-pity. Well, my other boys are still alive, and I'm going to do something besides cry on the floor. I already let Sev down. I'm not failing the rest. We're getting Scorch, Fixer, and Boss out, and we're getting Niner or Dar too, whoever's left. If we have to join hands with the GDI and the Bavinire fleet, fine. We'll be using them as much as they're using us." Kal ran a hand beneath his nose. He saw only a little blood. "Explain," he ordered. Vau explained. He talked about Grand Siege and Ultimatum, about Sign and Slake's combined fleets, about how the Omega and Delta boys were on a Star Destroyer en route to Bavinire along with a handful of Jedi prisoners from Belsavis. He talked about his conversations with Scorch, the impromptu lab he'd thrown Youthen into, Alta's mad plan to play savior to a planet full of trapped civilians, and Sign's matter plan to break through the interdiction field. Skirata listened to it all, and when Vau was done he said, "That's crazy. That's absolutely nuts." "You're damn right it is." The one good thing is so nuts Grant'll never expect it. There's got to be another way to get our boys off that destroyer. We can't go charging in, no matter what Youthen cooks up. It's a Shabla destroyer, and we're half strength. Well, about that? Vau allowed a rare smile. It made him look even more vicious. Jang's been making some calls. He says we've got backup. Less than an hour out. Backup? From where? Mandalore? Dickett. Where do you think? Mandalore. Skirata's mind reeled. You mean Leve and Sol A. And Browler's kids and a couple more. Our boys aren't the only clones who want to live real lives. And they're coming here. Are you sure they're not followed? There's still Death Watch and the Imps and. I hear they cut a deal with Shissa to get off planet without the Imps knowing. Don't ask. I don't know. Maybe they'll explain it when they get here. Stupid hope was bubbling up, and Skirata tried to shove it into a hole where it belonged. He'd had enough of hope. Even another boat full of Mandos can't take out an entire Imp fleet. I know, and if it gets too hairy, we cut and run once we get our boys. Altus and Sign can fend for themselves. A day ago, he would have felt guilty about abandoning Altus, probably the only Jedi he'd ever met whom he'd actually liked, who actually seemed to give a damn about people instead of rules and dogma and Sith bogeyman. Now it was different. Vau was right, but he was also wrong. Skirata had gone soft and laid himself open to the pain of losing his sons, but the same pain renewed his determination. Okay, Skirata said. Fine, let's get our boys back. Vau nodded and got to his feet. He held a hand down, but Skirata shook it off. He braced himself against the cupboard and pushed himself up. After steadying wobbly legs, he followed Vau to the door. When it slid open, Skirata stepped into a crowded hallway, and every eye was on him. Ordo, Muriel, and Jan stood along one wall. Lysima stood with Bessany's arm round her shoulders and Phi's hand placed gently on her arm. Kor had one arm resting in sling but a soft smile on his face. Nai and Ruisan were conspicuous in their absence. They'd finally seen him at his worst, and he might have scared them off forever, just when it felt like he'd put together a real family instead of a shelter for wayward clones. Right in front was Jusik, Bardica, with deep pain in his eyes and an apology on his lips. It's okay, Skirata cut him off. It's okay, son. He fell into Jusik's arms. His face pressed against the younger man's shoulder, and it stung his fresh wounds. They all gathered around him, touched his shoulders, his hair, his neck. He even felt Lord Myrtilon snake his long body through the crowd and brush his legs. When he disengaged from Jusik, he found himself facing Ordo. He put his hands on his first son's shoulders and said, "We've got one more mission to do." "I know, Booer. It's going to be hard. We could lose more." "It's okay, Booer." Ordo reached up and gently laid a hand on his father's face, careful not to touch the darkening bruises. "We're getting everybody home." Everybody still left, Skirata thought as tears stung his bruised cheeks. Everybody left. Chapter 22. To be honest, I was surprised when I heard that Boss, Scourge, and Fixer had decided, not just to desert, but to help us capture Valediction. That wasn't just dereliction of duty, even treason was a soft word for it. They'd never gone full Mando like your father and his squadron, but apparently even Wallon Vau had been enough to instill in them the desire to be free of outside power, call it Republic or Empire. When surprise faded, I felt ashamed of it. I realized that I had fallen into the common trap of thinking of them as clones first instead of men. They stood in a tight circle in the storage room, helmets off, voices lowered. Jock had his arms over his chest and was leaning forward, eyes darting from one identical face to another. "I always knew you guys were nuts," he said, "but this is a whole new level." "We're only going to get one chance at this," Boss said. Once Scorch relayed Vau's proposal, he'd agreed with shocking swiftness. Even Fixer had seemed hesitant at first, but not Boss. Apparently his good soldier act went less deep than Scorch had thought, even after all they'd been through. They'd agreed, collectively, to bring Jock into it. He was no Sev, but he'd been a good squad mate for almost a year now, and they weren't going to leave another brother behind. They'd all been dragging guilt about leaving Sev on Kashyyyk. If they had some chance at redemption, this was it, and they all knew it. Right now, Jock was struggling to wrap his head around it. Scorch knew the feeling, and he'd already talked it over twice with VAU. "Let me get this straight," Jock said. "You want to help a bunch of crazy Mandos jack this Star Destroyer?" "I double-checked the specs," Fixer said. "A Vic's not that different from a Venator. They're bringing a ship that's hard to spot, so we just need to kill one corner of the sensor grid on the aft dorsal part of the ship by the emergency airlock." "And you're there to let them in?" "Okay. If you just wanted to run, I could get that," Jock said, and Scorch thought they were halfway there. "This isn't just desertion. This is full-blown mutiny. I'm not signing up for that." "Grant's blowing thousands of civvies up on Bavinire right now," Fixer said. "I didn't sign up for that either." "It's a hostile planet." "No, it's not," Boss said. "It formally surrendered over a month ago. Grant's just bombarding them to draw sign out. If the September were doing it, we'd all be hopping mad." "Damn it," Jock shook his head. "I just want this war to be over." "It can be. You help us and you don't have to fight for the Imps or anybody else ever again. You just told me your Mando convert buddies are all fugitives. Doesn't sound like much of a life." "At least you get to live it," Scorch said. "A full life." Scorch saw the hope in Jock's eyes, and then the doubt. "If this fails, we're done. They won't even shove us in the brig like Niner or Dar. It's just over. It's over no matter what. The Republic never gave one asik about us, and the Empire's even worse." Scorch was surprised at how unafraid he felt. "I don't want to die fighting for people who don't care about us." "Do you really believe Skirata can slow our aging?" "Our old Sarge said so. I believe him." "You deserve a real life, Jessica," said Fixer. "We all do?" Jock ran a hand through the black stubble of his hair. "I'm not one of your wannabe Mandos." "It doesn't matter," Scorch said. "We already lost Sev. We don't want to lose you too." Jock swallowed. Something wet glistened in his eyes. He blinked them dry and said, "I feel a hell of a lot better about this whole mutiny stuff except for one thing." "What's that?" "I know the captain of this ship, remember? Pellaeon. I met him, fought under him. He's a good man. He treated Torrent Company like real people. He was one of the only mongrels who did that for us. I don't want to stab him in the back." "We don't have to kill Pellaeon," Boss offered. "We can make it a priority to take him alive." "And then what?" "Stuff him in an escape pod. The Imps will execute him anyway if he's lucky. If he survives, his career's dead. He doesn't deserve that." "We could offer him an out, if he wants to desert too," Boss offered. "He wouldn't do that. He's too officer and gentleman." The group fell into frustrated silence. Scorch wanted to tell Jock that Pellaeon was just one man, and that a whole ship full of clones were about to get the option of a new lease on life. That might assuage his conscience, or it might not. When faced with VAU's offer, moral nuances hadn't figured into Scorch and his vote's considerations. They'd been raised too Mando to care about ethics either way. VAU and Skirata had always acted on the same basic principle: know what you want and take it. They knew what they wanted: freedom for their Vod in prison, and long lives for the clones they cared about. All that was left for them was to take it. "We'll make it a priority to take Pellaeon alive," Boss said. "At least we'll give him a choice." "It won't be a choice," said Jock. "Not for him." There wasn't any point in trying to rationalize it. Scorch said, "We'll do our best to help your guy, but you have to choose your priorities, Jock. Do you want to live a full life, a real life?" "You know I do." "Then that's it. It's done. Choice made. I don't like screwing people over. That's how the galaxy works now." Fixer and Boss shot him angry looks, but he pressed. "You use somebody or they you use. Shab, you're a clone. You've known that since the start. It's all these other dickute who didn't figure it out until Order 66. You were made to be used by Palps and the Jedi. All of us were. So you can forgive me for saying I'd ready to use somebody else for a change." "It's still not right." Shab right. It's the way it is. I hate the way it is. I do too, but you can't change it. You just have to choose what you want and take it. Scorch knew Boss and Fixer were glaring daggers at him, but he didn't take his eyes off Jock. Slowly, he saw the other man's scowl wilt into a look of weary acceptance. Jock said, "Okay, I'm in, but are 4 of us really going to be enough?" "We've got a whole boat full of Mandos on the way," Fixer reminded him. "Yeah, so what? You need more than that. You need somebody to blind the sensors till they can land." "Sabotage 101, Fixer said. "Didn't get that lesson on Kamino. What about the comm systems? How do we keep Pellaeon from calling for help once he realizes he's been boarded?" "I can knock those out too. Once comm goes out, Pellaeon will know something's up. You'll lose the element of surprise. We don't have to kill outside communications entirely. We can run the comm systems through a feedback loop so they get the same white noise and think it's running, like normal. I've seen it done." "Seen it? Can you do it? While you disable the exterior sensors too?" Jock raised a brow. Fixer opened his mouth, shut it again. Even with 4 people it would be tight. There was no denying. Jock thought for a moment, then said, "Soru's probably the best comm tech in the 501st. It's not safe to bring the Sixers into this," Boss said. "They're good men, but Cole would never go for it. I don't think Brant would either." "But Soru might," Scorch said. Out of all the Sixers, he's shown the most dissatisfaction with the new Empire and the clones lot in general. "Just 'cause you chug L together doesn't mean he's going to mutiny with you," Boss said. "It's worth a shot," Fixer said. "If we're really serious about this." "We're dead serious." Scorch looked at his Sarge. "Boss, let me try. Please?" Boss nodded reluctantly. "Okay. We'll get him alone." "We?" "That's right. Both of us. Let's all head back to the locker room. Jock, Fixer, mix in with the others. Act casual as you can. We'll separate Soru and have a talk." "Sounds good," Jock said. "Let's get it over with." They all stared for the door, but Scorch grabbed Boss and Jock by the shoulder. Fixer stopped too, and he took a moment to look each of them in the eye. "Voting," he said firmly. Fixer knew it. Boss knew it. Jock was not Mando, but even he knew it. "Brothers all," he said. "Damn right," Scorch nodded. "Let's go." Gilad Pellaeon was about to walk into a room with a powerful, unpredictable, and incredibly deadly Force user already responsible for slaughter, but all he could think about was Helena Devis. Their meeting in the brig, the anger, the indignation, the suppressed desire was all something he should have seen coming. There had always been differences between them that had been part of the attraction, but in the new galactic order any idiot could have seen that those differences were enough to tear their lives apart. After 4 years he'd sometimes been able to convince himself that he'd moved on from Helena. Now there was no question that his wounds were still bleeding. Worse, they were hours away a combat situation, and he couldn't concentrate on the task at hand. He would have to try and force Bernadette to take command again. It was the only way. A hand touched his shoulder. He jumped, but the hand remained. He saw Bernadette at his side, staring with concern, and looked away in shame. He placed a free hand on his friend's and forcibly removed it. "Are you going to stand in front of the door to sick bay forever, Captain?" Bernadette asked. "You might get in someone's way." Pellaeon exhaled. "No. Let's get this over with." He punched the access panel, and the door slid open. Valediction's medical bay was, for the moment, empty except for one bed. Amisa Darius, looking almost helpless in her loose white hospital gown, sat upright with her hands folded in her lap. The doctor, a white-haired human woman, stood by her side with the datapad in her hand. Pellaeon addressed the older woman first. "Dr. Rhodes, you said your patient wanted to see me." "She requested you, sir." Darius didn't speak. Pellaeon kept his attention on the doctor. "What is your evaluation of her condition?" "I've stitched the wound in her side and sutured the damaged internal organs. Frankly, Captain, this woman needs a week in the back to tank." "The doctor's ministrations will be quite fine," Derry said. It took effort for Pellaeon to look into the black pits of her eyes. Miss Derrys, for your own well-being, you should stay confined to sick bay until the doctor is satisfied. Captain, we do not have time. When we arrive at Bavinire, the Jedi will be waiting. Is the Force telling you that? Pellaeon asked without sarcasm. He never understood how Jedi powers worked. It's simple, Captain. We know Sign and Slake are in league with the Jedi. At Belsavis, yes. However, we have no concrete evidence placing them at Bavinire. No ships have arrived in that system since Admiral Grant began his siege. The only way to be certain, Captain, is to interrogate Master Plet. Pellaeon had specialized interrogators aboard his ship. He also had multiple squadrons of 500 First Commandos trained to handle Force users. Compared to Derry's, though, they'd all be children in an ancient Jedi Master's hands. A Jedi Master at full power anyway. Miss Derrys, Plet is currently being kept in our brig under heavy sedation. Move him to a suitable chamber and wake him. Dr. Rose looked alarmed. Captain, we pumped a frankly staggering amount of sedative gas into that chamber just to keep him unconscious. Can you wake him quickly with the proper drugs? Derrys asked. Rose swallowed. It's possible. I'd have to review Holden biochemistry. Please do. Derrys looked back at Pellaeon. Captain, have Plet moved at once. I will be ready in 10 minutes. Miss Derrys, Master Plet is, as I understand it, a very old, very powerful Jedi Master. There's no telling what kind of damage he could do if he really wants to. I will restrain him. He is being restrained now. He needs to be woken up and interrogated. Pellaeon wanted to shout at her, but all he allowed was a fast sigh. He knew Vernadette was seething behind him, but the lieutenant held his tongue as well. That was the thing about Force users. Sometimes they asked you to trust them, and they used their magic powers to mind meld with your malfunctioning missile systems and coax them to fire. Other times they asked you to let a being of undetermined power loose, risking thousands of lives in the process. It was no way to run a navy. It was no way to run anything, but it was the way the Republic had operated, and despite Palpatine's zealous anti-Jedi purge, it seemed to be the way the Empire was run too. Dr. Rhodes, he said, please prepare a drug suitable to wake a very sedated Holden. Lieutenant Vernadette, with me. He didn't give the doctor a chance to object, and Hugh knew she would. They walked out of the infirmary fast. The door barely slid shut behind them before Vernadette started cursing. They could tear the whole Criffing ship apart. Gil, you can't allow this. I was told to accommodate Miss Derrys on all matters concerning Jedi, Lieutenant. Of course, Captain. But this is too dangerous. We need all the intel Plet has. She's right about that, Pellaeon said as they stepped into the lift tube and punched the button for the auxiliary command deck. Vernadette settled into a wordless scowl as the lift hummed into motion. Silence was the last thing Pellaeon needed. His whole ship was about to be torn apart by warring Force users, but his mind kept falling back on Helena when it wasn't being actively grabbed by something else. When the door opened, they stepped out into the hallway, Vernadette leading his captain. The lieutenant said, Sir, should I oversee the removal of the prisoner from the brig? It's all right, I'll take care of it. Vernadette stopped and spun around. A different kind of anger was on his face. Captain, I request the responsibility. Let me handle this. He forced a smile. Afraid I'll muck up a simple prisoner transfer? We both know there's more prisoners on that cell block. You're quite right. A brutalized child and a fratricidal clone. And her? Gil, we are less than 3 hours out from Bavinire. We don't have time for this. My personal business is my own minor. It's not personal. That's the whole point. You just asked me to take command because you thought she was going to ruin your judgment. Not think, I'm afraid. Then why go see her? Minor, just think about Eileen. Imagine if she disappeared, and you had no idea where she was, and you'd have given her up for dead when suddenly she pops back into your life. You're not sure if she's changed or you've changed, but your relationship is suddenly so very different from what it was. Forget rank and responsibility and everything else. Just ask yourself, what would you do? She isn't your wife. I asked her to be. Bernadette's mouth popped open, snapped shut, and opened again. She refused. Right before she disappeared. Then forget about it. I'm sorry, Gil, but it's done. You have to realize that. Never see her again. If it were Eileen in there, would you? Bernadette shook his head. She's not Eileen. The woman there is a traitor to the Empire and an ally of the Jedi. But the worst thing, Gil, the worst thing by far, is that she's taken one of the best officers in the whole damn Navy and turned him inside out just by being here. He was right. Every single word he said was true. Pellaeon stood there, hands clenched at his side, and knew there was no logical argument to give. So instead he pulled rank. Lieutenant, report to the bridge immediately. I will handle the prisoner transfer. You are in effective command until I return. Is that understood? Bernadette stared. His expression was an awful cocktail of anger, sadness, and pity that Pellaeon could hardly bear. But he was a good officer, so he snapped his hand up in a salute, said, "Yes, Captain," and walked away. Pellaeon watched him go. He waited until his back was halfway down the hall, then turned and marched to the lift. He didn't know what he was marching toward. He just knew he had to go. It hadn't taken long to separate Sorrow out from his squad mates. Boss and Scorch quickly pinned him in the same storage room they'd just left. Whereas Jock had laid out his moral dilemmas for all to see, Sorrow just seemed confused. "Okay, one more time," he said. "You actually think you can commandeer the ship? A Star Destroyer?" "We have a good plan," Scorch insisted. He didn't know if it really was good, but he had to believe in it. "Okay, assuming your tailored virus thingy works, and you secure Pellaeon, and your Mando pals actually know how to work this thing, what then? As I understand it, Bavinir's got a huge interdiction net over it. We can't just hop to hyperspace when we want to. We're just one piece of a bigger strategy," Boss said. "We have to trust the rest of it's covered." Trust. Sorrow shook his head. "Seriously, though, you want to jack a Star Destroyer?" "You know us Mandos," Scorch said. "We never do things halfway." "Guess we didn't know you like we thought." Sorrow at him. "You know Kal's never going to go for this. He hates deserters. Thinks they're cowards." "Then we keep him in the dark," Boss said. "Sure. Then he can get whatever crazy virus you plan to sick on the ship." "It's not fatal?" Scorch reminded him. "What about Brandon Olin?" "Olin, I don't know. He might. He likes to talk about what he'd do when he retired. Used to, anyway." "And Brant?" Boss pressed. Scorch was still surprised his own squad leader had agreed to mutiny. He didn't expect a second too. "Brant talks a lot about the troops. You know, all of us clones, sticking together like brothers. A little like Niner." That could have meant anything. He could mutiny in order to get longer lives for all the clones on valediction, or he could be repelled at the thought of fighting his own brothers for the sake of some Mando thugs. There was no way to know, so it was better to be safe. "Forget Brant," Scorch said. "Olin too. No point in taking risks." Sorrow looked directly at Scorch. "You took a huge one coming to me like this. I could report you right now. And you throw away 40 years of life." Scorch said. Sorrow liked living too much. He was like Fi that way. Sorrow sighed. He looked uncharacteristically grave. "You said something about sabotaging the comm system, so they can't call Grant for help." "Fixer was talking about a feedback loop," Boss said. "We want to keep Pellaeon from figuring out we sabotaged his ship until it's too late." Sorrow's eyes narrowed in thought. "It's possible. I think. It won't be easy. We'll need Fixer to kill the sensors by the emergency airlock. Can you do it alone?" "I need to see schematics for Vic too." "Shouldn't be hard for one of Vader's fists," Scorch said. "By the way, Boss, you think we should find somebody's white kits to hide in, or should we stay black?" The usual white armor would hide them amongst the rank and file of Valediction's regular clone squad, but it would be a lot harder to pull rank on someone in Elite 500 first armor. "I say stick to black." Soru added a smile. Way more stylish, you know. Oh, we're all about style, Scorch agreed. Shouldn't mutiny without looking good. Naming their crime was a mistake. It killed any easy mood before it could develop. Listen, Boss said, we've got a timetable from VAU. This is going to be very tight and we've only got a couple hours to plan. Should we get Jock and Fixer? Neg that. Don't want to make ourselves look like a clique. It'll draw too much attention. We hack it out now. Then tell Jock and Fixer later. Separately. Soru put his hands to his sides and nodded like a good soldier. Okay, boss. Where do we start? There wasn't much for Pellaeon to do after he arrived in the detention block. 4 black-armored 500 first soldiers appeared, 2 carrying rifles against their chests while 2 more carried a beer between them. Pellaeon stood to one side as one of the white armored guards opened the door. The 501st troops marched in with the beer and came out a minute later, with an insensate Holden lying between them, one arm dangling limp over the edge. The armed men fell into the front and back of the group and marched off to the service lift, which would take them to the interrogation room where Darius waited. Pellaeon was alone with the guards again. He turned to the closest one and asked, "Which cell has the child we took from Bavenire?" "Cell 2F, sir. Make sure she's ready to go the moment we arrive in the Bavenire system. Commodore Zarin plans to fly to Admiral Grant's flagship in his fastest shuttle. I want that girl on it." "Understood, sir." He could get the girl far away from the woman who'd murdered her brother, at least for a little while. It was a tiny thing, and probably wouldn't matter in the end. Whatever the Inquisitorius had planned for her wouldn't be pleasant. Still, he felt better about himself for doing it. Then he walked over to the door to Helena's cell. He stood in front of it and tried to remember all the many good reasons not to step through again, but somehow none of them came. He input his captain's command override and stepped through. Helena was sitting on the bed where he'd left her. This time her legs were bent and she rested her hands on her knees. She looked up at Pellaeon and didn't move. "We have nothing to talk about," she croaked. All righteous her anger seemed to have deserted her. She was right, just like Vernadette, but he found himself sitting at the edge of her bed. She didn't pull her legs back further, only stared at him. "I want you to understand," he said. "I have a duty. I have thousands of lives on this ship, and they're my responsibility. If I abandon my duty, like you did, those men could be hurt, even killed." When she spoke again, her voice was softer. "So you're still you after all? And you're still you?" He tried to smile. She didn't. "If it's any consolation," he said, "you are not our interrogator's primary concern. Master Plett is. She's with him now." "Is this interrogator the witch who captured me?" "The same?" "Gil, she killed a child. Is that the person you're taking orders from?" He stared at his hands. They curled into fists against his thighs. "I can't protect you from Darius. I'll find a way. Maybe when we get to Bavenire, I don't know, fake an escape somehow. Let you steal shuttle. There has to be a way. I can figure it out. I'm captain of this ship." He trailed off and kept staring at his hands. Helena said, "Saving me won't salve your conscience. It would be a start. There are other ways. I can't abandon my position, I can't. I just told you why. And Darius, that woman, she is not all the Empire is. They still have you? That just means Palpatine's tricked one decent man into following him. More than one. My first officer here is Minor Vernadette, my friend. Did I tell you about him?" He glanced over to see her nodding. "It was a fluke, but we ended up on the same ship again. Minor is a better man than me. He's furious right now, knowing I'm down here with you. He thinks I'm betraying my duty. Doesn't sound too good to me. He's a decent man, with a family. He knows his duty and he does it. He knows someone has to keep this crew safe while he looked back at his hands. "While you what? Gil, what are you down here for?" She sounded so tired. "I don't know," he admitted. "It's been a long 4 years without you. I know that much. The Gil I knew could get over a lot of women in 4 years. There were none. Well, it was a busy war. It wasn't the same after you? I'm touched. She sounded honest. I kept telling myself I'd find you once the fighting was done. You were my light at the end of the tunnel. He felt her fingers, very lightly, touch the side of his face and trail down his neck. There's no light, Gil, not for anyone. Not with Palpatine in power. It doesn't matter how many like you or minor there are so long as the man on top's as evil as him. The galaxy needs order. Someone has to end the fighting. There won't be peace with Palpatine in charge. She leaned close. He felt her breath on the side of his face. His hand snapped up and pulled hers away. He turned his head to see her face in front of his. I'm not abandoning my men, he said, not for you. She leaned forward and kissed him. Her mouth was dry and warm. Suddenly her arms had snaked around his shoulders and he was tipping back. His head bumped the cell wall as he fell onto the bed's hard mattress. Helena was over him, pinning him, the white rings of her eyes staring into his. For a moment he thought she was going to reach for the service pistol at his belt, but instead her hands reached for his uniform and unsnapped his collar. Helena, please. Fingertips felt like water drops tickling over his chest, across his face. She kissed him again. When she pulled back she whispered, Enough, Gil. Enough. Enough, he echoed, right before she kissed him again, and 4 years melted into nothing at all. Chapter 23. The bond between Mandalorians is something Eruditus will never understand. When you fought with someone, trusted them with your life like they trust you, it builds a special bond, and for a Mando, life is nothing but fighting and trusting the beings you fight with. That bond is who and what we are, the Mandaean manifested through action. It's the kind of trust that can pull people together from far corners of the galaxy. In your time of need, they'll answer your clarion call and come running to you. That's what happened at Bavinire. Without that bond, none of us would be alive today. The Dreadnought Iconoclast had been A'Sharad Hett's home for 8 months. That probably wasn't a long time for most beings, but for a Jedi trained to be ascetic and itinerant, 8 months in one place felt like a very long time. The fact that he'd spent so many nights in Sign's bed made the attachment all the stronger. 5 hours wasn't enough time to abandon your home. The crews were rushing to strip her down while at the same time evacuating the ship. All non-essential personnel had already been relocated to Slake's ships, as well as most of the Starfighter wing, including the surviving members of Twin Sun Squadron. Most of the ship's systems would continue to function via the slave circuit programming built into it almost 50 years ago as part of the Katana Fleet project. As he and Sign stood on a hangar deck that now seemed suddenly empty, even with plenty of crewmen still scurrying about, it struck him that now her and Slake's crews had been inseparably joined. If any of them survived the coming battle, they would be fighting as a coherent team from this point forward. As they watched a pair of assault shuttles take off and vector toward Slake's carrier, the charmingly named Fat Bastard, Sign said, A'Sharad, I want you to accompany the assault team onto the Star Destroyer. He looked down at her. I was planning to stay with you. You have special skills that may prove very useful to them. Besides, I need you to keep everyone in line. We're sending a bunch of Mandalorians and a squadron of Slake's commandos. I want someone I know and trust to protect that mission. I have other things to protect. She nodded slightly. He could feel the storm inside her, fear, anxiety, the brutal knowledge that every 30 minutes more Baviniri died, but none of it showed on her face. If that mission fails, the rest of us are doomed anyway. I need you on it, A'Sharad. He looked away from her and scanned the hangar. He felt suddenly lonely on a flight deck that had become empty and vast. Iconoclast already felt like a hollow shell. He realized that, in a strange way, he'd actually been content over the past 8 months. His old life had been destroyed, yes, but he found a new one completely contained in Jerevith Sign. That life had been full of danger and death, but he'd been able to handle it all because he had a warm, dark place waiting for him at the end of every day. None of it was coming back. Even if they survived the day, it wasn't coming back. He reached down and, softly, placed a hand on Sign's waist. He could feel the child, tiny and outwardly invisible, growing within her. This was what they'd warned him about, the all-consuming attachment that eclipsed all other concerns. For years he'd followed the Jedi brand of passionless duty, so strictly that he'd even put aside the need to avenge his father's death, but he'd left that all behind irrevocably to make a new life that followed no one's rules except his own. Just like his father. If you want to protect our child, Sai said softly, go on that mission, A'Sharad. I will, he said, though every minute away from them would be painful. And don't turn your backs on the Mandalorians either. Don't trust them? I'm not a fool. I know. She reached up and gently traced her pale fingertips along the dark Tusken tattoos on his face. She'd never shown outward affection in public like this before. Do your duty, A'Sharad, and I'll do mine. He nodded, and her fingers brushed over his cheek. Duty was such a different thing now, but he couldn't imagine living another way. The new arrivals came on a ship called Conquered Night, a Mando motor's beauty twice the size of Ahen and coated in black stealth plating. It settled down in the only big open space left on Chuanthar's flight deck. Kal was with us as we greeted them. The bruises were starting to darken on his face, but he didn't show any discomfort. Rav Browler came down the ramp first, red helmet tucked underarm. As she shook hands with Kal and VAU, her daughter Parja quickly threw herself again Phi, knocking him 2 steps back and clanking their Beskar chest plates. After her Wei Tehe came down, joining the other 3 Kaival DAR for a reunion of sorts, though I could tell Gillimer's absence weighed all of them down. After that came the former clone troopers. I could recognize Spar by the scars on his face and the sour attitude he invariably projected. So I knew from his armor. The 4 soldiers from Yak's squadron were clustered together as a herd, though I didn't know Cov, Dev, Giant, and Yovril well enough to tell them apart by sight. At the end of the line was Leve, the former Arc Commando who served with Attain on Kiilara, wearing an expression of mild confusion. Spar walked right up to the Kaival DAR circle and brashly broke it up. He clapped VAU and Tehe on the shoulder plates and asked Kal, okay, Nervad, where can we get this special soup that's gonna give us normal aging? It's not a soup, Kal said. It's a bone marrow injection and it's a lengthy process. We don't have time for it right now. Oh really? Spar crossed his arms over his chest. I thought you wanted to make this stuff free to all deserving clones. Are you turning it into payment now, Kal? Oh, stuff it, you dickhead, VAU said. We've got a very small time window. We go in less than 4 hours and our doc's busy cooking up a surprise for the imps. What surprise? Asked Sol as he settled alongside Spar. We'll explain later, Kal said, gruff and businesslike, and nobody tried to challenge him. If anything, the darkening spots under his eyes made him look even fiercer than usual. Ravika, are you sure you weren't followed? We can't take any more surprises right now. Very sure, Browler nodded. We cut a deal with Shissa before we left. He helped us slip out from beneath the imp garrison's nose. Having a stealth ship comes in handy for that, Parja added as she and a grinning Phi sauntered over to the group. All the pain and grief seemed to have vanished from my brother now that he had his woman back, but I knew it was only submerged, for him and for us all. Kal didn't look relieved. What kind of deal with Shissa? I cut the deal, Spar said. He spread his hands, put on an Ossic eating grin, and said, You're looking at the new Mandalore. What? VAU and Kal gaped at once. Shiss has been wanting one of us to play act as Jango's real son for a while, Phi said. He even asked me to do it. The first time he came after me I told him to shove it, Spar shrugged. But the way he talked about it this time, he just wants me to be the public face while he still handles negotiations with the imps and with clients, and frankly that's fine by me. Never had the head for politics anyway. You never had a head for anything, Nervad, Sol said. Besides, Tehe added, we needed Shissa's help. Kal sighed, guess we'll have to take what we can get. I just hope you know what you're doing, Nervad. Spar's grin wilted a little. Yeah, me too. Right now I'd like to know what this mission's going to entail, Tehe looked at Kalbor and VAU. Typical Mando stuff, VAU said easily. Board a ship, secure key personnel, then take command. We've even got inside help. Hijacking? Doesn't sound too bad, Saul said. VAU laughed. Everyone else looked confused. We're hijacking a Star Destroyer, I said plainly, and everyone's eyes went wide. Stunned silence fell over the group. It was Parja of all people who said, "You've got to be Shabla kidding me." Kalbor shook his head. No time for jokes. Thankfully, we've got help on a couple fronts, otherwise I wouldn't even consider something this Marasikla. First off. VAU pointed to the hangar mouth. Nice timing. I saw another shuttle coming into the landing bay. At this point there wasn't much deck space left, so we all crowded beneath Conquered Knight's hull while the craft landed. It disgorged some 24 commandos. They wore a motley variety of armor, nothing near as intimidating as Baskargam, but they moved with military precision. Their apparent captain made a straight line for Kalbor and VAU, but my attention was immediately drawn to the man lingering on the landing ramp. VAU had already warned me that Sign had a Jedi on her crew, and I felt his presence the moment the shuttle had entered the hangar. He was tall and broad-shouldered, a few years shy of middle age. The tanned skin of his face was marked by jagged black tattoos that gave him a predatory look. He wore a simple brown tunic that was itself Jedi-like, but what really made him stand out was the pair of lightsabers dangling from his belt. Our eyes met from across the deck. Slowly, cautiously, while the commandos and Mandalorians started to mingle, we approached each other. When we came close enough, he extended a hand. I shook an eye, he said, A'Sharad Hett. The name was vaguely familiar. A master and a general. For some reason, I associated it with the face masked by wound bandages. Barden Jusik, I said. His eyes tightened a little, probably with the same dim recognition I'd had, though the Baskargam I was wearing was probably enough explanation as to what I'd become. His hand stayed in mine as those eyes drifted over my shoulder toward my brothers mingling with the new arrivals. None of them had their helmets on, and it was easy to tell most of them were clones. I felt something shudder through his palm and through the force before he jerked his hand away. The sensation that faded fast from my senses was like what Scout had felt when she first arrived in a settlement full of clones, but different. Whereas Scout's reaction had been one of pure fear, Hett's had mixed fear with other things, anger, and shame most of all. They're all deserters from the Grand Army, I told him. They've joined the Mandalorians. Most of them are my brothers. Your brothers. I've been formally adopted into their family. His face went grim, and I wondered if he was going to scold me for attachment. He threw a shield around his emotions, and I couldn't get a good sense of him. You trust them, then? Absolutely. Have you fought many clones since Order 66? None face-to-face. But when the order came down, he paused. His eyes darkened. It was kill or be killed. Not for the first time. I felt grateful not to have to make that choice. I tried to turn the conversation toward something else. Have you been working with Sign since? I fought against her during the war. Afterward, things changed. Things had changed for all of us, and they changed for me before they had for most. He kept a high wall around his emotions, and I knew I'd never be able to get through it. I also knew not to try. You'll be coming with us on the mission, then? Madam Sign believes an extra Jedi would be useful. She was probably right, but I wasn't cheered. VAU and Kalbor had made very clear that all debts were paid, that we owed Altus and Sign nothing, and that if things looked remotely sour they ditched the mission once they secured the Delta and Omega clone. At the same time, they couldn't have turned down the offer of a helping commando squad without looking suspicious. A bunch of commandos they prepared themselves for. A Jedi Master was another problem entirely. I told him honestly, welcome to the mission, Master Hett. I hope we both get what we want. He shook his head slightly. I'm no one's master now. I looked this man in the eyes and prayed that I wouldn't have to fight him. I didn't want to hurt him, and I knew deep down that I couldn't if I tried. Skirata wasn't happy to have a bunch of Imperial Commandos and another Chaplet Jedi to drag around on the mission, but there wasn't anything he could do to object either. He left VAU Brawler and Tehe to brief the newcomers and went off to check on what was left of his family. Chusik was busy with the new Jedi, and Skirata didn't want to get in the middle of that. Clones from all different squads had come together to start loading supplies onto Concord Night, with Jang and Muriel undertaking the process of moving their special communication system out of Cornucopia and into the new ships. Bethany and Lasima did their best to pitch in, though the Twilight woman was still hobbled by a bad leg and worse grief, so she mostly sat to the side with Venku and watched the others work. The clones had snapped into motion once Brailer's people showed up, and being soldiers, motion had helped them put aside their pain. Bethany had adapted to the Mando mindset better than Lasima, and Skirata knew it was going to take her a long time to be fully functional after losing Aden. He didn't want her or Bethany with them during the raid, and still hadn't decided where else they had better be. He had too many things rattling around in his mind to devote much thought to one problem in particular. To round it off, Altus and his people were off prepping Chuantha for an act of suicidal idealism, and Scout had apparently been dragged off to help Euthan in the Botanist lab she commandeered with VAU's help. Kinaha had gone off with the kids from Belsavis, and Skirata didn't want to see or even think about them right then. That left Nai and Ryu unaccounted for. He didn't think they'd be with Euthan, and when he caught Ash Jarvie in the hall, the Jedi woman told him that she hadn't seen either of them. When Skirata went back to the hangar, he popped into Concord Night, all the clones jostling around inside, right down to Spar and Sol, stopped what they were doing and greeted him with a cautious reverence. He didn't need to be treated with child gloves, even if he did look messed up in the face. They'd all lost something and they all hurt. He grabbed Ordo by the arm and pulled him aside. "Adika, have you seen Ryu?" he asked. "Sorry, Boer, I haven't." Jane appeared suddenly beside him. They were both in Cornucopia. Probably still are. It was as good a place as any for them to be. He thanked his boys and went over to the Corellian freighter, which seemed small and homely after the sudden addition of Brailer's pretty black beast. Not that Nai was the jealous type. He climbed up the ramp and into the cargo hold. The cabin was empty, but he heard noise from the cockpit and walked in to see Nai and Ryu both doing systems checks. Conversation passed between them in short remarks, easily understood, and he was glad to find them getting on so well. They were so busy they didn't notice him, so he cleared his throat and said, "Going somewhere." Rue's head jerked up so fast she knocked it against a console. She swore still in basic, not in Mandoa, and said, "What is it, Boer?" "Just checking in on you two." He shifted his gaze to Nai. "It's good you're getting stuff prepped. We don't have much time." "I know," Nai said. "We'll be ready." There was a wariness in her eyes. She might have forgiven his violent outburst in the kitchen, but she certainly hadn't forgotten. For a while she'd been able to kid herself about what kind of man Skirata was, to ignore the volatile parts of him, but she wasn't going to make that mistake again. He wondered whether he'd lost her for good, lost both of them for good. He had to push those thoughts from his mind. He couldn't deal with emotional problems right now. Lasima's going to be in no shape for fighting. I don't want Bethany getting mixed up in this either, and, well, you know Katika's going to need looking after. Since Altus is gonna be taking this ship into action, I want you to put them all on Cornucopia and fly her clear of all this Asik. Tell me your location once you pick one. We'll find you if we make it through. Nai and Ryu responded with a long, awkward silence, and Skirata thought, I really have lost them. Listen, he snapped, we can't take them along in Brawler's ship. I'd say, take Arhen, she's tougher, but I know not to take you from your boat. Kal, Nai said, we're going to Bavinire. Skirata froze. He knew what she thought she was doing, saving lives from the evil empire. He saw the determination on her face, knew he wouldn't sway her, and knew he had to try anyway. Listen, this Decutla plan barely has a chance to succeed. There's no way Sign's going to break that blockade. You need to get clear of all this. You need to get Katika clear. Boer, I've already talked to Margolis. You know, the pretty blonde. She says they're putting all the Jedi children on the other freighter, and taking it someplace safe. She's agreed to look after Venku, and anybody else who wants to sit out the fight. The idea of leaving Darman's son in the hands of Jedi repulsed him, and for totally different reasons than they would have a month ago. You can't do that. Somebody needs to watch over him, someone family. Lasima will go with them. Bessany's talking about flying on him with the rescue operation. Skirata didn't know whether to laugh or shout or smack sense into both of them. Bessany's no pilot. She doesn't want to run and hide, Kal, not when she can help, Nye said. Help who? He was close to shouting and couldn't stop himself. It's just one ship, one little ship. That can still save someone. They're going to need all the ships they can get. No. Skirata's head wagged back and forth. You can't do this. You're getting yourself killed for nothing. Boor's nice ship, you said. She can do with it what she wants. Skirata saw the stubbornness on her face, and his heart tumbled further. He was losing them, losing both of them. Even if they survived their idiot mission, they'd never want to be part of his family again. You, I said. Can I talk to your father alone? Please. Rusin nodded wordlessly and slipped out of the cockpit. Skirata stared at the co-pilot seat for a long moment before letting his body fall limp onto its cracked cushions. He stared out the viewport at the busy flight deck and couldn't bring himself to look at Nye. Listen, Shorty, she said softly, I know you've lost too many people today. I can't say I'm sorry or that I understand, but I know it won't be enough. Now you've got something you need to do, and so do I. You're going, he croaked. Just say it. We're going to try and get people off Bavanire, you're right. There's people getting slaughtered there, right now, women and children, just because some imp admiral wants more pips on his collar. It's not right. You know it isn't. That's why we have to do something. Shab all the crying kids. They're not worth any more of my boys. There was a pause before she said, I should have guessed you see it that way. I can't lose more. I can't. I've already lost another Niner or Dar. I don't even know. Katakas Boer could be dead already. He needs some family left. I know. But the galaxy's full of families. Let him burn. She didn't say anything. She was probably staring in horror at this ugly little man, stunned that anyone could be so cruel, horrified that she'd been stupid enough to feel any kind of affection for a man as brutal and selfish as Kal Skirata. Do what you want to, he muttered. Just try not to get killed. Promise me the same, Shorty. He didn't look at her. He didn't want to see the disgust on her face. He pushed himself out of the chair and spun for the exit. He walked out into the hold and his daughter was there, standing at the edge of the landing ramp like she was trying to block his path, though when he got close she sidestepped away. Boer, she said quietly, but nothing more. He stopped, one foot on the ramp slope, and looked at her. She stumbled into his life the same time as Nye. He hadn't asked for their intrusions, hadn't even wanted them. Keeping his clone son safe was impossible enough a task. Now they were leaving again, leaving because they'd realized what he really was, and it was almost losing Aden and the Knolls all over again. He couldn't look at Rusin. He told her, take care of Nye, and walked down the ramp. He went straight across the flight deck toward Conquered Night with long, fast strides. The only way to keep ahead of grief was to keep moving. As he stepped into the big ship's shadow wall on VAU's black form sidled along his back. Hey, Kal, you okay? He called. Let's get our sons back, Skirata sniffed. Then let's hurt some imps. Sounds like a full day to me, VAU agreed, and together they walked into the ship. Avla Kale Youthen looked profoundly unnatural as she stood in the middle of her makeshift laboratory, surrounded by exotic, many-colored alien plants grown by Jedi gardeners, affixing a black plasteel breastplate over her white medical jacket. She'd wrapped a utility belt around her waist, too, and the butt of a small holdout blaster protruded from his holster. Scout, dressed in the same white vest but no armor, sat on her stool and watched. The past few hours had, just a little, felt like their time at Karamord, when she'd helped the doctor and Midge Gillimer cook up a treatment for the clones and an antigen to the deadly F-36 virus that Uthan herself had concocted to kill clone soldiers. The setting was different. They worked in a botanist lab, not a wooden shed, and so was much of the equipment, but it was close enough to bring back bittersweet memories from just a week before. But a week could be a long time, and Scout knew there was no going back. This was just an echo, soon to end. She probably wouldn't see Uthan again. The woman fixed the straps on her breastplate, glanced in the mirror, adjusted her short black hair, then finally turned to look at Scout. "Thank you," she said, "for all you've done. Are you sure this is going to work?" "Of course not. We don't have time to test it and couldn't if we did. But it should work, in theory. In theory, the Rhinoceria virus we modified should target anyone who hasn't already been infected with the F-36 antigen, and everyone on this ship has. I've also fixed up a simple injection for anyone on the destroyer who needs fast immunity. It was all simple, so it should work. But it won't kill them. Rhinoceria isn't fatal, but it does give humans a massive headache, usually mixed with vomiting and diarrhea." Scout made a face. That's a fun thing to give your enemies. Better a smelly mess than having to fight a ship full of healthy soldiers. The thing I don't know, the thing this really hinges on, is whether or not it will act fast enough. Normally Rhinoceria has to incubate for at least 6 hours, usually closer to a day before people get hit by symptoms. I've tried to speed that up, but I can't know for sure if I can't test it. At least it'll be easy to spread. Just hook it into the ship's atmospheric system and let it go. It's better than trying to spread it on a planet. Yes, but that ship is a full kilometer long. It'll still take time, and we don't have that. I wish we could have produced more copies of the virus. We're lucky us do help us speed up the cultures. Yes, force-induced cell reproduction. What will you people think of next?" Scout eyed her black armor. "Do you really have to deliver it personally?" "It's my creation. I'm the only one who knows how it works and can make adjustments if we have to." "You're brave." Scout was honestly impressed. Uthan shrugged like it was nothing. "We only have one chance to do it right. Besides, I've got a couple dozen commandos to protect me." "I'd feel better if Midge were here," Scout said softly. As soon as it came out, she knew it had been the wrong things to say. Uthan was still hobbled by grief, just like everybody else, and like Skirata's boys in particular, she found escape through hard work. In the short hours they spent in Chuunther's botany lab, Uthan had seemed to be visibly enjoying the process of modifying the Rhinoceria virus, even as she cursed the Jedi's strange equipment. One name, stupidly uttered, had been enough to bring her down. "At this way, I get a little revenge on the Empire," Scout offered weakly. "Your kind doesn't believe in revenge." "No, but you do." It was a statement of understanding, and a mark of how separate they really were. "This isn't the revenge I had in mind," Uthan admitted. "But it'll do. Besides, wiping out everybody on Coruscant isn't my style. Even I have a conscience." "I'm glad to hear that." Scout said it earnestly, but Uthan started laughing. It was dry laughter, and it ended quickly. "You should be worrying about yourself, you know. Altus is diving headlong into the fire. So are you. Like I said, I have protection. You're going to be on a big clunky ship trying to break through a blockade." There wasn't much Scout could argue with. She swallowed and said, "I'm not going to run away." "I didn't think you would. You're too Jedi for that." "I'll take that as a compliment." "You can take it as you like," Uthan shrugged. She turned back in the mirror and adjusted the straps on her vest. Scout asked, "What do you think Midge would say if he were here now?" "He'd probably be out there doing headbutts with his Mando buddies." "I'm serious," Scout frowned. Uthan closed her eyes on her own reflection. "If Midge were here, he might tell me what mistakes I made. Then I'd be a lot more confident going I'd jump into a big pile of Ossic." It was the kind of practical answer Scout should have expected. Uthan was never going to spill her deepest grief, not for Scout, not for anyone else. Scout was probably a lot less practical, but she was willing to live with that. She hopped off the stool and stood in front of Yuthan with her hand held out. When the woman opened her eyes, looked down, and saw it, a little smile tilted her mouth. "Take care of yourself, Doctor," Scout said. The woman reached out and shook. As Scout pulled her hand away, the door to the lab slid open and Wallon Vau's black helmet popped through the threshold. "You don't need your buick," Yuthan planted her hands on her hips. "It's safe here." "Good to know," Vau said, but he didn't take it off. He stabbed a thumb over his shoulder and said, "Seal that thing up and get your shibs over to the hangar. We're ready to go." Scout stiffened, and she heard Yuthan take a deep breath. "Okay," she said, "time for a little revenge." Chapter 24. Sometimes, Katika, you have no idea what's going to happen. It doesn't matter if you have 6 hours to put a plan together, or 6 years, because when the fighting starts, most plans go straight to acid. You just have to dive headlong into the mess and try to make the most of it. What saves your life in those situations isn't planning, preparation, or even a well-prepped kit. It's the brothers at your side. As he stood on Majesty's Bridge, Octavian Grant felt a rare stab of envy for starship captains like Pellaeon or Griff. The blue globe of Bavinir sprawled out beneath him, and all it took was one gesture to rain destruction down the helpless planet. It was so easy and so satisfying to see the fireballs light like tiny candles so far below. The sensation of supremacy was thrilling, but Grant didn't let himself indulge in it, not yet. It had been almost 7 hours since the siege began. After the initial volley targeting Bavinir's second largest settlement, he'd restricted attacks to smaller islands with populations of under 50,000. There were still some 70 populated islands left to ravage, and he wanted to take his time building up to a grand crescendo. If he destroyed the planet's largest settlement at Sepalia, with some 300,000 souls, he'd remove any incentive for Jeravat Sign to surrender, and that was, after all, the real point of this bloody exercise. He was mildly surprised the woman hadn't tried to contact him. He didn't know how far Sign was from Bavinir, but if she wanted to end the bloodshed quickly, she would have commanded her surrender after the first bombardment. The fact that she'd sent no message at all meant she was either en route or still planning a desperate scheme to liberate her people. Grant was not impatient, and the view from Majesty's Bridge was stunning, but after 7 hours he was getting curious as to what Sign's bold move would to be. If she simply dropped her flagship into the interdiction field with an offer to surrender, he'd be both disappointed and suspicious. He pulled himself away from the forward viewpoint and stalked across the bridge to Captain Griff. The young man was speaking quietly with one Captain Meloser, the commander for the 501st Company that had been detached to help hunt down the Jedi from Belsavis. Grant had already read the intel briefing on Meloser. The man's hate for Jedi went well beyond the typical distaste men like Grant felt. Given the Emperor's apparent desire to create his own cadre of loyal Force users, it was a little surprising that Meloser hadn't yet mysteriously disappeared like his predecessor Sakis. Right now the thin, pale man looked visibly impatient that he hadn't gotten a chance to kill any Jedi yet. As Grant approached, he said, "Admiral, do we have any news about the Jedi working with Jeravat Sign?" I was about to ask the same question. He shifted his attention to Griff. "No, sir," the captain said. "No reports of Sign at all." "Are you certain she'll come?" asked Meloser. "We've laid the perfect trap for her. She'll come." Griff glanced at his chronometer. "Admiral, I believe we are due for another volley in a few minutes." "You're quite right, Captain. This time I believe I will give you the liberty to choose the target." "Me, sir. Barring the main city on Cephalia. I'm saving that one for last." "Of course, sir. If you'll give me a moment to review the charts, sir, I'll be happy to select a target." "Please do." He watched the young man stalk off the tactical station. Griff was a man of good breeding and good taste. If he showed himself to have a bit of tactical sense, he might make a fine admiral someday. Grant doubted the same could be said for Meloser. The man had an admittedly admirable track record in hunting Force users, but Grant knew his zeal would become a liability once the last Jedi were exterminated. The thing that made him valuable to the Empire would inevitably make him a liability too. He doubted if Meluzer could appreciate that irony. I'm sorry that my men couldn't get to Bavenire fast enough to apprehend the Jedi, sir, Meluzer said earnestly. Your men left as quickly as they could. There's no reason to apologize. He hadn't yet asked Meluzer where he'd gotten the location of the Jedi safehouse at Belsavis. The man was honest but not a fool, and he probably wouldn't appreciate someone trying to sniff out his intel sources. When do you expect valediction to reach the Bavenire system, sir? She's set to arrive soon, though she'll have to crawl halfway through the system on sublight. I can't lower the interdiction field even for a friendly ship. I understand, sir. I just want to keep track of my men. Grant was in no hurry for Pellaeon's ship to arrive. Between Zarin and Darius, he didn't know who he wanted to see less. Oren Kelder's disgrace and subsequent flight was the one satisfying thing to come out of the whole Belsavis debacle. Griff promptly reappeared at Grant's side and snapped a salute. Admiral, I believe I have selected a target. The island of Maressa, population 35,000. An island immediately south of Cephalia. That's correct, sir. Then we should strike fear in the hearts at the capital. A wise choice. To his credit, Griff didn't smile or flush. Shall I ready to attack, sir? Please do. Griff marched off again. Grant ignored Meluzer and turned his attention to the planet outside the forward viewport. The sphere's beautiful blue was pocked in places by spacecraft that hung in lower orbit or even within the atmosphere. More and more of them were appearing, all of them packed with refugees from islands attacked or yet to be bombarded, but none of them had dared try and break through the siege net. Like Grant himself, they were probably waiting for Sign to play her hand. Admiral, said Griff, we have a targeting solution. Very good, Captain. Prepare to. Sirs, announced the communications lieutenant. Valediction has just dropped out of hyperspace. There you have it, Captain. Grant nodded at Meluzer. Captain Griff, you may fire when. Sirs, the lieutenant interjected. Valediction says she is launching a shuttle. Commodore Zarin is aboard, as well as one Jedi prisoner. Grant held back a scowl. I'm glad to see he's eager to return to us. What about Miss Darius? She's remaining on valediction. They say she's conducting an interrogation of the Jedi Master. It was almost enough to lift Grant's mood. Very well. Prepare a small welcoming party for Zarin, emphasis on small. Captain Griff. Yes, Admiral. You may fire when ready. Excellent, sir. Grant put everything else out of his head and watched bright green lances strike out toward the planet. They dwindled to nothing, then flashed bright destruction on the planet's surface. More turbolaser blasts followed, claiming the rest of the island's 35,000 lives. He felt better already. Scorch felt like he had the weight of the whole Shabla galaxy wrapped around his head. As he, Boss, and Fixer stood in the narrow maintenance corridor outside the emergency airlock, none of them dared speak. The occasional clank of machinery or hiss of pressure valves were like thunder crashes in the silence. He waited for VAU or Jan to whisper in his ear and tell him that they'd arrived. The internal chrono on his helmet not his, Niners, ticked away in the corner of his heads-up display, and by his count the Mandalorians should have docked 1 minute and 30 seconds ago. Soru had peeked into Valediction's navigational software and plucked out the exact time and place where the destroyer was set to exit hyperspace. Scorch had passed that information along to VAU. VAU and the other Mandas were, presumably, waiting just outside the re-entry point in Rav Browler's stealth ship for Valediction to arrive. As a minute 30 became 2 full minutes, Scorch started to worry that they'd gotten the exit coordinates off. It would be tragic and a little ridiculous if they'd gone through all this trouble just for Conquer Night to get splattered over Valediction shields like a flitnet on a windscreen. At 2 minutes 30, someone said, "You there? Nervad." Scorch's knees buckled. Jang. Even better is Mariel. You got your vote there. Fixer and Boss are with me. We're at the airlock. We're right under you. I noticed nobody started shooting at us yet. Good to know. Scorch peered out through the airlock's small transparent steel porthole, but all he saw were stars. Everything else according to plan. Mostly. The imps launched some shuttle right when they dropped into real space. We had to drop back to make sure they didn't spot us. Scorch had no idea who was on the shuttle, which was worrying in itself, but there was nothing to be done now. He said, "We have 2 others, guys, man, jamming up their outbound comm systems. Let's get this done before somebody notices they're being sabotaged." "You trust them?" "I do. Are you ready to dock?" "Stand by." Scorch kept peering out the viewport until he saw a black shape eclipse the stars. He stepped back and flicked on his headset's external speaker. "They're here." Boss and Fixer nodded wordlessly. They still weren't sure whether their helmets were bugged, so they weren't taking any chances with direct bucket-to-bucket connections. 3 more pressure valves popped like gunshots in the narrow corridor, and Scorch almost jumped. The airlock clanked and groaned until Scorch was sure they were going to set off some alarms somewhere and get a full column of white soldiers charging at them, but nobody came. A light glowed on the other side of the airlock. Scorch and Fixer unlocked the portal and swung the heavy door open. The first thing to pop through the gap was the ugly 6-legged beast Scorch had never thought he'd be glad to see. As Lord Myrtilon slunk around his legs, Wallon Vau appeared in front of him, covered head to toe in sinister black descargon. Over his shoulders, Scorch saw a corridor packed with T-visor Mandalorian helmets and more men with bare faces and mismatched red and brown body armor. "Off with the bice," Vau said, "and give us some room." The Deltas backed away from the airlock to let more than 20 bodies into the narrow corridor. Vau and Skirata, in his battered gold armor, backed the trio toward the entrance as all 3 of them removed their helmets. "Shab, it's good to see you lads," Vau said, almost warmly. "Where's my boy?" Skirata asked. "He's still in the brig." "As far as we know," Boss reported. "We can't get there in 10 minutes, best time, but I don't know how." "We're not going there yet." A clone in red and gray armor appeared between Vau and Skirata. "We've got to take care of you boys first." "Is that you, Fi?" asked Fixer. "Heard you were brain dead or paralyzed or something." "Goodness knew. Mostly anyway." Fi tapped his burgundy chestplate. "I wasn't going to sit this one out." They knew from Niner that Fi hadn't been killed in action, like the official report said, but it was weird seeing him again, now of all times. Scorch wished Sev were there instead, back from the dead, but Fi would do. "No time for reunion," Skirata said. "Where's Uthan?" "Right here." A thin woman with short black hair and black strap-on body armor slipped between the mandas. "You the woman who brewed up a virus to kill us all?" Scorch asked. "The very same," she said dryly. "She's also the one who's gonna save your Shebs," Fi said. "She figured out how to slow our aging, and disabled the ship's crew, barring yourselves." She took a small syringe out of her breast pocket. "She's a Shabla wizard, boys." "Can't wait my turn," another Mando said from behind her. Scorch recognized his accent as belonging to one of the defective clones, Spar. "Needs to go right into the bloodstream, boys, come on." Vau snapped his fingers. "Next out." The Deltas all tilted their heads back and let Uthan inject her fast-action vaccine into the veins in their necks. Scorch wasn't pleased getting stuck with needles by strange women, especially this woman, but Vau and Skirata seemed to trust her implicitly, which was all he really needed. "Okay, step 1's done," Uthan said as she pocketed the syringe. "Now we need to get to Climate Control Center. It's not far from here, say, 7 minutes if no interruption." Boss said. "Do we split up or stay together?" "We should start heading for the cell block ASAP," Fi said. He wanted to free Niner or Darman, whoever was in there. "Neg that, we don't want to rush in too fast," Vau said. "Doctor, you're with me. We'll grab Yaks too. Let's make some imps puke their guts out." "That's what I'm here for," she said seriously. He looked at the Deltas. "You boys know the insides of this ship." They nodded. VAU said, "Boss, Scorch, you're with me too. Kal, take Fixer and your boys and head for the cell block, but stay low and don't engage until we start making them sick." "What about security cameras?" Fixer asked. "I couldn't kill all of them without tripping alarms." "That's what we're here for," said a Mandalorian with a lightsaber dangling from his belt. "You look good, Bardica," Scorch said. "You can use your force powers to scramble the cameras." "We both can." A large man appeared suddenly beside Jusik. He was dressed in a dark brown tunic and held a lightsaber in each hand. The darkness in his eyes and tattoo marks on his face made him look angry and determined, and not like any of the Jedi Scorch had ever seen. "Did you determine the identity of the prisoners?" The Jedi fixed those dark eyes on Scorch. "I tried. They say they've got a Jedi Master, a Holden. Master Plett. Also one of my Vode, and a Jedi kid, and a woman. A dark-skinned woman." The man nodded. "I know her." "I'll come with you to the cell block," Jusik said. "You go with VAU and the Deltas, Master Hett. Take your commando team too. We'll need you to secure the bridge once you poison the air." Hett looked reluctant, but nodded. Scorch guessed he'd be pretty good in a fight. "All right," Boss looked at the Fixer. "Stay safe. I want to be annoyed by you for 50 more years, understand?" "I'll try, Sarge," Fixer smirked. "Okay, enough chit-chat." VAU clapped his hands together. "Let's take this ship and go home." There was no time to give Fixer the goodbye he deserved, or to play any sort of catch-up with Phi or Core or the Nulls. Boss took the lead, with Scorch behind him, as they worked their way through a series of maintenance corridors. Scorch put Niner's by back on his head and had it patched into the frequency VAU and the other Mandos were using. Boss's helmet was still untrustworthy, so he ditched it by the airlock and went bravely bare-faced. VAU followed with Lord Murd running all 6 legs to keep beside him. Rav Briller's Yak squad formed a guard around Uthan, while Spar and the fierce-looking Jedi Master brought up the rear with his squadron of commandos from Sign's ship. When you were aboard in a hostile ship, lift tubes were a cage waiting to snare you, so they avoided them entirely. Boss led them to a tall shaft that cut up toward the command tower, and they climbed the rungs one by one. Lord Murr somehow managed to cling to VAU's back with all 6 claws, and the old Mando hauled his strill up without a groan of protest. It was a long climb, and even Scorch's arms were getting sore when they crawled out into the maintenance corridor. At the far end of the passage was a cluster of tubes spreading out from a central pillar 4 meters in diameter. "Is that central climate control?" Uthan asked between deep breaths. "That's right," Boss said. "You okay, Doc? Got your poison?" The woman slid her pack off her back and pulled out a canister as thick as her arm. "I can plug these in. They should start dispersing through the air in 30 seconds. "How fast will it act?" asked Scorch. "Only one way to find out," she said. "Let's go." Boss, Scorch, VAU, and Murd took the lead. They stalked down the hall, rifles up, but both levels of the large chamber were empty. Yak squad spread out to cover all the exits while Uthan gave the machinery a quick look over. She nodded to herself and found a node into which she placed the canister. After that, she pulled 2 more canisters from her pack and attached them to the processor as well. "Are we good?" VAU asked. "Is that it?" "The virus is circulating through the ship's atmosphere now," Uthan nodded. "And anybody who's received immunity to the F-36 will be fine," Rav Brawler asked. "That's the plan. Like I said, I never got a chance to test any of this." "What's F-36? Scorch asked. "The virus I was going to use on you," Uthan said grimly. "Instead, Palps used a mod of it to poison Gibbeton. I developed a vaccine for it and tried to spread it around. Kal's people, Altis, they're all immune. I just hope it didn't spread too far, otherwise this will all be for nothing." "Well, if this doesn't work, we'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way," Spar said. "And what the hell, we can probably pull it off. A couple dozen clones, some Eridus commandos, and oh yeah, a Jedi or 2. Before Hett could respond, The blast doors in the upper level of the chamber opened, and a swarm of white-armored clone soldiers burst out. The nearest Yax man, Giant, caught a chest full of blaster fire and tumbled off the walkway. The chamber suddenly filled with plasma and smoke, and everyone around the climate machinery scrambled for cover. Behind the core. Behind it. Browler shouted. Scorch threw himself behind the machinery, right next to Uthin, who clutched her bag against her chest and kept her bare head low. Best place for cover, he told her. They blow this up, we'll all suffocate, Spar added. Sure enough, the imps didn't dare shoot at it, but they weren't shy about filling the rest of the chamber with blaster fire. Most of the group managed to take cover together, but Boss was pinned down behind a console, and the Yax sergeant, Cuff, got stuck directly beneath the elevated platform from which the enemy fired. Giant lay flat on the ground, unmoving, almost certainly dead, and one of Sign's commandos took a shot to the back and fell. Did you call Kal? Browler asked VAU over their headsets. I'll do it now. Scorch looked to the Jedi. Can you take them? 2 green lightsaber blazed in either hand, but he looked at them like he wasn't sure how to use them. Some of them. Not all. Well, there's more coming. We need to move fast. No! Uthin interjected. Someone has to guard the machine for at least 15 more minutes. Otherwise, the imps can't tear out the capsules before the virus spreads far enough. A blaster nearly winged Scorch's helmet. Well, we might be stuck here for at least 15 minutes. Suddenly, more blaster fire filled the room. The hail falling on the lower level suddenly dissipated, and Scorch looked up to see lasers crisscrossing over their heads. Before he understood, Hett leaped into motion. The Jedi was a big man, but he seemed to fly effortlessly onto the top level. His 2 emerald blades whipped like fans around his head as he cut his way through a group of clone soldiers. Armor-case heads and limbs, severed from smoking bodies, tumbled to the lower deck to join the corpses already there. It was over as fast as it had started. Somebody above, a clone, shouted clear, and Scorch popped out from behind his cover. The only ones standing on the top platforms were the Jedi and 5 clone soldiers in black 500 first armor. Hey, Jock shouted down at them. Thought you could use a hand. Scorch laughed. We could use 10. You got it, said Sora. Brant Olin and even Cole stood behind him, nodding. Friendlies? Browler asked him. Looks like, Scorch said. He didn't know how Soru had turned his whole squad and didn't really care. Even with the ship's crew coming down sick, they'd still need all the manpower they could muster to fight their way to the bridge. Uthin appeared, still clutching her bag against her chest, and pointed up at Jock and Sixers. You 5, get down here. Now. Think we ought to listen to the nice lady? Asked Olin. This ship is being pumped full of a modified quick-action rhinoceria virus. Unless you want to be puking in your helmets, come down here and get a vaccine. Just like a little prick, Vode, Boss said as he came out from behind the console. As Jock and the Sixers clambered down, VAU grabbed Browler by the arm and said, We still need to take the command deck. Can you stay here with your boys and guard the climate control system? She glanced at Giant's body. You've got it. Good. Doc, you did great. Stick the new kids, then plant your shebs here. Uthin prepared her syringe. I'm not up for storming any command towers right now. Have fun, though. Trust me, I will. Did you call Skirata? Scorch asked. I gave him the go. VAU scratched Murr's head as it rubbed against his leg. Rescuing your last VOD is up to him now. We've got to jack this ship before it reaches Bavinire. Well, at least we've done the hard part, Soru said as he took off his helmet. Uthin was already sticking Jock. Or was this the easy part? Only one way to find out. Scorch glanced at Giant's body again. He was pretty sure the easy part was far, far away. Captain Pellaeon was stuck in a timeless nothing, staring down at the dark face and gently closed eyes beneath him when his comlink started buzzing yet again. Without opening her eyes or taking her head off the bed's brutal pillow, Helena said, You should really get that. Pellaeon fumbled for his uniform jacket. He pulled it over his shoulder and flicked the comlink on. This is the captain, he said. Report. Gil, where have you been? Vernon squawked. Minor, what's wrong? Have we reached the Bavinire system? Gil, we've been boarded. Someone's jamming our comms, and we can't call for help. Helena jerked upright. Boarded. Boarded by who? Pellaeon held the comlink with one hand while he fumbled into his trousers and boots. What's going on? I can't tell, sir. Sir, there seems to be two groups. One group, I think we lost track of. You what? Sir, we think the other one's heading for the brig. I'm getting reports, but they sound impossible. What are they? Some say Jedi, some say Mandalorians, some say 501st troops. It makes no sense. It didn't. Nothing made sense. It might have if Pellaeon was on the bridge, looking over his men like he should have been, but he'd been lying in bed with a woman, a prisoner, a traitor to the Empire instead of doing watching out for the men under his command. I'm on my way. He flicked off the comlink. Helena, still seated on the bed, was throwing on her own jacket. Gil, what's happening? I heard Jedi and Mandos. Friends of yours? She opened her mouth but didn't speak. She couldn't hide the sudden hope in her eyes. He grabbed her by the wrist and jerked her out of bed. Gil, what is it? They're coming here. You're coming with me? Gil, wait. Maybe he was trying to protect her, or maybe he couldn't bear to have her pulled from his life again. But either way, he grabbed his pistol in one hand and used the other to drag her out into the corridor. This ship has been boarded, he told the white armor clones in the hallway. Enemy troops are heading this way. You're to secure the remaining prisoner and evacuate the hall at once. Is that understood? The clones stared at him but didn't respond. Something in their posture seemed slack. The one with sergeant stripes seemed to sway on his feet. Is that understood? He repeated. Yes, sir. The sergeant's head jerked up. His voice still sounded weak. Blaster fire sounded at one end of the hall. Two clones turned and moved sluggishly toward the noise. Another leaned against the wall and seemed ready to collapse. Pellaeon's whole world had been turned upside down for the second or third time in a day. Instinct took over. He pulled Helena down the hall, away from the laser fire. He interposed himself between her and the far end. Red bolts whipped down the corridor from behind them. Pellaeon pounded the controls to summon the lift as his other hand gripped Helena's thin wrist like a vice. Gil, wait, she pleaded. You can't. Those people. They're taking my ship. He snapped, and when the lift doors opened, he hurled Helena through, and himself after her. The doors hissed shut. He jammed the button for the command deck. The lift surged to motion, and only then did he notice the black armored stormtrooper standing across from him. Vernadet's message rang in his head. He raised his service pistol in both hands, but before he could shoot, and Trooper held up both hands in surrender. Stand down, Captain, please, he said. I'm here to protect you. Pellaeon didn't lower the gun. What's going on? What's the 501st doing? I don't know, sir, but I swear that I'm loyal. The trooper slowly lowered his hands. Lieutenant Vernadet sent me to protect you. I'm TK70588, but please, call me Reed. Niner was lost in a void. From the moment when he pulled the trigger on Darman, everything had become a timeless nothing. Reed had shot him, and sometime later he'd come to his senses on a bed in Valediction's brig, stripped of his armor and weapons, staring at a blank gray ceiling, wondering why he wasn't dead. It would have been better that way, easier certainly. It was what he deserved. He was the sergeant, and he'd failed Darman, and Darman had failed his brothers and gotten them killed. It was a long chain of tragedies, and they'd all started with Niner, because he wasn't the sergeant he should have been, the one Calbor had trained him to be. He should have hanged himself like Kosai, but his captors, in their wisdom, hadn't left him with anything to do it with. So instead he lay there, staring at the ceiling. After a while he stopped feeling anything, even regret. When blaster fire started to ricochet down the corridor outside, he barely noticed. The tang of lasers on plasma-resistant durasteel was familiar, though, and after a minute he recognized them for what they were. He still didn't sit up. That only happened when a pack of plastic explosives blew through the lock of his cell and swung the door open. Smoke poured into the room. Niner stared at it from his bed but didn't stand. A figure stepped through the threshold, a Mandalorian in gray and dark red armor that reminded him of Ges Hokan, the September mercenary the Omegas had been sent to kill on their very first mission. Niner, it's you. The Mando staggered forward. Another man stumbled in behind him wearing black 501st armor. The one in gray and red dragged Niner up by the shoulders and wrapped armored arms around him. Uh-oh, Shab Niner. It's me, Phi. He hadn't seen Phi in almost 2 years. For a second it felt like he'd exchanged one brother for another. We're so sorry about Darman, said another Mando in the doorway. Niner's eyes went to the stump of his right hand. Cord? What happened to Reed? The commando in black said. From his voice, it was probably Fixer. I don't know, Niner muttered as Phi released him. We'll slot him for what he did to Darman. I guarantee it, Phi said. Are you good to move, Nerika? I think so. Niner blinked. He still felt like he was stuck in the void. Nothing was real? Is Calbor? Am I what, son? A Mandalorian in gold armor appeared behind Kor. Oh, Boor. Niner's legs went weak but Phi and Fixer braced him. Skirata took off his helmet so Niner could see him face to face. His Boor looked the same at first glance, the same weather face, thin lips, and high cheekbones. Then he saw the pain of loss in his eyes and the bittersweet joy of reunion. He knew he had more pain to give. I'm so glad you're okay, son. Skirata kissed his fingertips and placed them on Niner's lips, stopping him from speaking. There was so much he needed and dreaded to say, he felt like it would all spill out the moment Cal bore to his hand away. Then another Mando in gray armor appeared in the hallway. We've checked the other cells. No signs of the Jedi Master. Shab. Thanks, Leve. Skirata took his hand away and said, We're not just here for you, son. We've got to secure the other prisoners. I'm pretty sure we saw the woman get hauled up in the lift, Kor said. Nobody else is on this cell block, though. No kid, no Holden. Where's Bardika? Ask Skirata. See if his Jedi sonar's working. I'm right here, Boor, a voice said, and another Mando appeared beside Leve. He wore gray and blue armor and he had a lightsaber dangling from his belt. He stared at Niner through his T-visor helmet for a moment before he said, It's good to see you, Nervad. Niner nodded dumbly. Seeing all of them like this, after so much time, after what he'd done, it was all too much. Can you feel anything, Bardika? Asked Phi. Something. I think Boor. I think the woman who killed Adin is with Plet. The room dropped into silence. Niner saw resolve harden on Skirata's face. Okay, he said, Bardika, you're our guide. We're taking the Knolls and Tehe and going after her. Phi, take everyone else and head for the bridge. Vol's gonna need all the help he can get. It might be a hard fight to get there. Phi looked at Niner. Are you up for it? Fighting that Sith, which will be harder, Jusik said. Boor, are you sure you want to go after her? Damn right I'm sure. I owe her some pain. Skirata looked back to Niner and patted him on the shoulder. Stay tough, Nerika. We've still got a Star Destroyer to secure. Even after everything that had just happened, it was too much to believe. You're still in a Star Destroyer. Skirata gave a brittle smile. You know us, always looking for a challenge. Don't worry about us. We'll be okay. Niner's father didn't really believe that. He could see it on his face. But Kal Skirata put his gold boot back on his head, concealing his doubt behind the mask of a warrior. Niner had no mask and no armor, but Phi handed him a spare Zerka pistol. It felt heavy in his hand. Against himself, he found he wanted to live. He didn't want to leave his brothers again. My Jedi sonar, as they called it, was never that good, but it was enough to track down Master Pellaeon and his torturer. I was still shocked that she survived being stabbed by Kor, but as I let myself slip into the Force, I could sense her presence. After the fight that had killed Adan, I could never forget it. We generally tried to avoid lifts, but the detention block was far away from any maintenance corridors, so we decided to risk a ride up. The tube was just big enough for myself, Kalbur, Wei Taihe, and the 3 gnolls to squeeze inside. We hadn't encountered any more troops since we took the detention block, and I was starting to hope that Uthan's virus was doing its job. When we arrived on the right deck, I could feel we were close. I took point with my saber in front of me. Kalbur and the gnolls followed, and Taihe covered our rear. We wound down 3 identical corridors before we found the room where they were holding Pellaeon. 2 troopers in black 501st armor were standing watch, but when we showed up, they were slow to fire. Stun blasts, unfortunately, don't get through that armor, so we had to go for kill shots. I stood up front and batted their shots back at them with my saber, but I was reluctant to charge in and slice up these poor clones who were only following the orders they'd been bred to obey. Miriel wasn't that reticent. He dropped one with a well-placed shot to the neck. Ordo was a little gentler. He caught the other one in the hip and sent him falling. The clone curled up in pain, and Jane dashed forward to kick his blaster out of reach. Not that he was in the position to go for it. "Where's she?" Miriel asked me. "I don't know. My sonar's not that good. But she's close." I nodded. "On the other side of that door?" "I don't know. I felt a presence, but I thought it was Pellaeon. I didn't know for sure, and I found myself hesitating. I was afraid to face that woman again, even if she was wounded. "Cut it open, Boudica," Kalbur commanded, and that decided me. The door to the interrogation room was easy to cut through. It took just 3 broad arcs with my lightsaber. Laster fire immediately poured through the gap. It sparked and pounded into my Beskar and pushed me back. If I'd been wearing normal body armor, it would have killed me. Ordo grabbed me by the arm and pulled me free while the others poured laser fire into the gap. I wanted to tell them to stop, lest they hit Pellaeon, but I'd been pounded so hard in the chest I could barely breathe. The enemy fire stopped almost as fast as it had started. Miriel and Jane went through the gap first. I followed with Kalbur and Ordo, who was still limping a little on his shot-up leg. On the floor were 2 more black 501st clones, smoking and dead. In the far corner, mercifully unhit, a white-haired Hoden was strapped to an interrogation bed. A kiosk with a lot of nasty-looking medical equipment sat to one side, and when Miriel and Ordo pulled him free of his binds, it was clear he was still pretty drugged. They tried to sit him upright. His black eyes blinked and his lipless mouth struggled to form words. "Where's she?" Kalbur stalked up to him. "Where's that Sith witch?" "Where?" "Witch Darius," the Hoden moaned. "She's just..." Another lightsaber hissed to life. We spun toward the hall to see a dark woman with a red blade charging at Taihe. Ordo and I lurched for the threshold, but by the time we got out into the hallway, it was already too late. Darius sheared off the mouth of Taihe's rifle. He dropped it and reached for his Bespev, the Beskar flute with one pointy end. He tried to stab her with it, but she caught his arm at the wrist and pulled it aside. Her other hand flicked up, red light spun up, and neatly severed his head from his body. Kalbur screamed murder, and that got her attention. Ordo was already coming up with his rifle. Darius spun to face us and batted Ordo's shots right at him. One caught him in the shoulder, throwing off his aim, and she charged. She swung at Ordo, but he was lucky. His bad leg gave out and he fell, and her red blade only scraped across the top of his helmet. I threw myself at her. I matched her blow for blow and forced her back toward the doorway. Her dark face was hard as stone, but I could tell from her movements she was hurting from Kor's stab wound. Miriel and Jane fired at her back, but she dropped like her whole body gone limp, and I barely ducked before their shots took me instead. Darius spun into the interrogation room. She whipped her red saber up and slashed it across Miriel's chest. Sparks rained from his Beskar, and he fell against the wall. She caught Jane's shot in her free hand and threw him with the force into Kalbur, knocking them both against the wall. I was back on her. I tried to angle her into a corner, but even though she was wounded, she still came on strong. I felt an invisible hand grip my throat hard and lost my concentration. Suddenly I was flying, and then my head and back snapped against a wall. Darius fell on me, still swinging, but now I was the cornered one. One blow skimmed my shoulder armor and cut into my collarbone. I screamed in pain, and she pulled back for another blow when a rush of force energy found us both. Master Pellaeon, still lying on his bed, hurled all those nasty torture tools right at her. Syringes and scissor blades stabbed into her back. She howled and hurled Pellaeon off his bed with the force, but before she could do anything else I was on her again, pushing her back. She was hurt, but she was mad. Blue lightning sizzled from her fingertips and jolted across the gap between us. Electric pain seared my senses, and I could barely block her next attack. I found myself falling back to the corner again, and in a moment I had my back to the wall while Darius seemed to loom above me, grinding her red blade into mine until sparkling blue and red were both just inches from my face. Then Cowboy appeared behind her, put his rifle tip to the back of her head, and pulled the trigger. She collapsed like a doll. Sparks of blue lightning sizzled across her corpse for a few seconds before dying. Her lightsaber fell dead to the floor and rolled next to the blown-open wreckage of her skull. Despite the pain in my shoulder I took in the scene, Cowboy, with his chest heaving in exhaustion, Jang, and Mariel struggling to stand, Master Pellaeon lying in the opposite corner without the ability or inclination to get up. 3 dark corpses that would never rise again. I staggered into the hallway. Ordo was braced against the wall. Tahe was still lying there. His head had rolled up against the wall, and his body lay chest down against the floor. I walked over to his bespef and picked it up. Cowboy stood by the door, staring at the corpse, staring at me. "I'm sorry, Boer," I said. He'd been through so much loss in the past few days I didn't know he could handle it at all. His fellow Kaival Dar were almost as special to him as his boys. He rasped, "I'm okay, son. I'm okay." What we both knew okay was a long time gone. Chapter 25. We'd done everything we wanted to. We rescued Niner and the Deltas, and a few more defecting clones besides. We'd even saved Alta's friend Pellaeon. We could have bailed right there, but we didn't. We were already in too deep, with Altus and Sign both, so we kept fighting. We would have had to fight to get out, too, except then we'd have had to fight good people who trusted us. It was easier, better, cleaner to fight the imps. It was amazing how fast one of the Empire's top fighting ships could crumble from the inside. Euthan's modified virus worked fast. As Wallon VAU's assault team cut its way up the command tower, the resistance it met was weak and confused. The clone troops who did fight were barely able to shoot straight, and VAU's men, mostly clones themselves, did their best to disable the sick soldiers instead of killing them outright. A'Sharad Hett was at the fore of the attack, batting back laser blasts with his twin lightsabers and acting as a living shield from Sign's commandos and the mutinous clones. He followed the clones' example and tried to wound his enemy without killing them. His sabers cut through armor easily, and he tried to limit himself to stabbing legs or severing hands. But every time he came close enough to see his face reflected in the clone's black visor, his memory flashed back to Order 66, when panic and rage had overtaken him and he killed without hesitation to keep from dying himself. And a part of him couldn't believe he was showing these men charity they'd never have shown him. The Imperials tried to enact security protocols to lock the attackers out of corridors approaching the command deck, but a closed door was nothing against a pair of lightsabers. Hett cut through barrier after barrier until he finally carved a massive, smoking hole through the blast doors protecting Valediction's bridge. The storming of the command deck was a complete anticlimax. Half the crew were slumped against their consoles, too weak to stand. One of them tried to raise his sidearm but quickly dropped it when VAU Strill charged him with bare teeth. None of the others even tried to bring arms against the boarding crew, but Sign's commandos quickly confiscated their weapons anyway. One of the 501st clones, Soru, hurried over to the communication station. He forcibly shoved aside the crewman and took his seat. A few of the commandos went to help him kill the communications lockout and send a message to sign. "Who's in charge here?" Spar bellowed as he stalked around the crew pit. The Mandalorian trained his rifle on bridge officers as he passed them. "Come on, we don't have all Shabla Day here." When none of them volunteered, another 501st, Jock, asked, "Where's the captain? Where's Pellaeon?" "He's not here," a lieutenant at the gunnery station said. He was slumped in his chair and looked ready to vomit. "Where's your XO, Bernadette?" asked Boss. Nobody answered. Hett stalked over to the gunnery lieutenant. His shadow fell over the sick man, and without asking, he pressed a hand against the man's face. Seeing into minds had never been his specialty. Not normally, but since his spacewalk over Belsavis, he'd found himself hyper-attuned to passing thoughts and feelings. He tried to connect his awareness with the lieutenant's. The man made a short moaning noise and started breathing faster. Hett could feel the fear and confusion and panic. He even started to feel sick in his stomach, and then he plucked a solid memory. Another lieutenant, the executive officer, shockingly held compared to his crew, rushed off the bridge for somewhere else. Hett removed himself from the lieutenant's mind. The officer keeled forward and started retching. Strings of vomit fell into his lap. Hett ignored him and turned to the waiting cluster of black armored clones and Mandalorians. The captain and executive officer are both gone. "Gone where?" Jock asked. "I can't tell. I don't think anyone knows." "Escape, maybe," Spar suggested. "That's not Pellaeon's style," Jock insisted. "You never know. Does this thing have an auxiliary command deck? Or a self-destruct?" VAU asked. The 501st troopers looked at each other. Ball said they might try to sabotage the ship. All the power comes from the engines. They could cut them off or blow up the core. Knew this wouldn't be easy, VAU growled. "Okay, we'll send teams to find them. Scorch, call Fixer, and see if he can take his team to the engine core." "Got it, Sarge." "What about the comm system?" Hett yelled across the deck to Soru. "Back to normal. We can transmit directly from the bridge, and only from the bridge," the clone replied. "Lovely." VAU punched his palm. "Call sign. Tell her she's good to go." "What about Pellaeon and Bernadette?" asked Boss. "They're still threats." "Then we terminate them. Can you get a team there?" "I need to review the ship specs one more time, but I think so." "Then do it fast. There's no time to waste." Signal to sign went through, Soru called. "She's on her way." VAU turned his black helmet on Hett. "You gonna wait here for Hett, or are you gonna track down the captain?" "You have the bridge under control. I'll go after the captain." "Good. Boss, Scorch, take this GDI with you. Might come in handy." "I'm coming too," insisted Jock. "Sure, the more the merrier," VAU waved a hand. "Fixer's on his way too," Scorch reported. "They've got Niner with them." "Good for Niner." VAU looked back to Hett. "You keep my boy safe, you understand? And you keep the ship safe. No matter what you have to do." His hands tightened on his saber. "I won't hesitate." "Good." VAU gave him a shove toward the door. "Guess some saber jocks are useful after all. Now go." "Oh yeah?" Gilad Pellaeon didn't have time to think about the enormity of his failure. He didn't have time to think at all. He still had one hand clamped around Helena's wrist as he dragged her down the corridors. Reed went ahead of them. He was alert and had his rifle up at all times. They somehow become hostiles on their own ship, and nothing made sense. He kept his grip tight on Helena because she seemed the only real thing left in the universe. She stopped protesting and stopped trying to drag him down. When he looked back at her, she trudged dutifully, lovelessly, resigned to her fate. It almost made him hurt inside, but he was too confused to feel even guilt. Yet another door slid open, and suddenly they were facing Bernadette and a squadron of white armored clones. Reed lowered his sidearm. Pellaeon did not until Bernadette held up both hands and told him to stop. Pellaeon lowered the gun. "I'm sorry, Miner. I'm so sorry about all of this." "It's all right, sir," Bernadette said. though it clearly wasn't. His eyes fell on Helena and went dark. "The cause of all your problems," she said, dry and unapologetic. "Gil, we don't have time to drag her around." His grip on his wrist got even tighter. "No, we'll talk about this later. For now, she stays." "Gil, they poisoned the ship. Most of the crew has come down sick somehow. I don't know why we haven't." "Who's taken over?" "Jedi. Mandalorians." "Apparently both, sir. And some mutineers from the 501st. Pellaeon put a hand on Reed's shoulder. "This man is loyal, don't worry." That only slightly soothed Bernadette. "Captain, they have the bridge. I knew we couldn't defend it, not with everyone sick, but I think we can stop valediction before she reaches the blockade." Grim knowledge broke through the confusion. The reactor core. "Even if we don't destroy the ship, we can cripple her engines." Bernadette tapped a pair of grenades hooked to his belt. "The clone troops all had their share. Sir, you don't have to come with me. We should get you to an escape pod." "Minor, this is my fault." My judgment was clouded. He couldn't bear to look at Helena, even as his fingernails dug into her arm. "This is my ship. My failure." Bernadette wanted to object but didn't. Instead, he let his eyes drift back to Helena. "And what of your failure, sir?" He thought a moment, then said, "Reed, please take the prisoner to escape pod V5 and stand by for further instructions. If the ship begins to self-destruct, eject both her and yourself." "Very good, sir," Reed said. He stepped behind Helena and twisted her one arm behind her back. Pellaeon let go of her wrist and listened to her grunt as Reed twisted the other arm too. Without looking back at her, he said, "Thank you, Reed. You may go now." He heard footsteps fall down the corridor. He still didn't look back. Instead, he kept his eyes on Bernadette's, on their accusation, their sorrow, their grim determination. Bernadette didn't deserve to die for Pellaeon's mistakes. As soon as they secured the core, he'd tell the clones to haul Bernadette to the escape pod too, then detonate the explosives himself. "All right," Pellaeon said. "Let's fix my mistake." The one good thing about Demetrius Zarin's arrival on Majesty's Bridge was that he didn't bring Darius with him. He had, in fact, not brought anyone aboard except for 2 guards and a Jedi child captured at Belsavis. The guards had transferred the child to Majesty's holding cells, which left Zarin to lurk around the bridge. The destruction of Maressa had gone smoothly, and after taking the fastest sublight shuttle through the interdiction field, Zarin arrived exactly 30 minutes later, just in time to see one of the more minor islands on the southern hemisphere light up. "I have to admire your ruthlessness, Octavian," the Commodore said, followed Grant around the bridge like a shadow. "Though as far as I can tell, you've yielded little tangible results yet." "Sign will be here," Grant said stiffly. "Then you'll see what tangible results look like. I know you haven't spotted many yourself lately." Zarin chuckled easily for a man whose mission had been a wash at best. "Eye of Palpatine was a mess, but it will fall on Kelder's head and no one else's. I guarantee it." "Meaning what?" Grant was curious. "The Eye was a top-secret project. Not even Tarkin or you knew about it. If the Emperor tries to punish us for what happened at Belsavis, he risks exposing the entire mess." "How comforting," Grant said, half honestly. He figured success against Jared's sign would insulate from him any failures at Belsavis, but a backup plan never hurt. "Admiral," Griff called from the tactical station, "a dreadnought has just dropped out of hyperspace." His pulse quickened. "Do you have an identification?" "Her transponder marks her as iconoclast." "Excellent." Grant tried to hide his excitement as he walked over to the communication station. "Hail the ship. See if she responds." Zarin kept step and followed him. "One ship isn't a whole fleet. Slake is still out there." "I am aware of that, Commodore," Grant said. When he got to the comm station, he made a point of not looking at Zarin and asked the section lieutenant, "Do we have a response?" The woman nodded. "I have Iconoclast on the line." Grant pulled out his comlink. "Very good. Put her on." There was a click, and then a woman's cool voice said, "This is Jervis Sign." I am here to offer my surrender if you halt your attacks on Bavinire. Straight to the point, lovely, Grant said. I note that you have only brought one ship. We both know you have more. You asked for my surrender, Admiral Grant. Only mine. Where's Slake? He took his fleet and left. How convenient of him. He had no wish to be entangled in this fight. I asked for his assistance, but he did not give in. Well, we both know there's little he could have done at any rate. He glanced at the large tactical display Griff was standing next to. I see you are approaching Bavinire at maximum speed. Are you willing to be boarded? As a show of trust, yes. It will take us time to meet with your ships. Promise me you will not fire on Bavinire in the meantime. Agreed. 2 destroyers will be sent to intercept you. If they detect your weapons are hot, they will open fire. Understood. Also understand that I will keep my shields up as they approach. I'd expect nothing less. Is there anything else? Not at the moment, Admiral. Excellent. Grant out. As he pocketed his comlink, Zarin said, That's too easy. She's planning something. Oh, I don't doubt that. The question is what it is, and how futile it will be. Grant walked over to the tactical holo. Bavinire was at its center, with targeted islands marked by red dots. Ships in the system were also marked, most formed a green ring around the planet, but Iconoclast and Valediction were both inbound, approaching from opposite sides of the interdiction field. Pointedly addressing Captain Griff, he said, Command Valor and Resilient to intercept Sign's ship. Tell them to approach with weapons hot and shields up. Move Grappler in their wake, 50 kilometers behind. As Griff relayed the orders, Zarin said, You're trying to extend the interdiction field, in case she tries to run for it. It's possible. She may be trying to hit and run, or a distraction for another insertion. You might end up putting Grappler in her line of fire. If we lose that drag ship, we'll still have one more interdictor, and Sign would have to break past 2 destroyers to even reach Grappler, which is highly unlikely. Besides, I don't think she's planning on that kind of suicide. Zarin frowned. What kind is she planning then? What's she after? In all modesty, me. You think she wants revenge for her father? Sign comes from a noble line, in her fashion. Family is important to her. It was something a low-born and shameless climber like Zarin would never understand. The Commodore crossed thick arms over his chest. Are you sure that's not your ego speaking, Octavian? He allowed a smile. We'll see, won't we? Zarin snorted. You know, I hope she does try it. It'll make for a fun end to your little drama. Grant hoped she did too. It had been satisfying to send Mareth Varu to Coruscant in chains, but Sign was different. She could be beaten but never humiliated. It was both admirable and frustrating. As he watched her ship creep toward Bavinire, his gut told him he was going to get his wish. The ignition core to Valediction's engines were buried in the heart of the ship. The massive spherical reaction chamber was walled in by other parts of the destroyer's superstructure on most sides, but the engineer's access area was a large chamber with 3 tiers of catwalks around a segment of the curving sphere. Pellaeon and Verninet arrived from the 3rd tier. As captain, Pellaeon could disable the security protocols easily, though he doubted they would give much pause to the multifarious boarding party either. It was the beating heart of a beautiful ship, and now Pellaeon was ordering the clones to lay explosive charges on all 3 tiers. They quickly clambered down the stairs to access the other catwalks, but Pellaeon and Verninet stood against the top railing, looking down at the reactor core. Minor, I know my apology can't be enough, he said. He couldn't look at his friend's face. No, it's not. Verninet said, level but angry. Gil, I warned. You know that. An explosion rocked the catwalk, and for a moment Pellaeon thought the grenades had gone off. Then he saw smoke pour onto the tier beneath them and heard the distinctive hum of lightsabers. The clones on the level beneath spun and started firing. They only got off a few shots before an invisible hand grabbed them and threw them hard against the side of the core. Then a man swept into view, tall, broad-shouldered, tan face marked by jagged tattoos, an emerald lightsaber in either hand. Then a trio of black-armored 501st Commando swept in behind him. The clones on the third tier started firing over the railing. Pellaeon and Bernadette grabbed their weapons and shot down as well. The mutineers on the second tier scrambled for cover, but the Jedi remained at the center of the platform, artfully batting back lasers with both sabers. There was another explosion. More smoke furled up from the lowest tier, and the chamber filled with the sound of more blaster fire. "Oh, damn it," Pellaeon spat. "We're too late. Those charges are still down there." Bernadette reached for his belt. "Minor, what are you?" "You." He pointed to the nearest clone. "Get the captain to the escape pod. Now." "Minor." Bernadette grabbed a grenade off his belt and ran toward the core. Pellaeon shouted at him, but two clone troopers hooked their arms around his shoulders and dragged him back into the corridor. As the doors closed, he saw the flash of two emerald blades as the Jedi leaped up onto the topmost catwalk, right in front of Bernadette. The door closed and the clones kept pulling him away. A second later, the doors burst open and the hallway rocked with an explosion that sent all three of them to their feet. Pellaeon fell with his face to the hard deck and waited for the explosion that would kill them all, but it didn't come. He couldn't see anything for the smoke or hear for the ringing in his ears. Somehow, the clones got to their feet, grabbed him, and pulled him down the corridor. He still lived, and it could only mean his friend was dead. The fight ended as fast as it began. Scorch, Boss, and Jock followed the big, dual-wielding Jedi onto the second tier and watched him dispatch two clones with ease. Fi and Fixer's party broke through on the second tier at the same time and quickly secured the area. Some imp officer on the top level leaped for the core with a grenade in hand, and Hett had jumped up to intercept him. There was no time for finesse. The Jedi cut him in two with one swipe of the lightsaber, then Force hurled his grenade down the adjacent corridor and pulled the blast door shut. There was one explosion, and then it was done. Even with the fight over, nobody relaxed. Core directed Leve, Fixer, and Soul in disarming the explosive charges around the reactor core. Scorch immediately spotted Niner, stripped of his armor and helmet, standing between Fi and Parja with a rifle to one side, looking a little lost. Scorch had been stuck in limbo just like the rest of them, not knowing whether Reed had slotted Niner or Dar. He'd mentally banished them both to the land of the dead, and just seeing one of them alive was enough to make him weak with relief. "Good to see you around, Narika." Scorch slapped him on the back. "Thanks for the loaner." "Loaner?" Niner blinked. He really was out of it. Scorch knocked his helmet. "You're by. Without it, we'd have never hooked up with VAU and pulled this off." Niner's face went blank for a second. Then he nodded. The poor Barv wasn't close to okay. "Fi, call VAU, then have Fixer take your group up to the bridge," Boss said. "I thought it's mission accomplished," said Parja. "Maybe. I want to check with our GDI minder." Scorch followed Boss and Jock up the stairs to the top tier to see Hett standing over the body of the dead officer. It was a grotesque sight. The man had been cut through above the waist and his two halves laid awkwardly atop one another. The only mercy was that his face was firmly planted against the deck. "I think that's the executive officer," Scorch said. "Then where's Pellaeon?" asked Jock. "Jessica, I don't think we're going to get him alive," Boss warned. "We're also missing Helena Devis, the last prisoner," said Hett. "I want to save Helena too," Jock said. "I'll put in a call to the bridge. See if they've spotted any of them on cams. Give me a sec." Jock stepped aside from a private conversation in his helmet, leaving Boss, Scorch, and Hett to stand over the dead man's body. "What's the status of the clone soldiers?" Hett's voice was a low growl. "Looks like 4 wounded, 6 dead," said Boss. The Jedi didn't reply. Scorch said, "You had to stop him. Otherwise we'd all be in little burned up pieces." Jock stepped back into the group. Brent gave the cams a look over. Says he spotted a dark-skinned woman and a 501st trooper by the escape pods on V deck. "My guess is the captain's on his way." "Okay," Hett said. "We'll go out the way we came." There wasn't time to say goodbye to Fi's party. Hett went down the stairs and out into the corridor fast, and the three clones scampered to keep up with him. As they walked, Scorch sidled along Boss and said, 150 Commando, alone. Must be Reed. I'll gonna kill him. Be careful, Jock warned. We want Helena safe. And Pellaeon too, if he's there. Reed killed Dar. No way he's getting off the ship. I know, but he's not the main priority. Besides, I bet our Jedi friend doesn't like your revenge kick. Hett stopped and looked over his shoulder. Something in his hard eyes made Scorch shirk. I won't stop you, he said, and kept walking. Somehow Pellaeon found the strength to stumble on. He should have done something, order the clones to take Helena and escape without him, find some other way to sabotage valediction, at least die bravely as Minor had, but he couldn't think of anything. The escape pods on V-Deck were accessed from a narrow corridor. He saw Helena and Reed waiting at the far end, and as he walked past the other sealed airlocks, he saw that a number of pods had already jettisoned. It was shameful for a captain to abandon his ship, but, with valediction seized and Vernita dead, one more dose of shame hardly mattered. He could at least face his inevitable court-martial like an officer and stand before the firing squad with a semblance of dignity. He had no idea what to do with Helena. They stared at each other in the hallway, but neither moved. Gil, I want you to know I'm sorry, she said. I had no idea this would happen, any of it. We're too late for sorries. He dropped his sidearm during the fight near the reactor, but one of the clones had given him a holdout pistol for defense. It felt very heavy in his hand. Your friends have taken this ship. It was a statement, not a question, but she nodded anyway. I suppose you'd like to be left with them. I'm in no position to ask for anything. No, but neither am I. His fingers twitched around his stock of his gun. He told Reed, open the airlock. Very good, sir, the clone said. Reed pulled open the hatch to the escape pod. There was just enough room for the 5 of them inside. Is that what you want, Gil? She asked. Do you want to be executed together? That was the crux of it. He looked at the woman who'd taken everything from him without even meaning to. He didn't know if she deserved to die. He didn't want her to. He was sure of that, despite it all. Killing Helena wouldn't bring Minor back. He failed his oath, his duty, and all the men who trusted him, and nothing could undo any of it. Pellaeon swallowed. Soldiers, let her go. Sir? Reed asked. Are you certain? Yes, I'm. The sound of laser fire filled the hallway. Plasma bolts, blue and red, shot toward them from the opposite end. One clone was dropped by a lucky stun shot to the neck. Another took a red bolt to his shoulder. Reed interposed himself between Pellaeon and the attackers, and was immediately caught in the leg by a stun bolt. The clone staggered forward, still upright, when a half-dozen killing blasts took him in the chest and blew him off his feet. Reed knocked into Pellaeon and both fell through the airlock. The remaining trooper jumped in after them and pulled the door shut behind them. Wait, Pellaeon shouted. Wait, Helena. The escape pod shuddered and tumbled out into space. Pellaeon kicked himself free of Reed's body and pulled himself to the pod's tiny porthole, where he watched the gray wedge of his valediction, his pride and his shame, shrink to nothing against the stars. Scorch and Jock charged down the corridor toward the 2 prone bodies left on the deck. Scorch kept his weapon trained on the fallen soldier until he got close enough to give the man's white armor a kick. He didn't budge. The stun shot had brought him down. Jock and was crouched over the woman, touching her shoulder gently, saying, Miss Davis, are you all right? Scorch saw her fingers claw at the deck's smooth durasteel. Her arms tightened, but she didn't rise, didn't pick her face off the cold metal. Something in her didn't want to. Miss Davis, it's me, Jock from Torrent Company. Her eyes opened. She pressed her palms flat against the floor and pushed herself up so she could look at him. I know you can't tell, miss, Jock said, but it's me. In the airlock was that Pellaeon. She shoved herself fully upright but stayed seated on the floor. Her voice was hollow as she said, that was him. Something silent passed between her and Jock, something Scorch wasn't close to understanding, especially when his friend's face was hidden by his helmet's black mask. "Lucky he escaped," Jock said softly. "No." She closed her eyes. "Not for him?" Scorch stared, uncomprehending, when Boss nudged his shoulder. His Sarge said, "Good shooting, Nervad." "We don't know if it was him." "Ask her." It felt wrong to intrude on whatever the Devis woman's private grief was, but he asked, "Miss, do you know the name of that trooper in black armor?" After a second, she said, "Reed?" He called himself Reed. "Did you know him?" Scorch didn't know what to say. Boss muttered, "He was in our unit." "I'm sorry," she replied. Scorch wasn't, and neither was Boss, but they could never explain it all to her, just like she could never explain it all to them. Despite it all, theirs were two separate worlds. Leve was at the head of the column, followed by Phi and Parja. Niner had never met Phi's Sayerica. He'd heard of her and wanted to see her, but he'd never imagined it would be like this. He lagged behind them while Fixer and Soul brought up the rear. They were en route to the bridge, walking through empty corridors and chambers where clones and mongrel officers lay numbed and writhing in their fever haze, when the call came. Niner didn't get it himself. He didn't have a helmet or a comlink. The call came to Phi, who dropped back from Parja and clapped Niner on the shoulder. "What is it?" he asked. "Just got a call from Scorch. Good news?" "What is it?" "They tracked the captain down to the escape pods. He got away, but they grabbed the prisoner, one of Alta's people. Or Signs, I can't remember." "What's the good news?" It wasn't a joke, but Phi laughed. Reed was with them, covering the escape. Reed. Niner had hardly thought about the clone since taking his stun blast to the face. "They got him, Niner. Killed the Shabur." Phi squeezed his shoulder. "Means Dar can rest a little easier." Niner didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to feel. He was still stuck in a void without direction or even grief. He didn't even know if he should feel grief for Reed, an empty husk of a man who never got a chance to be real, executed for a crime he didn't commit. Phi noticed his blank expression and gave him another squeeze. "It'll be okay, Aunt Erica. You're with your Vo now. We're never splitting up. Never again." Niner nodded and was very relieved when Phi took his hand away. In his long and eventful life, Kal Skirata had never stood at the helm of a Star Destroyer. The crew, now a weird mix of clones and mongrel commandos, worked in the pits beneath him, and the big forward viewport revealed a panorama of deadly pale gray warships hovering over the blue face of Bovinire. It was an exhilarating, empowering sensation, so different from fighting in the trenches with his boys. For an instant he understood how self-important it made me like Grant feel. An instant was as long as it lasted. He turned away from the stunning view and watched his sons march onto the bridge. Phi led the way with Parja at his side, followed by Kor, Leve, and Spar. Niner in his black jumpsuit and Fixer and black armor brought up the rear. Mission accomplished, Boer. Phi walked out onto the platform that spanned between the two crew pits and clapped Skirata on the forearm. Phi took a moment to look around the bridge. The other Deltas and Yayaks had yet to return, but everyone else had converged on the command deck. VAU still stood by the viewport with Lord Murd sitting on his haunches beside him. Jane and Muriel were down in the crew pit, and Ordo was by the tactical station with Brant and Spar. Jusik stood on the port side of the bridge with a hastily made sling supporting his wounded shoulder. He had his helmet off and wore a tired, almost wistful expression that made him look much older than he was. Tehi's Beskar flute hung from his belt, another shiny cylinder to match his lightsaber. Across the bridge, looking especially out of place, a tall old Hoden in Jedi robes stood with his hands braced against the back of an empty seat. "We did it," Phi said, half to himself. Skirata nodded. There had been too many losses, and he knew the grief would catch up to him soon enough, but for now he allowed himself to savor victory. His family was together, finally, and they'd never be torn apart again. "Boer," Ordo called, "Iconoclast is getting close to the destroyers." Skirata looked to the comm station. "Anything from Sign?" "No signal yet. Sora reported. It'll be any time now, Vau said as he walked down the aisle. We need to get ready. Up ahead, hovering over the blue glow of Bavanire, was Delayer. The interdictor looked like a flat star destroyer with spherical gravity well projectors swelling on either side of the hull. Take us close to the drag ship, Vau said. Just close enough to fire. Don't make them suspicious. And get a firing solution ready. Affirmatives came from Sign's commandos, who were manning most of the systems aside from communications and tactical. When the fight was over, this would be their ship, and Skirata didn't begrudge them the prize his boys had claimed. Standing on this bridge felt good, but it wasn't for him. Spending too much time on a ship like this went to a man's head and gave him delusions of grandeur. We've got a call from Majesty, Sora reported, voice tense. They're asking why several of our escape pods have just ejected. Shab, Vau snapped. Tell them we've had a series of mechanical failures, but we're getting them under control. Will they believe that? Fi asked. For a couple minutes, maybe, which is all that matters. Vau planted his fists on his hips and watched the layers swing along their starboard side. It was a very tempting target, and all they needed was Sign's last signal. They're requesting to speak to Captain Pellaeon, Sora said grimly. Tell him he'll be a couple minutes, Fi muttered. Boer, they're sending out shuttles to recover the pods now, Ordo reported. They'll probably find Pellaeon in one of them. Okay, Shab the wait-a-minute plan, Vau said. Guns, take aim on that drag ship. We're supposed to wait for a signal from Sign, Ordo reminded them. Skirata looked back at the tactical holo. Iconoclast was almost between the two destroyers. She would be making a break for it any second now. I say close enough, Vau told him. Agreed. You want to give the order, or should I? It was uncharacteristically generous of Vau, and Skirata saw no reason not to take him up on the offer. He turned to the gunnery station. Weapons, take aim. Standing by. He pointed at the gray wedge of the drag ship, felt that dangerous sense of power shudder through him, and snapped his finger. Fire. Grant was standing in front of the tactical station, staring at Sign's dreadnought move between Valor and Resilient, when light started flashing on the other side of the planet's curve. Suddenly the entire deck seemed to buckle. A tightness gripped Grant's chest. He knew that sensation. He felt it at Farstein just days ago. It meant that an artificial gravity well had suddenly died. Admiral, we have a problem, Griff said, voice tense. Grant looked at the holo. Delayer's marker was flashing green and red, and right next to it, easily within firing range, was Captain Pellaeon's valediction. Admiral, we are getting reports from Pulsar and Unvanquished. They're saying valediction just fired on Delayer. Come, Grant snapped. Get me a line to Pellaeon. Now. Admiral, said the comm officer, we're getting no response. Pulsar also detected a series of escape pods ejecting from the ship right before the attack. They're trying to recover them now. Have Pulsar and Unvanquished pin that ship in and keep hailing valediction. Grant turned to Zarin, still breathing down on his neck. Was it the Jedi? Could that prisoner have done something? Taken over Pellaeon's mind? Maybe. They had him pumped full of too many drugs to count. Zarin shook his head. Unless that witch Darius did something. Sirs, there's another possibility. Meluzar appeared suddenly behind them and made them both jump. He was almost as bad as the Inquisitor. The ship may have been boarded. Boarded? Zarin scowled. How? By whom? Before Meluzar could answer, Griff said, Sirs, Iconoclast is making a run for it. Grant looked back to the tactical holo. Sure enough, the dreadnought was slipping between Valor and Resilience. The two Venator-class destroyers were firing full broadsides at the passing ship, but her shields were just barely withstanding the attacks. Griff said, Admiral, she's heading for Grappler. One drag ship down, one left. Get me a line to that ship. Call her. Now. It took an interminable few seconds to call Iconoclast, and Grant watched on the holo as the dreadnought, battered but still flying, limped past the two destroyers and plowed a direct course for the interdictor. "Admiral," said Communications, "we've got sign." "Give her to me? Now." He flicked his comlink on and stalked away from Zarin and Melazar. "Madam Sign, this is foolish. Lay down your arms now." "I'm sorry, Vice Admiral, I won't be doing that." Her voice sounded smooth, almost smug. "Your vessel is heavily damaged. Even if you make it to Grappler, you can't outfight it." "I don't need to outfight it, Admiral." The dreadnought inched closer. Realization struck. His jaw dropped. "No. We have little to say to each other, Admiral. This signal will be cutting out in a minute, so I'm sorry we can't speak longer. You'll be killed. Your whole ship. I'm not on the ship, though I am using it as a relay point for this comm signal. I'm not even in the Bavanire system, at least, not yet. Those old slave circuits come in handy sometimes. Goodbye, Admiral." There was a click, and she was gone. "Admiral," Griff said, "Valediction has started to fire on Unvanquished. Pulsar is moving to help but pull Grappler back." He stabbed a finger toward the interdictor's green marker. "Now." "Of course, sir, but it will take a moment." "Now." Griff hurried. Grant knew he was shouting, knew he was drawing stares, knew he was making a total embarrassment of himself, but none of that mattered. His humiliation had just begun. He knew it, and he couldn't do a damn thing about it except watch. Suddenly he didn't envy ship captains, not at all. "Grappler is turning around, sir," Griff reported, "but it looks like Iconoclast might try to flank it." "She's not flanking. We need," his mind sputtered. He knew what was coming and stared at the tactical holo, ignoring Iconoclast, ignoring Valediction. "I want all ships to fall back to their initial siege formation." "You mean spread them out?" "Yes, I want all ships to prepare for." The command deck shuddered again, and all of Majesty seemed to groan as her internal gravity struggled to adjust to the collapse of Grappler's interdiction field. Grant steadied himself and turned his attention to the holo. Iconoclast and Grappler were both gone. Just as he knew it would, the space around Bavanire suddenly filled with dozens of red markers. Alarm klaxons wailed, and crewmen shouted in confusion, but Grant turned his attention to the forward viewport, where ship after ship fell from hyperspace into Bavanire's natural gravity well and plunged toward the planet too fast for his net to seize them. Chapter 26. I've met people, years later, who still remember what we did at Bavanire. They think it was a miracle, and in a way they're right. Mandalorians don't usually get to be heroes. We don't even have a word for it in Mandalore. That time, though, we were, and I'm proud of that. But in the end, we didn't capture that Star Destroyer to save all those people on the planet. We did it to save Boss, Scorch, Fixer, and Niner. That was it. That was all we needed. Scout's stomach nearly jumped up through her throat as Chuanther plunged into the planet's atmosphere. The heat of entry flared up on all sides of the big ship's command deck, obscuring the ocean world below behind walls of flame. Scout gripped the back of the helmsman's seat as the ship shuddered all around her. She looked to her side to see Master Altus, legs spread for balance, hands behind his back, looking surprisingly calm as firelight flashed over his face. "Are you sure we can handle this?" she called over the roar and re-entry. "I kept this ship in Bespin's atmosphere for years. She'll be fine." The fires fell away, but the ship kept shaking as they tumbled toward the sparkling waters below. She spotted an archipelago spreading out to the north, including one large island that must have been Cephalia, Bavanire's center of population. She could spot a number of craft already in the air, probably all stuffed with people, breaking for space while the new ship swooped down to grab more evacuees. Altus moved over to the comm station and flipped a switch. "Lucan, Rannick, are you ready to detach?" Scout heard two affirmatives. Then Altus said, "Good. Do it now." Chuanther slowed his descent and vectored toward Cephalia. Scout felt a moment of calm, and then the entire superstructure vibrated and groaned as though it was being torn in pieces. Altus put a hand on her shoulder. "Settle down, Scout." She felt calm pour through her and with an understanding. Chuunther hadn't just been put together from pieces of multiple ships. It was multiple ships. The deck shuddered again, and she saw two blocky sections of the ship jump ahead under power of their own flaring engines. "We can't take in more people this way?" Altis squeezed her shoulder. "Scout, can you get down to the loading bay?" "Absolutely." "Excellent. I'll call Kinaha. She'll help." Scout was down the hall and in the turbolift before she paused to wonder what the ancient Kaminon could do to help the rescue efforts. Every atmosphere-capable ship in Sign and Slake's fleets, from big carriers like Chuunther down to tramp freighters like Cornucopia, were diving down toward pre-assigned targets while big ships like Valedictorian and Freedom Song desperately tried to hold open an escape corridor. It was a mad scramble, only partially orchestrated by careful planning on Sign's part through a series of extra-encrypted messages to local governments on Baviniar's islands, telling the settlers when and where to prepare for evacuation. The lift doors slid open, and Scout sprinted for the landing bay. She was almost there when she stumbled and fell against the wall. A surge of thought and feeling came out of nowhere and overtook her. She suddenly felt Altis on the main ship's bridge, as Jarvi in the bay of another ship, Rannick Silos are giving orders to the crew of the third. Master pled on Valediction's bridge, all the other Altisian Jedi scattered throughout the rescue fleet. She even felt the throttle of Ihan vibrating against the hands of his Jedi pilot while Bessany manned the co-pilot station. She saw what they saw without really seeing it, understood what they did without consciously knowing. At the center of it all, sitting calmly in Chuunther's lush greenhouse under the bright light of a real sun, Kinaha was bridging all their minds together. It was like nothing she'd ever experienced. She could have lost herself in so many different minds, most of them more naturally attuned to the Force than hers, but Chuunther shuddered and her head smacked against a bulkhead. Pain brought her back to her body. She kept running down the corridor until she reached the main landing bay. The big hangar was shockingly empty again. Even the starfighters had gone to fly interference for the rescue ships. Through his open mouth, Scout saw the buildings and streets and squares of Cephalia surge toward them. The ship swooped down over what Scout realized was a massive public park. What was normally green space was now packed shoulder to shoulder with tens of thousands of people, all desperate to escape the Empire's bombardment. That wave of desperation, the enormity of their task, nearly overtook her, but Kinaha spoke soft encouragement in her mind. Scout rushed to the mouth of the hangar and joined Altis Jedi as they ushered the thousands on board. Ships were already escaping. Valediction had become the center point of the escape corridor. Slake's broad Sorol-Suev carrier and a group of other medium-sized warships had settled on the destroyer's flanks, and together they formed a protective core around the fleeing ships. Grant found himself caught in a dilemma he should have seen coming. To break the main escape route, he needed to converge at least a third of his siege forces on Valediction, but in doing so he'd draw ships away from other locations and create new escape vectors. A no-win situation for Sign had suddenly turned around. Now Grant was the one scrambling to limit his humiliation, and the worst part of it all was that Zarin of all people had warned him about putting Grappler too close to Sign's dreadnought. Thankfully, the Commodore wasn't in the mood to gloat. Majesty shuddered under another round of turbolaser fire from Slake's flagship. Grant held on tight to the tactical console, but Zarin nearly stumbled into a bulkhead. Freedom Song had positioned itself between Majesty and Valediction, and Grant had called to more destroyers to help with Slake. That would probably open another hole in the fleet, but at this point he wanted to deal with the warships first. It would take time for the largest rescue vessels to load themselves to full capacity, and hopefully he could deal with the primary capital ships before then and recreate the initial siege formation. Admiral Griff reported Valor and Resilient are coming back into the combat zone. They're requesting orders. Have Valor take position at Sector 7B. Resilient takes 8C. It would patch up the holes in the net and force the escaping ships to all take the route past Valediction. Hopefully that gap would close soon too. Zarin stumbled up to Grant's side. It will take hours for them to evacuate everyone on that planet. Days? There's no way they can hold out that long. I am aware of that, Commodore, Grant said stiffly as another turbolaser barrage rocked their shields. That's why I'm prioritizing combat against the fleet. Send our fighters down, as many as you can. Most of those transport ships are unarmed. You can take them down easily. Grant considered, then told Griff, Captain, launch our full fighter wing to the planet. The same for Valor and Resilient. Targets of opportunity. Very good, sir. The ship shook again. Grant looked at Zarin and said, without a defensive fighter screen, we'll be especially vulnerable. So will they? They'll pull their own fighters to protect the evacuees. Have you called Farstein for reinforcements? Grant had held off on that so far. Calling for help would make his humiliation even worse. We can't hold them for now. Zarin looked skeptical, but he didn't object. Grant looked at the planet and saw a swarm of tiny dark flecks against the blue, all falling toward Bavanire to join the fight. We'd placed ourselves at the heart of a firestorm, but at first we stayed mercifully safe from the fray. Slake and Sign had surrounded our ship with their own fleet and were doing their best to defend us while we provided cover for the stream of ships that had been waiting to leave Bavanire. After the first 10 minutes, nearly 100 ships had escaped, but they were all tiny. Bavanire was a world of self-reliant settlers, and many of them, especially the ones on the smaller islands, had their own ships. Some of those were hyperspace capable, but many weren't, and those that couldn't escape on their own flew into our hangar or that of Slake's big carrier. Fat Bastard only had limited room, as did we, but after the initial gush of escaping ships, the stream thinned out. The reason was obvious. Those ships had all been waiting to escape Grand Siege Grid. A second, larger wave of ships had plunged toward the planet at the same time, with the goal of evacuating people without ships of their own, especially those on the most populated island of Cephalion. To get that second, larger fleet out, we'd have to hold the line against all of Grant's forces. This was a situation where I thought VAU and Calbor might decide to try and run, even though most of the crew now manning our hijacked destroyer was originally from Sign's late flagship. To my surprise, they stood their ground, bravely, even as enemy starfighters began to sting our shields and buzz our bridge. Most of the friendly starfighters had already been sent down into the atmosphere to protect the evacuation ships, and with the critical crew shortage, we had to rely on Valediction's gunnery computers to slap away the enemy attackers. Luckily for us, they were the newest and best computers in the Imperial fleet, and with a few minor tweaks they were easy to turn against their makers. When the fight started, I felt an awareness probe in my mind. Through the Force I felt Master Plett, standing across the room. Beyond him I felt so many others' minds, mostly strangers, but I could discern some individual Jedi, Altus giving orders at the helm of his ship, Scout trying to direct a flood of frightened people, Ashjar V pulling up from one small island and swooping down on another. At the center of it all was Kina Ha, ancient calm at the eye of the massive storm. It was like nothing I'd ever experienced before. For so long the Force had been something mystical and elusive, something I could only control for short, flickering moments. As I'd fallen away from the Jedi, I started to view it as a tool, like a wrench or scalpel and nothing more. But right then, for the first time, maybe the only time, I felt a sense of belonging and communion through the Force, as though I were one harmonious part of something so much bigger. It was what I'd always wanted and never found, not until I left the Force behind altogether and became a Skirata. I wanted to pull myself away, but I couldn't. It was everything I craved and feared as a Force user, all happening at the same time. For that brief moment, as the firestorm spun around me, I let myself feel it all and become part of it all, and everyone's thoughts and motions became my thoughts and motions, and I wasn't afraid, because I like one piece of a dance that was so much larger than myself. I wish I could help you understand it better, Katika, but there is no way for me to do it. The truth is always greater than the words we use to describe it. Chuunther was a mammoth ship with more corridors, storage rooms, and holding decks that Scout could keep track of. Holding her lightsaber over her head like a luminous blue beacon, she helped guide the streams of refugees out from the jam-packed hangar bay. She led small children clinging to their mothers, limping grandparents, fit young men asking how they could help defend the ship. She'd heard Bavanayari didn't like Jedi, but you wouldn't know it then. Desperation bred trust, and Scout did all she could to save as many trusting beings as possible. Like all of Alta's people, she wore a comlink in her ear connecting her to the rest of the crew, but she barely needed it. Like all the other Jedi at Bavanayar, she found herself connected to a larger shared awareness. She knew, through easy intuition, to guide refugees into holes she'd never seen before. She knew when the ship was getting close to maximum capacity. She knew when the Imperial fighters were raining down on them, and she knew when the motley defenders took to the air and chased the Imp fighters back. She knew when the ship was finally full to the brim, weighted down by so many thousands that its engine strained to push off from Bavanayar's surface. She raced up to the command deck where she knew Altis would be standing behind the helmsman. Bright sunlight spilled through the viewport, and the blue sky beyond was scarred by pillars of black smoke and the occasional explosion of a downed starfighter. Scout came beside Altis and asked, though she barely needed to speak, "Master, are we ready to go?" "There are still people down there," the old Jedi said. "We've done all we can. We need to call Lucan and Rannick back, then get out of here." Altis hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He didn't have to speak the order. Knowledge rippled through Kinaha's mind meld. Chuantar's engines groaned audibly in protest, but she rose into the sky nonetheless. Cephalia's parks and squares and buildings fell away. So did the glimmer of its oceans and the dark green ridges of surrounding islands. Then there was just the sky. The other two sections of Chuantar appeared before them. Only the main section, on which Scout now stood, was capable of jumping to hyperspace, and all three segments slowed down to reconnect. It made them especially vulnerable to the enemy snub fighters that swarmed through the sky. Friendly fighters in turn came to defend them. Scout felt one Jedi pilot slip behind an ARC fighter in his Starchaser and, with slight regret, thumb the trigger and blow two clone pilots out of the sky. At the same time, she felt Rannick Salozar's ship tremble beneath him as it took a missile to his shields. She felt another Jedi shoot down an ETA to right before her own engine exploded, sending her into a death spiral that knocked her head around but didn't steal her consciousness, not until her ship hit the ocean surface and went through it, and dark water swallowed everything. The woman's confused last moment stabbed through the mind meld, but Kinaha compensated with her own feelings of confidence and warmth. Lucan's and Rannick's sections of Chuantar locked into place. 3 sets of engines fired in unison, and the carrier soared skyward once again. The sun fell away, and so did the sky and strings of light clouds. Stars peeked through the fading blue, and beyond the stars Scout saw the chaos of battle. Capital ships pounded each other's shields and lit up the void with washes of green and red plasma. An Imperial Star Destroyer hit one of Sign's picket ships with barge after barrage, until it exploded, and though there were no Jedi on that ship, Scout could still feel the pain of violently extinguished lives. Kinaha still projected calm through the mind meld, but confidence faltered. Hundreds of beings were still dying over Bavanayar, and there would surely be thousands more left behind on the planet. There simply wasn't enough time or enough ships. "Master, we can't do it. We can't save them all." Altis's hand was firm on her shoulder. "We never can. Focus on those who live, Scout. They live because of you." Somehow, through the meld, Scout could feel them too, even through all those refugees couldn't touch the Force. But of course they could. Everything could. The Force was life. She felt all the life on the decks beneath her, the angry young patriots swearing revenge for ruined homes, the confused wailing infants, the old people shocked to have survived, the mothers trying not to lose their small children in the packed crowds. For a moment she felt, with crystalline clarity, the thoughts of a young woman about her age, pressed together with the teenage boy in a cramped and foul-smelling storage room. Their hands were clasped tight, fingers intertwined. Their heads were bowed low. They'd lost their homes and families, but they stared into each other's eyes and felt only the pure rush of adolescent love. It conquered all fear and doubt and nearly brought Scout to tears. But it was too much. It was all too much. She gasped, Her mind reeled, and she tried to focus on the stars ahead as they peeked through a dimming blue sky. Altus still had his hand on her shoulder. He squeezed it again. "It's all right, Scout. We're almost free." Without prelude or explanation, Jusik said, "They're coming out." He hadn't said anything since the battle started, and for a second Skirata didn't know what he was talking about. Then he saw the tactical holo, and the marker designating Master Altus' ship as it broke out of the atmosphere and cut the straight line for the exit corridor guarded by Valediction and Fat Bastard. Their smaller ships were crumbling under heavy fire from the encroaching ring of Star Destroyers. Slake's Commerce Guild cruiser, Freedom Song, was getting pounded by Grant's flagship and 2 more destroyers. In redistributing his ships, Grant had left holes in the siege net, and many smaller ships were now slipping past and leaping to hyperspace, but Chuantha was big, sluggish, unarmed, and crammed with over 200,000 people. It needed a secure escape corridor, and there was only one of those. Skirata stalked over to the tactical station and asked, "How long until Altus passes through, Ortica?" "Maybe 5 minutes, Boer. Not sure we can last that long. This is one of the best ships in the Imp fleet, isn't it?" "Not when she's outnumbered and undermanned," Ordo said, and right on cue, the deck shuddered as a volley of turbolaser blasts exploded on their port shields. An Imp destroyer, Victory class, had crippled one of Science Picket ships and was coming straight at them. The shields held, but the deck kept shaking. Skirata staggered over to VAU, who stood with Phi and Spar on the central aisle between the crew pits. "We're out of time," Spar said when he saw Skirata coming. "Get us out of here while we still can." "Not yet. We've done our good deed," VAU said. "Altus is still coming." Skirata jabbed a finger at the tactical holo. Another heavy blast shook the ship. Spar said, "I came all this way 'cause I wanted another 60 years. I'm not dying here." It was a veiled threat, and if VAU backed Spar up it might have weight, but even if they did try and run it wouldn't do much good, not with the Vicstar moving to cut them off from the edge of the gravity well. "Boer," Ordo called, "something's happening." "What thing?" Skirata hurried back to the tactical station, VAU on his heels. "That one picket, the one that's crippled, is moving." Skirata watched the holo and saw the small marker of the picket approaching the big one for the Vicstar. The destroyer started firing back at the picket, but the smaller ship didn't slow down. "Oh, Shab," said VAU, "she's going to ram?" Skirata felt tight in the chest. When Iconoclast had plunged into Grappler and brought the interdiction field down, it had been totally stripped and unmanned, operated by remote slave circuit. This picket had a full crew complement, but they were going to do the same thing anyway. Kal Skirata didn't often feel humbled by the bravery of Erudii, but he did then. He and VAU went up to the forward viewport to try and get a look. The Vicstar was cutting in from their port side, and they could see space light up as it fired all its turbos at the picket ship coming up behind it. The picket seemed to be vectoring for the flare of its engines, which helped avoid the line of fire for most of the Vix weapons. "Guns," Skirata called, "pound that Borshabor, right on the nose." Science crew didn't need further instruction. Green energy lanced out from Valediction's broadside cannons and impacted on the Vix forward shields. The destroyer didn't have enough juice in it to keep both fore and aft shields at full power. Wisely, it held the rear shields up and voluntarily took a pounding on its forward section, but even that wasn't enough to stop the picket at full charge. The smaller ship seemed to disappear in the blue-white glare of the Vix engines. Then a massive explosion tore through the hull. Its engines and even its command tower vanished in a burst of flame and heat-twisted metal. "Keep firing," Skirata shouted over the cheers that shook the bridge. "Kill it! Kill it!" Valediction's guns shoot up the forward section of the Vicstar's wedge. Its shields were gone, and it began shooting out escape pods as its carcass smoldered in space. "Not bad, Kal," VAU said. "You'd make a good captain. Don't even joke about that." He waved a hand. "Ortica, where's Altus?" "He's ready to pass through," Jusik said from the other side of the bridge. "Bardica's right," Ordo glanced at the tactical display. Is he good to go? Tell him to get clear, Skirata said. A half-minute later, the ugly, bulky carrier cut between Valediction and Fat Bastard. The flare from Chuanthar's engines twinkled like dwindling stars, then disappeared as it jumped to hyperspace. Are we good now? Asked VAU. I think we are. Come, tell Slake we've gonna break for it. Suggest he does the same. Helm, give us a course, and get us out of here. Science people gave no objections. As they pointed their nose for the stars and kicked in all engines, Fat Bastard did the same. A few little freighters and shuttles fleeing the planet lanced ahead of them and winked into hyperspace, while 3 remaining star destroyers attempted to give chase, but in the end they were too far away. Infinity blurred around them, and they jumped to hyperspace. The crew erupted in cheers again. VAU pounded a fist on Skirata's back. Spar clapped his hands, and Parja gave Fiabesk a clanking bear hug. Soru and Brant slumped exhausted in their seats. Ordo, Mariel, and Jane clapped each other on the shoulders. In the far corner, Master Plett watched silently, an ambiguous smile on his lipless Hoden face. He saw Jusik standing apart from everyone else. When Skirata went up to the man and called his name, Jusik seemed to wobble on his feet. He stared at his father and blinked like he was seeing him for the first time. Skirata steadied him with a hand on the shoulder. You okay, Bardika? I'll be fine, Boor. The young man nodded, but he looked like he'd just lost something forever. Octavian Grant stood on Majesty's bridge and watched them withdraw. Valediction and the carrier went first, followed by Slake's other big ships. Freedom Song was already disentangling itself from a 4-ship fight, and though Grand Order pursuit, Slake's flagship was able to limp its way out of the gravity well and disappear into hyperspace. Small ships were still running through the gaping holes in the blockade. Grant walked over to Captain Griff and said, softly and calmly, tell all remaining ships to resume their initial positions in the siege grid. The young man stared a question at him. Grant repeated the order, and that time Griff obeyed. Grant turned away from the holo from the view of Bavinair's blue oceans far below. Meluzer stood to one side of the bridge, hand over his mouth, looking paler than usual. Zarin had thick arms crossed in front of his chest. His eyes met Grant's, but he didn't say anything. Admiral, Griff asked, what should we do about the remaining settlements on the surface? There would be some beings left, surely, probably a good many. He thought about ordering a complete bombardment of the remaining islands, but he knew it wouldn't do anything to salvage the battle, or his mood. Let them be, he sighed. Science earned her victory. After a pause, Griff said, very good, sir. Captain, remove us from orbit and set course for Farston. If you don't mind, I'd like to use your command salon until we arrive. Feel free to, sir. He turned for the exit and started walking. He kept his back stiff and his head high but didn't look any of the passing crewmen in the eye. He left the bridge with his dignity intact. It wasn't a lot, but he didn't have much left, and he knew he'd have less still when his superiors were done with him. Chapter 27. Some people still call it the miracle at Bavinair. They say it gave confidence and inspiration to resistance movements across the galaxy. The Imperial networks did their best to muzzle the news of it, but people still heard. We're your family, and I never planned to get involved in it. We didn't even want to. It put us in Imperial crosshairs for years to come. But we did it. Sometimes I'm proud of that. Sometimes I want to undo everything just to get your father and uncles back to us. In the end, what I want doesn't matter. I just have to live with it. And now, so do you. The blue holographic image of Wilhuff Tarkin's face took on an almost skeletal quality. His high cheekbones, bald pate, and sunken eyes all created the impression of a human skull, stripped of skin and bone. The blackness of space, seen through the window of Octavian Grant's office on Farsteen Station, sat behind the holo and only seemed to enhance the ghoulish image. Of course, it might have just been Grant's mood. Back straight, hands at his side, he told Tarkin, I realize there is no excuse for a failure such as this, sir. I am fully prepared to accept the consequences of both the events at Bavinire and Belsavis. Tarkin raised a thin eyebrow. Is that so, Vice Admiral? Both of them. The events are inextricably linked, sir. It's hard to explain one without the other. And why do you say that? Sir, it is very clear that the attack on Bavinire would never have succeeded had the enemy not been able to hijack valediction. Such an event is virtually unprecedented and was only possible through a unique combination of factors. Have you had a chance to debrief crew who escaped? We have, sir, including the captain. The captain survived when his ship was captured. Indeed, sir. He tells an interesting story. I'm sure he does. It's been corroborated by other crew who escaped. I have no reason to doubt him, though his story is, as I said, quite extraordinary. Please go on. It appears that valediction was hijacked by a combined force of science commandos, Mandalorians, and Jedi. Tarkin blinked. That is an unlikely combination. Exactly, sir. The intruders were able to pump the ship's air full of a virus. We've analyzed samples recovered from crew members and determined it to be a variation on non-lethal Renseria, modified to take effect very quickly. From which the intruders were already immune? Yes, sir. Curious. Incredible as this all is, sir, I think there is something even more important. Do tell. After the unfortunate incident with the Eye of Palpatine, I sent 4 backup squadrons of commandos on detachment from the Vader's Fist to Belsavis. They were on valediction when she came back to Bavinire. According to multiple witnesses, the intruders were fighting alongside soldiers from the 501st. Not even Tarkin could his shock there. The 501st were the most elite special forces unit in the Imperial Army. Mutiny from them should have been impossible. It was also something authorities would try very hard to keep hidden, especially from the larger military. News of desertion by clone soldiers was carefully suppressed. A full-blown mutiny was far worse. I believe, Grant continued, that many clone commando units were specially trained by Mandalorian mercenaries on Kamino. I believe the motivation behind the mutinous troops is easy to conclude. This is a very serious issue, Tarkin said. Have you spoken with the unit's captain? Or was he lost with valediction? He's on board Farstein Station right now. I was waiting to talk to you before I proceeded with him. Tarkin stared at him hard from across the stars. Vice Admiral, I would like you to look into this matter. Someone must be held accountable. Do not think, however, that it will absolve you from full responsibility for what happened at Bavinire and Belsavis. Of course, sir. I just want to make sure we have the facts about everything that happened before we put a public face on these events. We'll have to be very careful. Tarkin understood his meaning. There are discussions I need to have as well. Once you have dealt with the 501st captain, please call me again. Very good, sir. Farstein Command out. Tarkin's holo winked to nothing. Grant let go of a long breath and stared down at the polished wood of his desk, wondering whether to break out a shot of brandy before he went to see Melliser. No, not yet. This was the most important part of all. He found Melliser in the small office the captain had been assigned. The room had no viewport and barely enough space for a desk, and it spoke nothing of rank or authority. A good leader had to stand above his troops and command them with the threat of discipline. It was instantly plain to Grant how Melliser had lost control over his men. The captain was seated at his desk. He had his hands folded on the desktop and looked up at Grant with cold blue eyes. May I help you, sir? Grant didn't sit down. Captain, the survivors from valediction have been debriefed. I imagine you'd like to know what became of your men on the Star Destroyer. Thank you for coming to me, Admiral. I appreciate that. He looked down into those pale eyes and wondered if the man had any idea of what had happened, or what was going to happen to him. All the reports said Melliser was a true believer, earnest, even zealous. His unit had a good record at hunting down Jedi because of it, but he seemed to have no clue of the bigger nature of things, even when they were about to stomp him underfoot. Grant felt sorry for the man, but he'd do what had to be done. We believe some of your troops assisted a squad of Mandalorian commandos and Jedi in capturing Valediction, he said bluntly. Meluser's eyes went wide, but he kept his hands firmly clasped on the desktop. Is there proof of that, sir? Numerous witnesses say groups of soldiers in black 501st armor were fighting alongside the Mandalorians. We can only assume it was they who helped the Mandalorians board Valediction in the first place. Meluzar's tongue flicked out, licked dry lips, and was gone. Captain, is there anything you might tell me that can help provide a clearer picture of this situation? Without Valediction, Sign would never have been able to break the siege at Bavanire. I understand. Sir, a number of my clone commandos were trained by Mandalorian sergeants on Kamino. It was common practice. I'm aware of that. Was there anything suspect about the specific clones you sent to Valediction? Meluser would know all of them by name and background. He was that kind of a captain. I believe so, sir. He nodded slightly. Several of the clones on that team were trained by a certain Kal Skirata. Shortly before 2 mission to Belsavis, I sent a detachment of 3 clones to Mandalore to capture a group of Jedi reportedly hiding on planet. And they were Skirata's clones. Were they in contact with him? To his credit, Meluser didn't hesitate. They were. I knew that and allowed them to proceed because I thought it was the best way to flush out the Jedi Skirata was working with. Clearly, you thought wrong. Meluser nodded again. I know, sir. I misjudged the situation entirely. I believe we could have still trapped them at Mandalore, but the local garrison was incompetent. So Skirata escaped, and he helped Sign steal the ship she needed to break the siege and humiliate the Empire. That seems to be the short of it, sir. Do you think there are more mutinies waiting to happen in the 501st, Captain? I believe all the clones trained by Skirata have already defected or deserted, sir. Meluser didn't blink or look away. He was a fool but no coward. Grant thought about the tack to use next. For a man like Meluser, there was only one thing to appeal to. This matter will have to be thoroughly investigated, Grant said. In the process, it will have to come to light that a number of the Emperor's finest troops mutinied when they should have been under your command. Meluser licked his lips again. I understand, sir. I will take responsibility. He'd already accepted himself as a dead man, and so easily. The Empire needed more brave soldiers like him. Grant felt another spike of shame and shoved it down. Captain, when this situation is investigated, it will no doubt bring much scrutiny on the 501st. It may even bring about the liquidation of the entire Legion. That would be unnecessary, sir. This is still the finest Jedi hunting unit in the Empire. You say that, yet your men just helped save the lives of many Jedi. Sir, I believe the disloyal units have already done all they can do. They're with Skirata now, and no longer an inside threat. There was one simple play to make, an act of mercy. I believe a case can be made on the behalf of your remaining troops, though I don't believe it would mean much coming from you personally. If you would argue for the continued operation of the Legion, sir, I would greatly appreciate it. That can be arranged. Grant leaned forward. Meluser leaned back to track his eyes. Now, Captain, you must understand that your men were on a very secret mission to Belsavis. An investigation into them, aside from embarrassing the 501st, will bring up things that must be kept hidden for the good of the Empire's Jedi hunting operation. Meluser swallowed. Knowledge welled in his eyes, but he kept his face stiff. I hope you understand, Captain, that it's best for the Empire, and especially your men, that responsibility for this debacle is settled quickly. Otherwise, well, the fallout could damage the entire New Order. Responsibility must be taken, of course, but it must be taken quietly. I understand, sir. He didn't look away, but his clasped hands were trembling. I will take care of everything. I trust you will. Your service to the Empire is greatly appreciated, Captain, but there are some mistakes that cannot be overlooked. Meluser nodded slightly. I'm sorry for everything, sir, but I promise I will set things right. I know you will. Grant stepped back. He didn't want to look into the eyes of a dead Mini any longer. Grant took a step to the door, then halted. He turned back to Meluser and raised one hand in a salute. The poor fool deserved at least that much for doing his final duty for the Empire. Melazar stood up and returned his own, fast and crisp. Then Grant turned and walked out of the room. The Admiral walked very slowly down the empty hallway. When he was halfway down, he paused, took a few deep breaths, and curled hands into fists to stop their shaking. Grant waited, counting the pulse of blood in his ears, until he heard a single muffled blaster shot. Then he started walking again. The mood in Valediction's hangar bay was chaotic but ebullient. The massive space was crammed, bulkhead to bulkhead, with freighters and starfighters collected during the evacuation of Bavanire, but there was just enough room for one additional shuttle to set down once they reached the rendezvous point. When Jareth Sign came down the shuttle's landing ramp, she was met with cheers from hundreds of refugees, but they were kept from swarming her ship by a line of Mandalorians and clones, unarmed but still armored. Sign had never been one for crowds, but she stopped at the ramp's base and waved to the people. The cheers grew even higher, and she allowed something even rarer than a wave, the hint of a smile. She turned her attention to the semi-formal greeting party arrayed before her. A'Sharad Hett stood at the front of the column, alongside Kal Skirata, still in gold armor but with his helmet tucked under his arm and a smile creasing his bare face. Behind them were Walloon Vau, still masked in black, Master Plett, and Avla Kal-Yuthan, who had taken off her black plasteel armor and now wore the loose white jacket of a scientist. Helena Devis, apparently unharmed during her captivity, stayed at the back of the group. She looked curiously reticent and had barely said a word to anyone since her rescue. "Madam Sign," Skirata called, "I'm happy to transfer command of this ship to you." He extended a hand, and Sign shook it. "Words aren't enough, Mr. Skirata. You've saved tens of thousands of lives today. We're not trying to be heroes." The gruff man looked almost bashful. She glanced over at A'Sharad, and a tiny smile creased her lips. "I trust everything went well, A'Sharad." He tipped forward in a bow. "The mission was a success, madam." Sign turned back to Skirata. "While I appreciate the festive atmosphere, I'd like to talk someplace private." "No problem. We'll lead the way." Skirata's men formed a wedge that broke through the crowd. Hett walked alongside Sign and let his arm touch hers lightly. His whole body tingled at contact and he could still sense the life slowly growing inside her. For a moment he was struck dizzy by the enormity of it. The battle was won, his loved ones safe. Then he remembered and went cold inside. In the frenzy of combat, he'd been able to put his vision of Skywalker's descendant from his mind, but it was still there, waiting in the stillness. Hett tried to forget it again as they walked to the small conference room. The corridors of the ship had been cleaned for the most part. The dead had been disposed of and thousands of sick crewmen had been confined to secure storage rooms. Some had even been placed in the brig. Their fate was one of many things that was about to be decided. They arrived in the conference room and took seats around the table. As she settled into her chair, Sign looked to her right and asked Duthan, "I trust I won't be coming down with the fever in a few minutes." "You should have already been exposed to the antigen by Master Altis and Walloon Vau," the scientist said. "Well, that is a relief." Sign looked across the table to Vau and Skirata. "I must thank you gentlemen again. I wish there was a way for us to compensate you." "Lady, we've got more money than we need." Vau had taken off his helmet and placed it on the table. "You've been a very effective fighting force. Master Plett, your Jedi friends were also very helpful." "You may thank Master Altis for that," said Plett. "Do you plan on going back to him?" Hett asked. The Holden fixed him with a dark stare. "It is possible. There were a number of children placed under my care, and I have to see to their protection first." "You've got one of our kids there too," Skirata said. "When are we getting him back?" There was a meanness in his tone that was hard to miss, but Plett said easily, "If you allow me, I can call in here immediately." "We'll do that when we're done here," Skirata said. "We've also got to call our own ships home." "I heard you say something about the captured clones earlier," Hett said. Skirata nodded. "You know a lot of my boys are clone deserters. I figure you should offer the captives a chance to follow their lead if they want to. Those men were bred to be loyal, Sign reminded him. Your soldiers are the exception. I know, but we have an extra incentive for them, Skirata said. For security purposes, I'm not comfortable taking on any more boys than we've got already. But if some want to serve under you in exchange for what we're offering them, well, that's for you and them to work out. What about the non-clone officers, then? I recommend slotting them, VAU said. But if you want prisoners, lady, you can have them, and any clones we don't think we can turn. I'll consider it, thank you. You should know, on our menu we say to take no prisoners, because prisoner is a burden to his captors, and liability to his friends. Never be one, and never take one. He just likes to shoot people, youth and deadpan. I'm just making a recommendation. Once we're gone, you can take it or leave it. Sign leaned forward. This has been a very useful alliance. I think we should consider in the future. Nope. VA, you help up a hand. Not gonna happen. Wallen's right, Skirata said. Thanks for the offer, but this isn't for us. Good luck with your fight, but it's not ours. We're going to ground, and so should you. Sign wanted to object. The thrill of victory was still strong in her. Before she could, Hett asked, do you have a hiding place? Yes, and we're not telling you where. You need to find your own. All of you. Skirata fixed his attention on Sign. Lady, you've won a pretty big victory, but that just means the imps are gonna come down harder. You've got a Sheb's load of civvies to take care of too. You need to do what Mandas do, Baslin Shevla. Scatter, disappear. Don't put all the refugees on one planet. Find a bunch of rocks with little or no people, and have them settle there. From what I hear, your people are pretty tough. You can manage. That will be difficult, she said. It will take time. Then take it, VAU said. Like I just told you, you don't want to drag prisoners around. They're a liability. They are our people, Mr. VAU, not prisoners. Sign said sharply. They're still a burden, Skirata said. You're not stupid, so don't act like it. Yes, you'll have to scatter your people all over, but I'll still remember Bavanire. And you'll still have a nice big fleet. You can protect the new planets, or you can use your pretty new Star Destroyer to squeeze Palpy skitsy hard. Your choice either way. Hett could feel the conflict inside her. Sign gave him a sideways glance and he nodded, very slightly. Scattering the refugees was the only logical choice, and he knew she'd see that when she calmed down. Without acknowledging Skirata either way, she turned her attention to Plett. Do you think Master Altus will scatter his people as well? He will if he knows what's good for him, Skirata said. I will relay your advice, once we rendezvous with Chuanther. Will you at least help us disperse our refugees? Sign asked the old Jedi. Plett nodded. I'm sure Jen will accommodate you. Then it seems matters are getting settled. Sign looked to Devis, who had been sitting silently beside Hett the entire time. Miss Devis, you've been a great help so far. I've talked to Slake, and he says he'd be happy if you continue to work with us. The woman blinked, as if jerked from some other train of thought. She looked at Sign, then at Plett, and said, I'm sorry, madam, but I don't think I'll be able to any longer. Sign frowned. If we did anything to upset you? No, you didn't. Devis held up a hand. Master Plett, do you think it would be possible for me to travel with you for a while? The Holden tilted his head slightly. I don't see any problem with that. May I ask why? I'd like to do something different. Devis swallowed. I'd like to take care of people, not hurt them. It was such a simple, honest sentiment that it left the room in silence. When the meeting finished, VAU and Skirata were the first on their feet. They stuck their helmets on their heads and went out the door with Euthan right behind him. Master Plett rose to follow. Devis moved toward him, but Hett reached out and gently touched her arm. A familiar sensation shuddered through the force. It was fainter than what he felt from Sign, but it was there nonetheless. She looked at him, he looked at her. The second life within her was so fresh she might not have noticed it herself. He forgot what he'd meant to ask her. She gently shook her arm free and said, "I'm glad you're all right, Mr. Hett. I thought you were dead for a while." "I thought you were too," Hett said. She didn't know. He was sure of it. He wasn't sure if he should tell her. Whatever she'd gone through had put her in a fragile emotional state, and emotions were something Hett still struggled to understand. No matter what, she was going to find out soon. "Be careful," he said at last. "I should tell you that." Devis smiled. "Both of you?" "Yes," he said, likewise. Devis frowned a question, but then Plek came up behind her. He said, "If you'll come with me, Miss Devis, I'd like to call Jen and Margolis." "Gladly, Master. I hear Margolis borrowed my ship, and I kind of want it back." She nodded at Hett, then signed. "Good luck. Both of you?" They stepped out of the room, leaving Hett and Sign alone. They stood an arm's distance apart. Hett looked around the room at anything but her, and said, "Much nicer than the one on Iconoclast, I have to say." "It even has the original walls," Sign observed. She took a step forward and laid a hand on his forearm. "Thank you, A'Sharad, for everything." "I didn't do anything. Skirata and his people, they were the heroes today." "I know, but they don't want my thanks. They're Mandalorians. They're not used to being heroic. It doesn't suit them, and they know it." Sign smiled and touched his face, tracing the tattoo marks on his chin. "And what about you, A'Sharad? The Jedi?" "Jedi are supposed to be heroes." He knew what she was asking, and he still didn't have an answer. Her smile faded. "Even if we won't see Skirata again, I'd like to keep in contact with the Jedi. Altis especially. I think we can help each other." "I would too," he agreed. He didn't know how to tell her about his vision of a man walking in the sky. He wasn't close to understanding it. Maybe the Jedi would help him, maybe not. But he had to keep his possibilities open, no matter what lay ahead for himself and his new family. "Still thinking of leaving me, A'Sharad?" she asked coyly, but he could feel the doubt that still lingered. "I'm with you to the end." He squeezed her shoulders and kissed her forehead. "Both of you?" Captain Pellaeon sat down on the far side of Vice Admiral Grant's polished carved wood desk. The Admiral was standing on the other side with the dusty curve of Farstein at his back, looking down on the captain with cool blue eyes. Normally Pellaeon would have felt tense at this kind of meeting. Instead he was simply confused. When they dragged him out of the escape pod, he'd fully accepted his fate: fast trial, summary execution. He hadn't even minded the thought. At least when he was dead he wouldn't fail his friends or be betrayed by old, stupid love. But Grant was staring down at him like he wasn't quite sure what to do with him. Pellaeon couldn't believe that, because Grant always had a plan of some sort, so he cleared his throat and asked cautiously, "Admiral, what is this you have to tell me?" Grant stared down at him for a moment more before saying, "I don't need to explain to you the severity of what happened. My failure cost many good men their lives and ruined the siege at Bavanire. I know. I'm ready to accept responsibility, sir." "I'm glad, Captain. However, circumstances have come to light indicating that the events that allowed for valediction to be stolen was not something you could have prevented." The wheels in Pellaeon's mind whirled but got nowhere. "I don't understand, sir." "I'm speaking of the mutiny, Captain. Several squads of 501st Commandos helped their Mandalorian allies to steal your ship." "I had no idea, sir. That is to say, I knew that." Grant waved a hand. "Responsibility for that failure has already been settled. You, Captain, are a more complicated case. Any formal inquiry and punishment for you could stir up many secrets involving the mission to Belsavis and the Eye of Palpatine." "No formal trial, then?" Grant was being surprisingly polite to a man who was about to get thrown against a bulkhead and quietly shot. "It's in the best interests of the Empire to keep those details a well-guarded secret. Furthermore, Command is eager to move past the embarrassment at Bavanire and continue the hunt for Sign." Pellaeon didn't ask where she was. He was still waiting for his death sentence and grew increasingly confused the longer it took to come. "Captain, I've been given discretion in your case. I have decided that you are to be reassigned. He was going mad. He had to have heard wrong. Reassigned, sir. There is an opening for a non-combat position, captain's rank, at our base on Filth. You will be overseeing supply and asset management for a section of the shipyards there. I believe it will suit you well. It was going to be exile, not death. He felt empty inside, disappointed. He barely managed to nod. You will, of course, keep the events at Belsavis and Bavinair utterly secret. If we determine you are the source of any information leaks, we will act accordingly. He nodded again. If he could wholly erase recent events from his memory, he would. Grant raised an eyebrow. Do you have anything to say, Captain Pellaeon? Thank you, sir. Grant tilted his head to one side. You may change your opinion in time. Frankly, Captain, you're going to have to be a model officer in every last respect from now on, and even then you might, just might, get your own command in another 20 years. His head jerked in another nod. I understand. He should have stood up, saluted, and left, but his limbs wouldn't move. Grant's lips tightened. He drummed his fingers on the desk and said, That will be all, Captain. You're dismissed. Pellaeon jerked up and staggered out of the office. A pair of troops, non-clones in white armor, led him down the hall. They wouldn't take him to the officers' lounge this time, but that was the last place he wanted to be. He walked into Grant's office expecting a death sentence. Now he was condemned to live. In some ways that was worse. Death would have erased his memories, the angry devotion in Vernadette's eyes before his last charge, the regret in Helena's as she stood outside the airlock, wordlessly begging for mercy she didn't deserve. At the academy they said young Pellaeon was a playboy, a man who enjoyed fine brandy and pretty women but didn't really love anything except his job. They were wrong. Vernadette had known that, and Helena too. They were gone now, and so was the love, but he couldn't escape them, couldn't forget, no matter how much he wanted to. He would have to live with them for a long, long time. Scout had never heard of the planet before, but from orbit it looked pretty good. It had plenty of blue oceans, fat white clouds, and continents green with thick forests. Best of all, it had no sentient population, and sat far from major hyperspace routes. Freighters had been transporting Bavinairi refugees down to the planet for 6 hours, and the main hangar was just starting to clear out. There was finally enough room for Inns to settle down. The most of the children who sheltered there during the battle remained on board. Margolis and Lasima walked down the ramp. The blonde woman held Venku in both arms while Lasima hobbled along with the crutch under one shoulder. She had a sad but earnest smile on her face when she saw Scout. Thanks for taking care of him. Scout touched Venku's cheek, and the child put a small hand on hers. Thank you, Margolis said. I heard you helped Jin rescue civilians off Bavinair. I wasn't important. Just one piece. It was true, but as she felt like part of something so much more. Have you heard from Kal? Lasima asked. They're sending someone to pick up you and Katika. They should be here soon. Lasima's smile wilted. Are you coming back with us, Scout? She took a deep breath and shook her head. I don't think so. I think. Jin. Margolis interjected. Scout looked behind her to see the old Jedi Master walking along with A'Sharad beside him. She watched as Margolis wrapped Altus in a big hug, kissed his cheek, and got a kiss back. No, this was not the Jedi order she'd been raised in, but it didn't feel strange. I was just thanking Scout for her hard work, Margolis told him. I was glad to have her with us, Altus smiled generously. I also hear she wants to stay with you. If you'll have me. Scout dropped her eyes, suddenly shy. Altus put a hand on her shoulder. I'm not sure how we're going to proceed from here, Scout. I think we might follow Kal's example and do a scattering of our own. We've kicked the Emperor in a sensitive spot today, and he's not going to forget us. I know, Master, but I was hoping. First, don't call me Master, for goodness sake. I'm Jin. He gave the top of her head a playful bop. Second, you're welcome to stay with us. Oh, thank you, Master. Jin. He smiled and glanced at Ash. Think you can break her in? I look forward to it, the other woman said. Altis laughed, but the sound was drowned out by the roar of an incoming ship. Scout turned, expecting to see another freighter ready to haul people down to the planet, but instead she saw the familiar shape of Ahen. When the ship set down next to its landing ramp extended and 3 figures walked down. Scout didn't recognize the dark-skinned woman in front, but she guessed the tall old Hoden was Plett, and she instantly knew Barton Jusik. The woman looked at then at Altis, and said, I guess you took care of her. I knew you'd want her back, Helena. The old master stuck his thumbs in his belt. Planning on taking her for another spin. I'm thinking of staying with Master Plett and the kids for a while. Her expression was grim, and Scout could sense a deep sadness coming off her in the Force. Altis probably knew her better, and his smile softened without going away. Of course, Helena, he said. Thanks for all the help. I should thank you, Jen. You gave me direction when I needed it. Helena seemed like she still needed direction, but Scout knew it was a long story and she'd never learn the whole of it. As Altis stepped forward to exchange greetings with Plett, Scout made her way over to Jusik, who had taken Venku from Margolis. He and Lasima hovered over the child, looking down at him with deep fondness and deep sorrow. Scout realized it finally. Oh, she said softly, Darman's dead. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's okay, Jusik said, though she knew he wasn't. We got Niner out, though, and the rest of his brothers, and some clones I'd never met before. It was a success. So they're all going to live long, healthy lives. Euthan came through fine, if that's what you're asking. I'm glad. Scout hugged herself. She felt cold and a little afraid. Leaving the Skirata clan behind and going off with Altis had seemed obvious, even easy, until a minute ago. Jusik understood her confusion. He set Venku on the ground, so the child could half stand as he clung to Lasima's leg, and walked Scout away from the others. You're not coming back with us, are you? I don't think so. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be ungrateful. I'm so thankful for everything you've done. I know, Scout. His face was serious as he put his hands on her shoulders. This won't be easy either, you know. Yeah, Master Altis Jin was just saying how he's on Palpatine's ASIC list. I'm glad we taught you something. His smile lasted a second. You're probably right. A Mando life isn't for you, but someday you may be required to do something you don't like to protect the people you care about. I know. I'll try to be ready. They stood there in Ahen's shadow and didn't speak. Scout closed her eyes and so many memories came back, watching the clones play their ball game in the mud outside Kira Morit, long talks with Z and Kina Ha, the drunken dancing during their last night on Mandalore, Midge Gillimer, friendly grin. I'm gonna miss them. Make sure they know that. I will. Tell Kal he's a good father, a great one. And tell Vau his Strill so ugly is adorable. And tell Uthan her voice caught in her throat. Tell her I want to be a healer. Like her. Jusik frowned. She isn't always a healer, Scout. I know, but she chose to be one when it counted. That's what matters. What we choose. Jusik understood that, maybe better than anybody else. Good luck, Scout. May the Force be with you. Yeah, you too, she said, then realized she might have said the wrong thing. Jusik, though, just nodded. We'll see about that. Right now, I've got something better. What's that? She frowned. Family, he said. I have mine, and I think you have yours too. Scout looked behind her. Altis was chuckling at something Plett said, and Ash was weaving her hands around and telling Margolis a story. Maybe she did have one finally. She looked forward to finding out. After dismissing Pellaeon, Octavian Grant went down to the officers' lounge in hope of finding a greater variety of drinks than he had stashed in his desk drawer. The selection of wines, brandies, and cognacs was indeed excellent, though his pleasure was dampened when someone shouted his name. Only Demetrius Zarin would be crass enough to call out a higher-ranked man from across the officers' lounge. Thankfully, it was mostly empty at that late hour. The lights were dim, the background music soft, and the view of the stars excellent. Except for the company, It would have been perfect. Zarin was sitting in front of the broad viewport, drinking from a glass of something dark. Grant, slightly surprised he wasn't just downing it straight from the bottle, poured himself a very full glass of wine and started carefully across the carpeted floor. Well, Zarin said, it looks like they're still letting you in here. I have retained my rank, despite recent events. Grant sat down in the seat next to Zarin and angled his chair so they both faced the stars. Color me surprised. Are they letting you go after science still? Grant fought a sour face and drank a mouthful of wine. Unfortunately, Naval Command has decided to transfer the hunt for Sign directly to Eridu. So it's Tarkin's mess now. Naturally, I'll be giving him advice. Of course. Zarin chuckled and gulped down whatever he had, probably some brandy. I'll give you credit, Octavian. It was a good plan, until Vindicator switched sides. Who'd you get to fall on his sword for you? Pellaeon. I heard they found him in an escape pod. Never saw him as the deserting type. That officer has been reassigned. Well, I guess an inquiry into the Belsavis mission might have been awkward, Zarin said with a little smile. So who was it? Grant thought on that pale face, those pale eyes, the fast salute right before he'd ended it all. It doesn't matter. The issue's settled. Oh, what is that, Octavian? A tinge of conscience? Maybe. I'm disappointed. Grant scowled at him. What about you? Are you absolved of all your failures? What failures? Belsavis and Bavanire were fine test runs for the prototype TIE fighter. I've been in talks with Cena to begin mass production. I've never understood your zeal for fighting tin cans. Grant rubbed his temple. You fleet admirals, you always underestimate the little ships. With the right starfighters, a man could take over the whole empire. Aren't you a little overambitious? Well, don't worry. I'll keep your secret. Why shouldn't I be ambitious? I had a good day. Grant felt mildly sick at the thought of Zarin, of all people, coming through this mess unscathed. He swallowed a little more wine and said, What about Kelder? Any news of him? I was about to ask you the same question. Maybe he'll raise his head again when he thinks he has something new to sell. Grant thought of all the men involved the past mission. Zarin had thrived, and Kelder would be back someday. Melazar was dead, Pellaeon exiled. It seemed a poor system that punished the good man and rewarded the bad. Grant wasn't deluded enough to wonder what side of that equation he belonged on. Sparks of conscience were annoyance compared to death or exile, and wine doused them effectively. He emptied his glass in one long gulp and felt his head start to swim. My, Zarin said, no need to rush. After all, they're keeping you stuck at Farsteen indefinitely, aren't they? For now, he said, but not forever. Have a plan, do you? Not yet, he admitted, but someone's going to have to catch Sign eventually, and it won't be Tarkin. He has an administrator's mind, not a military one. She's already humiliated you, twice? 3 times. Not bad for a waif like that. Do you really want to be embarrassed a 4th time? There won't be a 4th time. The next time we meet will be the last. He believed what he said. He had to. He wouldn't respect himself until he brought Sign down, and he knew nobody else would either. A wry smile settled on Zarin's face. He stood and picked up his own glass and Grant's. In the mood for something stronger, Admiral? Grant settled into his soft chair and looked out at the stars. Whatever you'd like, Commodore. I'll leave the choice in your capable hands. Chapter 28. The thrill of victory, even one as crazy and exhilarating as the one at Bavanire, fades in time. You pause, look back, and count what you've lost as well as won. It's only then that you realize the cost of it all. Then you have to find a ways of living with it. It was a planet that nobody had ever heard of except for Rav and Parja Brawler when they were working a higher scouting mission 2 years back. But it was far away from everything, and its fields, mountains, and forests almost felt like Mandalore, so it was a fitting place for a new beginning. They set Ahen and conquered night down in a large clearing and, though it probably wasn't necessary, pulled a big camouflage net over them both. They spent the rest of that day getting supplies and personnel in order. Uthin was eager to set up an operation room aboard Conquered Knight where she could perform the procedure to slow clones aging, and the Delta, Sixer, and Yax clones practically overran each other to help her. When the sun went down and plunged them into twilight, they were close to being done, and some clones, especially Spar and Jock, wanted to get the operation going right away. Uthan, who'd already spent over 10 hours explaining the procedure to science doctors on valediction for use on his captured crew, insisted that she needed a good rest before she started pumping anything into anybody's bone marrow. So when night fell over the primeval forest, they rolled a few logs into the center of the clearing and started a bonfire. The night air was chill, so most of the clones and Mandas stayed in their armor, minus helmets. The handful without armor, Uthan, Bessany, Lasima, Little Venku, were wrapped up layers of blankets and coats. Somehow, various bottles of alcohol had been procured and were merrily passed around the fire. It wasn't long before everything was laughing and joking. Scorch sat between Soru and Kor, and listening to those two banter back and forth over his head was an experience unlike any other. After a while he tuned out their chatter. VAU was petting his ugly strill and talking to Boss and Fixer. Scorch couldn't hear what his boor was saying, but something, either alcohol or sentiment, had softened the traditional harshness in his expression. The Yags boys and the other 3 Sixers had made little groups and were talking among themselves. The 3 Nulls were passing around a bottle of Trellis whiskey that Mariel had supposedly liberated from the personal cabin of Valediction's captain. Bessany and Lasima sat, holding Venku between them. Phi and Parja were nestled close, armored shoulders and soft foreheads pressed together. Spar was ranting about something to Sul and Rav Brawler while Jusik and Uthan talked quietly. Jusik was rolling Taihei's Besker flute between his palms, and Scorch noticed that Brawler was handling a piece of black forearm plating that must have come from the son she lost on valediction. Finally, there were Niner and Kal Skirata, sitting on opposite ends of the fire, staring into the flame and speaking to no one. Both of them looked lonely and lost and sad. Scorch wondered if this was what it had been like at Karamorit. He wondered if there had been long nights where people just sat outside and talked and drank and enjoyed a life without rules or schedules, a life where all that mattered was filling time with the people you cared about. Karamorit couldn't have been all happy times either. Too many crises, too many missing brothers, and the lingering pain of Etane's death. Still, this one evening felt so much richer than the entire year of night Scorch had spent on 000, locked away in his barracks while the endless city lights drowned out the sky. He felt the cold wind bite his face, looked up at so many stars, and wondered what he was going to do with another 60 years. He frankly hadn't a clue. He hadn't gotten to sample the lives of normal beings as much as the Nulls or even the Omegas. He wanted to stay with his brothers. He knew that. He'd be nothing without family, which maybe meant that VAU and Skirata had made real Mandas out of them after all. At one point VAU rose from his feet and started bellowing for everyone to shut up. Not everyone heard him, but Jusik took Taihei's flute in his mouth and blew as hard as possible. The shrill noise made everyone freeze and caused Lord Murd jump up and start yelping. VAU batted his strill on the side of the head and said, "Okay, good. Now listen, all of you. We lost good vote to get here. They've gone on to the Mandaean, but we've still got to remember them, you hear? Toast to them, Boor," Scorch called. He realized as he spoke that he'd never called VAU that before. Skirata's boys called him Boor all the time, but for the Deltas, they'd only had a Sarge. There was a tiny pause, the kind most beings wouldn't even notice and might have even been in Scorch's head. Then Fixer said, "Yeah, Boor, toast." "Good idea. Never want to get mushy or linger on sentiment." VAU snapped his fingers and pointed at Muriel. "Give me the bottle, you selfish chacker." "Get some of your own," Muriel called back and took a swig. Other clones started booing, so Ordal wrestled the bottle away from him and passed it down the circle to VAU. VAU held up the bottle out by the neck and said, "To the honored dead." "Oh, yeah, Manda. Oh, yeah, Manda." Others called, and raised their glasses, or barring that their fists. To Tahe, Jusik held up the flute. To Jover, Rav Browler raised the armor plaque. For Adin, said Lasima. And Jilka, added Bessany. And Mitch, said Euthan. To Sev, Keoyasai, Vau toasted and drank. To Kamika, Adika, and Prudica, Jane called. To Maze, said Ordo. And to Z, Jusik said. His voice shook. To Etain and Darman, Skirata said at last. The circle fell silent. Some drank. A heavy mood had settled, one VAU probably hadn't intended when he started the toast. Suddenly Niner popped to his feet. Lots of eyes went to him, but he stared across the leaping flames to Skirata. His jaw worked soundlessly for a moment before he said, Kalbur, we need to talk. Skirata simply nodded and pushed off his seat. Niner left the circle too, and both of them disappeared into the dark. The awkward quiet lingered until Mariel called, Hey, Bartica, pass me that Bespev. I want to give it a shot. You can't play, you dickhead, Jane said. Hey, I can shabble well learn, can't I? I'm gonna have plenty of time. Wallaka, give me back the booze, Ordo called. We're gonna need it. That stared a round of laughs. Kor and Soru got back to bantering. Scorch leaned back, closed his eyes, and listened with a tiny smile on his cold face. For the next 15 minutes after Kalbur and Niner wandered off, I kept speaking with Euthan. I'd already told her about Scout, and she was telling me, in mild detail, about how she planned on quietly distributing the technical knowledge of how to stop clones fast aging. She seemed to have found a purpose at last. I was glad for her, and gladder for the clones she would heal, but I couldn't take my mind off my father and brother. Since we freed him from his prison cell, Niner had been a shell of a man. I attributed it to guilt over letting Darman get killed, but when he called Kalbur out like that, I wondered if there wasn't more to it. As for my father, I knew why he was down. He hadn't heard from Nai and Ruisin since before the mission to Bevenire. There was, as yet, no confirmation that Cornucopia had ever survived the battle. I told him that Nai was a good pilot with a tough ship, and she surely made it through. Kalbur had said yes, he was sure she had, but that seemed to make him more grim, which I couldn't understand. I could only guess that something had happened between him and the two women he'd been bringing into his family. Kalbur appeared suddenly from the dark. He stepped up behind me and tapped me on the shoulder, making Euthan and me both jump. He said simply, Come with me, son. I gave Euthan a small nod and left. I followed Kalbur over to Oihan, where we climbed up into the main hold. Where's Niner? I asked, looking around the empty cabin. In the back? Crew quarters. Kalbur jabbed a thumb over his shoulder. Boer, what's wrong? He didn't look at me. He couldn't. He stared at his feet and his face twisted as he said, Bartica, Reed didn't kill Darman. Niner did. I heard, but I didn't understand. He pressed on. Dar was the one who told the imps about Belsavis. That was why they attacked. Dar got them all killed. He couldn't have betrayed us, I sputtered. I didn't accept. I couldn't. It was too much. Dar would never do that. He didn't know his vote were going. He thought it was just the Jedi. He wanted to kill Z. And he did. And when they found Niner, he exhaled hard. The last time I talked to them, I told Niner he was the sergeant and he had to take responsibility. I didn't think things were that bad. I didn't want to think it. I meant he had to keep Dar in line, keep him from doing anything stupid, but Niner, he thought. Kalbur couldn't talk anymore. Tears rolled down his rough cheeks. He didn't wipe them away. Oh, Boer, I breathed. My mind was still grappling with the enormity of what had happened. I hadn't talked directly to Niner or Darman since Order 6-6, that had all been Kalbur and the Nulls. I'd had so many other problems to deal with I never stopped to realize how badly Etain's death had hurt Darman, or what the pain could turn him into. This is my fault, I told him. I'm so sorry, Boer. If I hadn't wanted to go to Belsavis, they'd all be alive, even Dar. No, son, it was mine. Kal put both hands on my shoulders and finally looked into my eyes. Don't you get it? They were my boys. My boys. I was too busy trying to get a bunch of Shabla GDI safe, and I left them dangling in the wind. No. We gave them a chance to come back once, remember, but Darman, he didn't want to come. He wanted to stay back and kill Jedi. It's my fault. He snapped. They were my sons. I should have done something. He looked away. Fresh tears ran down his face. When he spoke next, it was almost a whimper. Boudica, do you think, all those things I told Dar, about how Jedi were no good, how they were baby snatchers and turned everything to Osik, did I make him hate Jedi so much? Did I do that? Was I the one who twisted him up so much he'd kill his own Vode? It's not your fault, Boor, I whispered, and I knew he'd never believe it. Not really, just like I've never stopped believing it was mine. I looked to the back of the cabin at the sealed door. Niner's a mess, isn't he? He shot Darman in the head, Kal sniffed. He can't live with it, Boudica. He can't. Coldness settled inside of me. There's something I can do. I've done it before. I realized it was why Kal had brought me here. Still, he didn't pressure me. He'd been reluctant to even ask for it. He wiped wetness from his eyes and said, don't do it unless he wants it. If I don't, I couldn't finish it. We both knew that one day, sooner rather than later, he'd eat his own blaster. Boor, I said, that's why you brought me, right? Not unless he wants it, he repeated. I didn't start for the door. I said, I can do it to anyone you know. He frowned like he'd never even thought of that, then shook his head. I can't live with it, Boudica. I have to. It's an awful scar to keep. I've got plenty of scars, he said, but this one was different from all the others, and we both knew it. The others, I said, we can't tell them. No. Let them think Reed did it. Then we'll live with it. Together. He nodded but didn't look at me. We knew things would never be the same between us. There was nothing more I could say, so I walked with long, slow steps for the door. I hesitated before entering, but only for a moment. I found Niner sitting on the bottom level of a bunk bed. He had his head in his hands and didn't look up, even when I softly called his name. I sat down next to him on the bunk and put a hand on his back. It rested on the rim of his armor, just below his bowed neck and head. They looked so naked, exposed, vulnerable. Niner, I said, I heard what happened. I killed him, Niner said, so soft I could barely hear. It wasn't your fault. I killed Darman. How am I supposed to look at Katika now? The Darman you killed wasn't Kaz's dad. That Darman, he died with Etane. Niner's shoulders shook. It's not that simple. This isn't some Jedi light side, dark side Osik. I know. But sometimes somebody can change so much. Get so twisted inside, all they've got left is hurt. You took Dar's pain away. That was a mercy. I think I was starting to believe the words as they came out. Right then I need to believe in something, anything. I didn't just kill him, Boudica. I failed him. I was his brother, his Sarge, and I just let him slide all the way down. I should have done something. Kal would have found a way to stop him. I was afraid. I didn't know what to do. I knew there was nothing I could say to salve his conscience. There was one thing I could do, but I was afraid. Once I did, I would never look at Niner the same way again. He was my brother, and I failed him, Niner said. I couldn't help him, couldn't fix him. All I could do was kill him. He shook again. I saw tears fall to the floor. I can't live with it, Boudica. I knew I had to do it. Whatever pain I take on was nothing compared to what Niner had now. Slowly, I rested my hand on the back of his head. I can help you, Niner. He didn't move, didn't even tremble. I said, do you want me to help you? I can't do this, Boudica. I'll help you. I slowly ran my fingers through his short black hair and felt the skin of his scalp. He shuddered just a little at my touch, but didn't object. He didn't say anything. He just stayed there, head bowed, and waited. When I reached into Arla Fett's mind and rearranged her memories, I experienced a lifetime of torture and madness in a matter of seconds. I'd had to steel myself against them, observe them from a distance like a mechanic or a doctor, and carefully remove the worst ones while still leaving a working human being behind when all the cuts were done. It was very difficult, and those awful experiences I'd stolen from her mind lingered in nightmares for a long time afterward. On a technical level, changing Niner's memories was much easier. On a personal one, it was agony. I didn't have to reach very far. Suddenly I was standing in that empty ready room with the pistol in my hand, and Darman bowed forward in his chair, weeping. I felt the gun shake in my hand and smelled the whiff of ozone, and then I saw a figure in black armor break through the door. I went deeper. I talked frantically with Kalbor in the blast boat, worried endlessly over what to do with Darman, and never found the strength to confront him even though I knew what was happening. I remembered the pain of breaking my back on Coruscant and my relief and unspeakable gratitude when Darman, freshly bleeding from Etaine's death, volunteered to stay with me. I remembered all the ops on 000 and other planets during the war. I remembered meeting Darman, Phi, and Adan for the first time and wondering how these new guys were ever going to replace the brothers I'd already lost. I remembered the kid with the Padawan's braid whose eyes went wide with stupid boyish excitement when he saw clones in full gear for the first time. I couldn't stand it. I pulled out, almost all the way, and then I stopped to snag a few key memories: the ready room, the tense conversations in the blast boat, the mounting sense of helplessness and dread. In its place, I left a few simple images of the soldier in black, standing in the doorway, firing one red shot at Darman as he jumped to his feet, and a blue one after that. And then I was done. Niner was still bowed forward with his head in his hands. He was breathing slower now and no longer shook. I got up and staggered out of room. Kalbor was waiting in the main cabin, and I got 2 steps toward him before I buckled. He rushed to catch me and hold me up. When I squeezed my eyes shut, I was in the ready room, Darman's back in front of me, with the gun in my hand, poised eternally before the killing blow. "Is it done?" Kalbor asked. I nodded without opening my eyes. When Niner left the back room on Ahin, his father and brother were gone. He walked down the landing ramp and into the night. He felt slightly dazed, as though he'd been roughly awakened from sleep, and he couldn't remember his conversation with either Skirata or Jusik clearly. He wandered to the warmth and the light. The fire was still going strong. Everyone was still talking and sharing drinks. He saw Jusik sitting on the far side of the ring with Leve, but the other man didn't seem to notice him. "Hey, Niner." "Nerika." Someone called, and he saw Phi waving. Parja was still with him. She had her head resting on his shoulder, but she picked it up when Niner approached. "You doing okay, Nervad?" Phi asked. "I think so. I just had to talk with Kalbor." He remembered standing there in Ahin's dark hole. He remembered going weak at the knees and breaking down in tears as his feelings all spilled out, but he couldn't recall what his father had told him. "We're glad you're here, Niner," Parja said. "Especially Phi? He's told me everything about you." "Really?" Niner sat down on Phi's other side. "Am I all you two ever talk about?" "Well, not the only thing," Phi said, and Parja giggled. It was such a girlish noise from a tough Mando warrior. Phi's smile was innocent happy. They felt natural together, and Niner allowed himself to wonder, just a little, what it would be like to have a someone himself. He looked around the fire at the others. Ordo had his arm around Bessani, and Lasima was hugging Venku tight as the child watched the leaping bonfire with a captivated expression. Even Wallon Vau was petting Lord Murd with obvious affection. Everyone else was talking, laughing, and drinking their way through the night. "I wish Darman were here," he said. "He would have loved this." Adan too. Phi pulled his arm away from Parja and leaned closer to his brother. Adan got to live a little bit as a free man. Not enough, but a little. Dar didn't at all. "I wish," he sighed and bowed his head. Parja quietly excused herself and walked away. "You did all you could, Niner." Phi put a hand on his back. "I know you did." "No, I didn't. I could have saved him. If I'd been just a second faster, I could have nailed Reed. The memory was still vivid, as if it had just happened minutes ago. It's okay, Nerica. Scorch and Boss plugged Reed on the destroyer. Darkan rest easy now. Adan can too, you know. Boor, Bardica, even Kor, they all helped take down that Sith witch. It doesn't bring anyone back. He remembered the smoldering hatred Darman had gained after his wife's death. He'd wanted revenge on the Jedi while knowing full well it wouldn't bring Attain back. He was only glad Darman hadn't let his hate consume him. Niner leaned back and looked at the stars. What are we going to do now? We can't drink around the campfire every night forever. The Gnolls would probably argue, but you're right. We'll break into groups. Scatter and then come back again later, when the imps stop looking for us. But you and me, Nervad, we're never splitting up. Never again. If they'd all stayed together, either on Mandalore or 000, things would have been different. Darman would have never grown distant. Adan wouldn't have gotten killed. Reed would never have betrayed them. But all those things had happened, and Niner would have to live with it. With his brothers, he just might be able to. Never again. He held Fi's arm tight. Not ever. Sometimes you reached a point where you couldn't run any further, and the grief finally caught up. After leaving Ihan, Skirata had forced a smile and told Jusik to rejoin the party. Then he staggered off in the opposite direction, deeper and deeper into the dark. He wondered until all light and sound vanished. He let himself lean against the trunk of a tall tree and stared upward at so many stars peeking through the shifting needles of overhead pine branches. The brightness seemed impossibly distant, and the darkness of the night all embracing. He felt like he was going to be swallowed whole by his void. Tears blurred starlight. He shut his eyes, and darkness was all. After all that had happened, all he'd lost, he thought he could keep ahead of the grief, maybe even justify it somehow, but the truth behind Darman's fall had shattered the illusion. A long, long time ago he'd left his blood children behind so he could help Jango train his mysterious army. He'd done it from loyalty to his Mandalore, and because the life he'd had then was a gaping hole that needed something to fill it. What he'd found on Kamino was a horror where small boys were pulled out of cloning VATs and sent off to die like worthless droids. Everything he'd done since, every last thing, had been about escaping his complicity in those actions. He told himself that if he saved the Gnolls, the Omegas, even VAU's Deltas, if he gave them the real lives of real men that was theirs by birthright, it would somehow make up for all the millions of boys who'd been sent across the galaxy to be slaughtered. When he opened his eyes, the stars were all there, bright and infinite and cold. They were the eternal reminder of the smallness of his redemption and the vastness of a crime for which there would never be ample justice. The most he could have ever lighted was one candle in the long night, and he'd even failed at that. He failed his adopted family, just as surely as he'd failed his blood one. He couldn't blame Ruu and Nai for leaving him. He wiped his eyes dry and watched the stars until he'd lost all sense of time, and his pain dulled to a feeling of aching exhaustion. He was jarred from it all when a ship roared overhead, propelled by thrust engines trailing red. Fear banished everything in an instant. He didn't know how the imps could have found this place, but it was too late to wonder. He'd left his helmet on Ihan, stupidly, so he stumbled his way through the forest, nearly falling a half-dozen times and knocking into trees over and over. When he finally saw the light of the bonfire, there were still people around it. Confused, he stumbled onward until he saw a third bulky shape settled next to Ihan and conquered night. Even in the dark, he could tell it was Cornucopia. By the time Skirata got to the ship, the landing ramp was already down, and people stood around it, illuminated by the light spilling from inside. He saw Wallon Vau talking to Ruisin while Lord Murr darted between their legs, and all three Gnolls crowded around Naivala. He stood on the edge of the light, afraid to step inside. Nai spotted him, and an honest smile spread on her face. "Where have you been, Shorty?" she called. "Your boys were all worried about you." "Where were you, Boor?" Ordo asked. He sniffled back tears and smiled. "Just thinking about a few things, Ortica. Don't worry about me." "Are you broke off from VAU?" Someplace you found here, Booer. Are we going to stay here long? We've still got to figure that out. He stepped awkwardly into the light. It stung his eyes and made him wince. Sorry we took so long getting here, I said. There was a little, disagreement between some of the Babanairi refugees we picked up. Did you slap him silly? Straighten him out, Mariel asked. I waved a hand. We had to stop at 2 separate systems to drop them off, and when we got to valediction you were already gone. Then how did you find us? Skirata asked. I made sure and I got the fallback coordinates from Rav, Jane said. Your boys are more on the ball than you are, Kal, you said. You should thank them. Thank you. Skirata blinked. I'm sorry, I thought. Thought what? Night tilted her head, honestly confused. When he didn't respond right away, you asked, what was it, Booer? Something in his head. Something he let take over when he stood too long in the dark. He shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. Welcome back. You stepped in for a quick hug and Skirata returned it. She stepped back and then I was in front of him. He knew all eyes were on him and for that moment he didn't care. He clamped both arms around her and planted one kiss on her cheek. When she pulled away, I asked, did you get him back? He knew what she was asking. He nodded. Which one was it? She asked softly. Niner. We got Niner back. His voice broke. Niner but not Darman. Just the thought was like a knife twist in the guts. Every time he looked at Niner or Katika he'd feel that knife every time. He deserved to feel it. I pressed a warm hand against his face, smudging cold tear. It'll be okay, Shorty. Really. It wouldn't be. He knew that. This scar was different from the other ones. Still, looking into Nye's eyes, he could forget about it for a time. He could escape. You're getting shabla soft, Kal, you said. You're one to talk, Skirata grunted and told Nye. He's the one who wanted to jack a whole Vicstar just to get his boys back. Oh yeah. Ruisan looked at the figures ringed around the fire. That's a lot more clones than I remember. A lot of them are new to me too, Skirata admitted. But come on, I'll introduce you. The bonfire was like a big, hot candle in the dark. The ones still left sat in a noisy ring around it, the ones he'd saved, and the ones who saved him. As they walked, Nye said, you pick up sons like Osik picks up flies, don't you? Well, that's a great metaphor, you muttered. Kal just likes saving people, you said from behind them. The dick has got a messiah complex, if you haven't figured that out already. That's not true, Skirata insisted. I know, Nye sighed and hooked her arm around his. You just love your boys. It was true. Like a candle, it wasn't enough to beat the night, but it was all he'd ever had, and all he ever would. Epilogue. Tomorrow's new country. The last sunlight was gone, but the boy and the man lingered in the forest. Twilight faded to starry night overhead, and the darkness around them was silent and still. No wind blew to rustle the invisible branches, but the air had gone cold. The boy wondered if this was what death felt like. When he spoke, it filled the silence. I've always felt weird around Niner. I never understood why. Do you blame him? The darkness asked. The boy had to think about that. After listening to Jusik's whole story, he wasn't sure who was really at fault. Niner had pulled the trigger, but that one motion had happened because of a long chain of events that tied up Jusik himself, Kal Skirata, his mother Etain, the whole Jedi Order, and all the citizens of the Republic turned Empire. The galaxy was a messy, chaotic place, and he wondered how anyone could be certain of anything. I don't think so, he said finally. I don't know who to blame, but I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? No, Jusik said. It doesn't. We waited a long time to tell you this. We wanted to make sure you were ready. Does anyone know the whole story besides you and Kalbabur? Just us. And now you. Thank you for telling me. You deserve to know about your father. And your mother. In listening to his father's tale, he'd almost forgotten it, but now he felt the faint, unspeakable bond that tied him to Jusik in the dark, and he knew that was his birthright too. Are there still Jedi alive? he asked. What happened to Altus, and Scout, and all the others? I don't know, but I hope they're okay. So you don't blame the Jedi for what happened to my parents? There was a long silence. Finally, the Dark said, I don't blame Scout or Altus. But like you said, blame doesn't matter. Not anymore. Sometimes I feel things, special things I don't understand. I can feel you now, Artica, even though I can't see you. I guess I have Mom to thank for that. He didn't speak it, but Venku understood his agreement. Do you still use the Force, like you did when you were a Jedi? Another pause. I use it in my way. What does that mean? I don't want to touch any fancy unifying force. I just want to use it like a tool, to help the people I care about. That's why I started calling myself God of Engineer. But you said it felt incredible at Bavinire. It did. That's why it was dangerous. It pulled me apart from my brothers. I don't want that. Venku stared into the darkness and thought. I don't want to be different from them either. I just wish. He trailed off. Jusik didn't speak the question. He could feel it. He said, do you think my mom's still alive, somehow, in the Force? I don't know. But Jedi can do that, can't they? I don't think anyone ever really understood how it worked. But I like to think she's still there somehow. I wish I could talk to her, the boy said. Maybe, somehow, she could bring wisdom that the living couldn't. She could help him make sense of the story he'd been told. I don't know if that's possible, Jusik said softly. I know. That's why I'm going to think about my brothers instead. I'm glad. I'm sure Calbor will be too. I feel weird around him sometimes too. It's not like Niner. It's like he can never look at me for too long. I thought maybe it means he doesn't like me, because I'm part Jedi. That's not it. Yeah, I get it now. When he looks at you too long, all the hurt comes back. Calbor knows how to work through pain better than anyone, but he hurts as much as you or me. Maybe more. I don't want to hurt him. I know. And he understands that. But there's nothing either of you can do. You both have to. Live with it, the boy finished. That's right. I wish there was more I could do. Everyone does. They fell into silence again. Venku breathed out hard, fell in the void, and said, I don't want to get involved in other people's messes either. Mandos shouldn't be dying fighting in other people's wars. If we hadn't, then all those Jedi kids on Belsavis and all the people on Bavinire, hundreds of thousands of them would have died. I know. But my father would have lived. Is that more important? He put a hand to his head. I don't know, Bardica. Good. It means you can still learn. I don't want to have to make that choice. I want it to be Mandalorians for Mandalorians. We shouldn't be dying for other people. We're a bunch of mercenaries, Katika. Fighting for others is what we do. Right now there are far more Mandos out in the galaxy than there are on Mandalore. I know. But this planet is still home. Isn't it? It's my home. Isn't it yours? Most of his short life was just a blur of places and planets as he and his uncles and cousins skipped around the galaxy to keep ahead of the Empire. This planet, and the wild mountains around Kiramorid, were the first places he truly felt safe. I want to protect Mandalore, he said. I want to make the Empire go away and leave this planet for Mandos. I don't think you're ready just yet, Jusik said without mockery. I know. But, one day. He waited in the dark until Jusik responded. There's something you might want, then. After we captured Valediction, we found your father's body. And his armor. Flesh was nothing, armor was all. Venku's hand went to Aden's shoulder plate, tucked inside his belt. We still have some of it, Jusik continued. It's not much. Not Beskar, just black clone armor. But it was his. I want it, Venku's voice trembled. I'll wear it. Aden's too. I know what Darman did, but he was my boer and I. His voice trembled and he couldn't say any more. He couldn't forget what Darman had done for him, even if he wanted to. He couldn't hide from it either. He wondered if the others knew why Jusik had taken him out in the woods today. He wondered what Fi, Ordo, and the rest would think when they saw him wearing Adan's shoulder plate, how Kal would react to Darman's black armor on his own. He wondered if, finally, his bad boy would be able to look him in the eye, or if it would widen the gulf between them. Either way, he knew he had to do it. Family was family. Venku heard Jusik remove something from the pouch at his waist. "You might want these, too," the man said, and twin beams of bright blue-white light split the darkness. Jusik stood with one lightsaber blazing in either hand, illuminating both their faces. The light stung Venku's eyes, but he still stared, speechless. "They're Ratain's," he said. "And now they're yours. But what do I do with them?" "I don't know," Jusik admitted. "You'll have to decide for yourself one day." Still holding down the buttons, Jusik shifted his grip and held their pummels out for Venu to touch. The boy, very carefully, wrapped his hands around both weapons. He slipped his small thumbs beneath Jusik's and took them for himself. They were heavier than he thought. He looked between the blue-white pillars and said, "Thank you, Bartica." There was a smile on the man's face, but it was very sad. "Nobody's used those since your mother died. Until now." "Thank you," Venku's voice cracked. He felt the tears coming and let the lightsabers wink out. He placed the heavy cylinders in his lap and silently wiped them away. They remained in darkness and silence for a long time until Jusik said, "Are you ready to go home, Katika?" "Yes." He barely kept his voice even. "Let's go." "Do you want to use the lightsabers?" "I don't think I'm ready." "It's all right, Katika. You don't have to be, not yet. Will you help me through the dark?" "That's what I'm here for." Venku hooked one lightsaber around his belt and held tight to the other. Jusik took his free hand. They walked silently into the forest and disappeared into the long night.